So, hey guys. Hope you are doing great. Welcome to Just a Shinobi 2.0. So, this is the story about What If Naruto Greatest Uzumaki Prodigy. Part 1. I am sure you will love this what if. And if you did, please hit the subscribe button for more awesome videos like this. Check out my other videos, share with your friends and enjoy them. Check out the description. Comment down your opinion. So, without wasting any time, let's see today's what if. Prologue. On the 10th of October, in the dead of the night, the most powerful Biju, Kikbi no Kitsune, attacked the hidden village of Konohagakure no Sato. Disaster struck as no one was able to stop the rampaging Biju. Many shinobi lost their lives in the process, while almost half of the village was destroyed. That was until one man, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, placed his life on the line to defeat the Biju and save his village. In the end, he was able to stop the Kikbi by sealing the Biju in a newborn baby, his own son, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, making him the next Jinchuriki of said Biju. Though, this was at the cost of his and his wife's life, leaving the boy to be raised alone. 6 years later, the wind was blowing gently as a young boy sat atop the Hokage monument. His shoulder-length spiky blonde hair was blowing gently behind him, bangs covering the right side of his face, as his bright blue eyes were shining from the sun's rays. His skin was fair, and his most noticeable features were the 3 whisker markings on each cheek. His signature is Jinchuriki. He was wearing a navy blue long-sleeved shirt with gray pants that ended just above his ankles, blue shinobi sandals to add to it. This boy's name was Naruto Uzumaki, a 6-year-old and the Jinchuriki of the most powerful Biju, the Kikbi no Kitsune. He was overlooking the village as he thought. He always did like to come up to this place to think and relax. It has always been a peaceful place for him. 2 weeks ago, the third Hokage told him that he has submitted his admissions form for joining the Ninja Academy, and now, from tomorrow on, he will be going to the academy to become a shinobi. His dream is to become the Hokage so that he can protect the village he loves so dearly. Along with his dream, he wishes to surpass the fourth Hokage and get acknowledged by everyone as someone important. He knows the villagers don't like him much for reasons unknown to him, and his Jiji also won't tell him. Every time he asks, the answer always remains the same. I will tell you when you are old enough to know the truth. He had already started his basic ninja training 2 years ago, and his Jiji has helped him with some basic taijutsu techniques. He is very good with shuriken jutsu and kunai throwing, as he had also trained his body quite well for speed and quick reflexes. From tomorrow on, he is going to take his first step towards his dream. He was still nervous just thinking about it. Normally he was very calm and insightful, it all starting from a young age, showing noticeable maturity and knowledge on how to deal with complex situations. At the same time, he is still a young boy, so it shouldn't come as a surprise to him to feel nervous. He lets out a sigh as he comes back from his thoughts. Blinking, he looked up and noticed that it was already dark as the sky was starting to fill with stars. He hadn't realized how long he had been sitting there. He was so lost in his confused thoughts that he didn't realize that a person was coming towards him from behind until the person spoke. "Ah, I knew I'd find you here, Naruto-kun." Upon hearing that voice, Naruto turned around and saw his surrogate grandfather, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha, standing with a kind smile. He was wearing his formal Hokage robes as his skin was light pale gray hair slightly mussed. His face had wrinkles and liver spots, signifying his old age. "What are you doing here, Jiji? I thought you'd be busy with your paperwork," Naruto asked, surprise. On hearing about paperwork, Hiruzen's face twitches a little before he composed himself. "Don't talk about my paperwork, Naruto-kun, I swear it's a bane for all cages." Naruto just shook his head and turned around, looking over the village again, seeing the streetlights starting to light up. Hiruzen walked over and stood beside him before asking with concern. "Is something on your mind, Naruto-kun?" Naruto knew that he could always talk about anything with his surrogate grandfather, he was always concerned about him and helped him whenever he was in need. He also took him out to Ichiraku's for ramen whenever he could. He always looked for Naruto's best. Most importantly though, he is the only person he has in his life. Turning his face in Hiruzen's direction, Naruto replied. "I'm just a little nervous, tomorrow is going to be my first day in the academy and the first steps towards my dream. I am scared of failures." Listening to him, Hiruzen asked. "What is your dream, Naruto-kun?" Naruto was quiet for some time before answered him. "I want to become a shinobi among shinobi, the strongest of them all, and surpass all the previous Hokages, becoming the strongest of them all." "That is quite a big dream you have there, Naruto-kun," said Hiruzen, a gentle smile gracing his face. He knew that Naruto was a very talented kid, far more mature than the other kids his age. Hearing him say that he wanted to become Hokage, Hiruzen was happy for him. "Why do you want to become Hokage?" "I want to become the Hokage so that I can protect the village which the previous Hokages, along with many shinobi, have given their lives to protect. Then everyone will respect me and acknowledge me as someone," Naruto said, his voice firm and eyes determined. Hiruzen, hearing this from a 6-year-old boy and seeing the determination in his young eyes, was very impressed. To think that such a young boy can have a mindset like this at such a young age. At that moment, Hiruzen thought about the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, how proud he would be if he saw Naruto, his only son, and how well he is growing up as a person. Hiruzen knew that he was going to tell Naruto about his parents very soon. There was also the truth about the 9 tails being sealed inside of him. Sooner or later, he will have to tell him about everything. Getting out of his thoughts, he turned to his side with a big smile on his face. I'm impressed, Naruto-kun, you're only 6 and know what it takes to be a Hokage. You already possess the will of fire. Hiruzen said with pride, gentleness, and pride shining in his old eyes. Naruto looked confused, not understanding what his Jiji was trying to imply. The will of fire. What does that mean? Seeing his confused face, Hiruzen's smile turned small as he turned around and looked over his village. The village is a big family. In here, everyone is family. The desire to protect one's family builds thicker and stronger bonds between everyone in the village. That is what the will of fire means. That is the job of the Hokage and every shinobi of the village. It is why we protect each other and our home. Now you understand, Naruto-kun. What it means to be a shinobi and what it means to be a Hokage. Now understanding what it means to be a shinobi and what it means to be the Hokage, he smiles slightly. He looks over the village, seeing people walking the lightly lit streets, happily chatting with each other. Family. You always protect your family. Now, most importantly, realizing what the village means, he knew what he had to do in his life. Turning around to face the Hokage, Naruto said. I promise you, Jiji, that I will protect this peace. I will protect this village. I will do everything in my power to keep this place like this and protect my home. Should anyone try to harm it, whether they are my comrade, friend, or even my family, I will show no mercy to them in defending it. I give you my word, Jiji. Naruto said, a strong conviction in his voice. Hiruzen's eyes were slightly wide as he was shocked at the words and promises Naruto made to him. You are meant for great things, Naruto-kun, I can see it just by looking at you. Thought Hiruzen as his face mellowed into a loving smile. Hiruzen patted Naruto's shoulder. You will be a great shinobi and an even greater Hokage, Naruto-kun, I believe in you. Naruto's face brightened with a big smile at hearing his Jiji say he believes in him. Thank you, old man. I won't let you down. Hiruzen was happy to see Naruto happy. He then looked up, seeing the sky and realized it was getting late. Looking over to Naruto, Hiruzen continues. Come now, Naruto-kun, it's getting late and tomorrow is going to be your first day at the academy. You don't want to be late on your first day because of waking up late, do you? Hi, Jiji. Said Naruto, he really doesn't want to be late on his first day in the academy. Come on, I'll treat you to Ichiraku's for dinner. Said Hiruzen. Naruto happily complied and started to walk down the monument with his Jiji. Ichiraku's stand. The walk there was rather quiet. Naruto and Hiruzen just observed the lightly lit streets with people walking to and fro. Now, coming to stop at the Ichiraku's ramen stand, they both went inside and sat on the stools in front of the counter. Hiruzen cleared his throat to get the attention of Tucci, the owner of the shop, who turned around upon hearing the noise. Humming over to the counter, he sees his favorite customer sitting with the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, Naruto-kun, it's been a while. How are you both? Tucci asked, directing his question to Naruto. It hasn't been that long, old man. I've been busy with my training. Responded Naruto, a small smile on his lips. He knew Tucci and his daughter, Am, had always treated him well, considering him their best customer and sometimes even giving him free ramen on special occasions. He noticed that he also cared for him as he often asked him what was going on if he hadn't seen him in a while or if he was feeling down. So, what would you have, Hokage-sama? Naruto? Asked Tucci. I'll have 1 bowl of pork ramen, please. Said Hiruzen. I'll have the usual, old man, Naruto said calmly. 1 pork ramen and 1 Naruto special coming right up. Said Tucci as he walked to the back to prepare the ramen. After some time, Tucci came back with 2 hot ramen bowls and set them in front of the two. Without wasting any time, both Naruto and Hiruzen with a quick-eyed Akamasu before happily digging into their separate bowls. The three were chatting with each other for a while until a new voice got their attention. Naruto-kun, Hokage-sama, how are you? They soon found Am coming around the counter and standing with her father, the voice coming from her. She greeted them with a big happy smile on her face. She is 11 years old with long dark brown hair and large black eyes, her skin fair. She was wearing a white robe with the sleeves folded, a sort of dark apron tied at the top and a bright bandana. I'm fine, Anakin, how are you? Hiruzen asked the happy girl with a gentle smile. I'm also fine, Hokage-sama, replied Am before she turned towards Naruto and placed her elbows on the counter. Leaned forward, she asked him. So Naruto, tomorrow's going to be your first day at the Ninja Academy, are you done with your preparation? Naruto nodded and replied, Hi Am-chan, I'm finished with all the preparation. That's good Naruto, do well with your academics. Said Am. Naruto replied with a nod. I will. Yeah brat, become strong and make us proud, Tucci said. Hiruzen smiled at seeing the interaction between them. He was happy that Naruto was able to create a bond with some people. He just hoped that he could also create some special bonds with children around his age. Seeing that Naruto had finished his ramen, Hiruzen stood up. Well, Tucci, your ramen is as delicious as ever, but we should get going now. Naruto soon stood up as well, thanking the father and daughter for the ramen, who in return wished him luck happily. All the while, Hiruzen placed the money on the counter and walked out of the small restaurant with Naruto. They walked the street in silence until they arrived at Naruto's apartment. Well Naruto-kun, get a good night's rest and don't be late tomorrow, alright. Hi Gigi, I'll be on time. Replied Naruto. Hiruzen nodded, satisfied, and said. I'll be going now, good night Naruto-kun, I'll see you tomorrow. Good night Gigi. Replied Naruto before Hiruzen left the apartment building. After that, Naruto went inside his small apartment, which was decent and clean, and went towards his bathroom to freshen up before getting changed for bed. After finishing getting ready, Naruto went to bed, set up his alarm clock for 5:00 am and went to sleep. The next morning, Naruto woke up from the sound of his alarm clock ringing. He looked at the clock and thought that he still had some time before the academy started. He decided to get ready and went towards the bathroom to finish his morning routine. After cleaning up, Naruto came out from the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist. He dried himself with another towel as he grabbed his clothes. He wore a high-collar half-sleeve navy blue shirt with the Uzumaki clan symbol, black pants and ninja sandals with it. He looked at himself in the mirror, seeing he looked decent and attractive. He then decided to check the academy books that the third Hokage had bought him before placing them in his school bag. After he was done, he looked at the clock and noticed that he still had some time before he had to go to the academy. Seeing as he still had time left, he went into the kitchen to prepare himself some eggs and toasts with milk for breakfast. Preparing breakfast soon reminded him of the time Gigi had taught him how to cook. Finishing preparing his breakfast, he went towards his dining table to eat. While eating, he decided to read a book on sealing for beginners, which was given to him by the third Hokage when he showed his interest in the sealing arts. He really wanted to know more about the sealing arts after learning that the second and fourth Hokage were very good at that art. He hadn't started practicing making the seals yet. The Hokage had warned him not to practice seals alone until getting a good understanding of it, along with making his handwriting better. Finishing his breakfast, he placed the book aside and went to wash his dishes. Soon after finishing, he looked at the clock again and noticed that it was finally almost time for the academy to start. He went over and picked up his bag, walked out of the house and locked the door behind him. He decided to roof jump, seeing that it would be faster than walking. He was soon jumping on the nearest building before jumping over to the next building, going progressively faster. Ninja Academy. 10 minutes later, Naruto arrived at the front gate of the academy. Without wasting any time, he went inside and noticed all the kids were around his age and standing in a group, facing the stage. Some academy teachers were standing around the stage, seemingly waiting for the third Hokage's arrival. He also noticed that behind the kids, parents and family members of the students stood calmly, some of the adults giving him dirty glares. He didn't pay them much mind as he walked to stand in the last line of the students in the back. A few minutes later, the third Hokage arrived in a shunshin and stood on the stage, gaining all the people's attention. Congratulations on your acceptance into the academy everyone. From this day forth, do your best to reach your goals of becoming a shinobi of our village. You are all going to be the future of our village, so take your studies and training seriously. Do your best and good luck to you all. The Hokage finished his speech, a proud smile on his face. After the third Hokage finished his speech, all family members said their goodbyes before the teachers took the students away towards their classrooms. Arriving at the classroom, students took their seats and settled down. Naruto took a seat in the corner, near the window. Settling down, Naruto notices some of the girls were glancing at him. Naruto paid them no mind and looked ahead when the teacher opened the door and walked in. The teacher was an 18-year-old man of average height and build. He had brown hair that he kept up in a ponytail, dark brown eyes with a scar that ran across the bridge of his nose. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, complete with forehead protector, sandals, and a Chunin flak jacket. His sleeves were also rolled up about halfway. He came to stand in front of the students and, after glancing over everyone, started with his introduction. Good morning students, my name is Iruka Yamino. You will be calling me Iruka-sensei from now on. The chorus of Hi Sensei Iruka continued. Very well then, we will start with the introductions first. Just telling us your name and dreams will be alright. He then pointed at the first row of students to start. As the class continued with the introduction, Naruto looked at everyone and noticed that there were a lot of clan kids. The Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Aburam, and Uchiha, as well as some kids from civilian families. Seeing that it was now his turn for introduction, he stood up. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and my dream is to become the Hokage and protect the village hidden in the leaves. Finishing with his introduction, Naruto sat down and noticed that everyone was looking at him with surprise, some hiding it better than others. Paying them no mind, Naruto looked outside at the bird sitting in a tree. Soon, the introductions were over, making Iruka smile at them. Okay class, before we start with our lecture, I wanted to say that I'm sure some of you have already been taught ninjutsu in your household. Here at the academy though, you will also be trained in coordination and working together as a team when you are in a group. The fundamentals are very important, so make sure you learn them well. Now then, our first lecture is going to be on history, said Iruka. The lecture went without any incident, though, throughout the lecture Iruka was very impressed with Naruto, as he was able to answer every question that he asked him. After a small break, Iruka called for everyone's attention. Come on students, gather up in a line. We are going out for shuriken and kunai practice. Iruka took all the students towards the academy training grounds. There, in the training grounds, were training posts for target practicing, as well as a few buckets of shuriken and kunai. Iruka took them there and showed them how to handle and throw kunai and shuriken. He told them to start practicing before going and standing on the sidelines, observing everyone. When he noticed Naruto, he was once again very impressed with Naruto's skills. To think that he was throwing 4 kunai at the same time and hitting the center of the target every time. He decided to walk over to him for a small chat. Naruto was throwing kunai when Iruka showed up with a smile. You are very skilled with kunai and shuriken throwing, Naruto. Naruto looked at him and replied. Hi sensei, I have been training in my alone time. Well, I must say Naruto, I'm impressed you're taking your training seriously at such a young age, said Iruka. Naruto just nodded with a small smile. Well, Naruto, if you ever need any help, you can come to me, alright. Iruka knew that Naruto didn't have many people in his life, and some of the villagers also didn't treat him well, because of him being the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Iruka never held any grudge against Naruto as he knew the difference between the demon fox and Naruto. He knew that Naruto was the one who was keeping the fox at bay and protecting the village. He really wanted to help him because Iruka knew that Naruto was just a lonely kid who didn't have many people to support him. Iruka himself had lost his parents in the 9 tails attack, so he could understand him a little. Naruto nodded and smiled again. Hi sensei, I will. Thank you, replied Naruto. He was happy that his sensei was willing to help him and was not like some of the other villagers. Iruka just smiled and nodded before going to observe the other students, helping some who were having a problem doing it properly. After about 30 minutes, Iruka gathered all the students around in a big circle and said, it's time for Taijutsu lessons. Before that though, is there anyone who's up for a spar? After a few seconds, one of the students walked forward and stepped into the middle of the circle, with his arms crossed and an arrogant smirk on his face. Seeing that Iruka needed one more student for the match to start but no one was volunteering, he decided to choose himself. He looked over everyone before deciding to call on Naruto. Come on Naruto, you're up. Naruto walked forward, stepping into the circle. He came face to face with his opponent, his face relaxed as the rest of his body. The other kid looks him over with arrogant eyes. You should give up Blondie, you don't stand a chance against an Uchiha. You won't be able to touch me. Naruto looked at him from head to toe and then he looked at Iruka, wondering when he was going to start the match. Seeing his look, Iruka sighed. Okay, both of you, before we start the spar you both need to make a proper confrontation with your dominant hand before you two begin. It's proper edicts. The Uchiha kid interrupted Iruka's speech rudely. Come on sensei. Just start the match already so I can show him his place, trying to act cool in front of everyone. Iruka sighed frustratingly. Enough Uchiha-san, shinobi hand-to-hand combat is a tradition passed down from generation to generation. You might think it's stupid to act formally, but here at the academy, we have respect for tradition. Then Iruka showed them the proper sign. First, you have to make sure you face your opponent and point one hand at him. It signifies the first half of making jutsu seals with both hands and it shows your willingness to fight. This is full etiquette of the shinobi pair sparring. Iruka explained, Naruto and the Uchiha both nodded. Both the children made the proper one-hand seal in front of each other. Seeing this, Iruka started. Both fighters ready? Seeing them nod, Iruka continued. Hajime. The Uchiha wasted no time, running towards Naruto with a punch aimed at his face. Naruto just stood there waiting for him. When the Uchiha came near Naruto, he grabbed his wrist and flipped him on his back, holding his arm, his head resting on Naruto's feet. The match is over, Iruka said, a shock present in his voice. He was surprised at how quickly Naruto had finished the fight. All the other students were also looking at him in amazement and shock. Some of the girls even had hearts in their eyes as they cheered for him. Wow. Naruto-kun is so strong. He's so cool. Oh. Naruto-kun. The girls cheered for him loudly. The Uchiha, coming out of his shock, stood slowly and glared at Naruto. Iruka, seeing this, came between them. Good match you two, now both of you offer each other the seal of reconciliation. Both of the boys crossed their middle and index finger with each other as a reconciliation seal, the Uchiha looking like he swallowed a lemon all the way. The rest of the day went uneventfully at the academy. As the academy ended, Naruto decided to head towards the Hokage Tower to visit the third Hokage. Hokage Tower. Arriving at the Hokage Tower, Naruto went up the stairs, soon coming to a stop at the Hokage's door. Naruto knocked on the door a couple of times before the Hokage's voice came from the other side. Come in. Naruto opened the door and stepped inside. Hiruzen looked up from his paperwork, smiling at seeing Naruto. Naruto-kun, how was your day at the academy? Naruto closed the door behind him before speaking. Jiji, can you teach me some jutsu? Hiruzen pauses in his paperwork, looking confused for a moment before continuing. Aren't they teaching you that in the academy? But Jiji. It's too easy with what they were teaching there. I did everything the sensei asked me to do very easily, and I even beat an Uchiha in today's spar. Said Naruto, a frown tugging at his face. Hiruzen listened to him before he smiled proudly at him. He stood up from his seat and walked up to him, patted him on the head. Well done Naruto-kun, you're quite talented for your age. However, I can't teach you much as it will be unfair to the other students, and as Hokage, I can't show favoritism to anyone. Naruto was upset but nodded in understanding. Seeing the sad look on Naruto's face, Hiruzen felt bad for Naruto. He knew the others in the academy had the backup from their clans and could learn from their parents. Hiruzen walked back to his desk and opened one of his drawers. He took out a couple of scrolls and gave them to Naruto. Here, take these scrolls, they have some advanced chakra control exercises and a couple of academy-level jutsu in them. It will help you in the future. Naruto's eyes lit up as he took the scrolls with a large grin. Thank you Jiji. Hiruzen chuckled a little, sitting back down. Well, you can ask me for anything, alright. Naruto nodded and said. Okay, I'll see you later Jiji. I'm going to get some training done. Hiruzen nodded to him with a smile before getting back to work. Naruto left the office to get to the training ground, excitement coursing through him. Naruto soon arrived at the training grounds near the forest. He always came here to train, not many people came around there so he can train here without being disturbed. Coming to a stop at the opening, Naruto decided to open the scrolls to see what techniques he had to practice. Opening the first scroll, Naruto started to read the 3 techniques written down. Transformation Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, Fire Style Fireball Jutsu, both air ink and 1 crank. Not bad. He started reading the description of the justice, trying to fully understand them. The first one was the Transformation Jutsu. Transformation Jutsu. This jutsu allows the user to transform either themselves or another object into the appearance of another person, animal, or object. This is one of the basic jutsu taught at the Ninja Academy. Fundamentally, all ninja know this. The transformation technique requires constant emission of chakra while mentally maintaining the form. The hand seals required for this are dog or ram. Substitution jutsu. With this technique, the user replaces their own body with another object, generally with a log, the moment an attack is about to land. This creates an optical illusion, making the enemy think the attack was successful. From this, the user can use the lapse in the enemy's attention to attack or flee from the battlefield. Explosive tags can be attached to the replacement for an added surprise. Despite it being a basic ninjutsu taught at the academy, it is seen as a useful art that can be applied in a variety of situations, as it allows for a swift getaway from danger. This technique even allows a restrained shinobi to escape capture. Fire Style Fireball Jutsu is a technique where chakra is converted into a fire from the inside and expelled from the mouth, either as a massive sphere or as a continuous flame. The released flames will engulf their target and are capable of leaving a crater in the ground surface with enough force. The scope of this attack can be altered by controlling the volume of chakra that is mustered. The required hand seals for the jutsu are tiger or snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Finished with the first scroll, Naruto then opened the second scroll. In the scroll were the techniques on how to better control your chakra. First one was leaf balancing. He had already learned this technique when he first started his ninja training 2 years ago. The second one was the tree walking exercise without the use of hands, by concentrating chakra at your feet and moving up. The third one was the water walking exercise. It was similar to the tree walking exercise, but the more advanced version of it. Naruto decided to first start with the chakra control exercise. As it said in the scroll, the better your control is, the better the success rate of your is without wasting unnecessary chakra. With that, he started his training for the rest of the day. Time skipped 6 months later. It's been 6 months since Naruto started the academy. He had improved a lot in the past 6 months. He had mastered some of the basic jutsu, which the third Hokage had given him months ago. His only problem was that he was not able to properly control his chakra. He had completed all the chakra control exercises in the scroll, but still, he was not able to properly control his chakra and perform Bunshin no Jutsu. The third Hokage told him it would be difficult to perform basic Abunshin because of his large chakra capacity. Such a large amount of chakra can't be controlled all at once, and the basic clone jutsu required very little chakra to be formed. He had not yet learned anything new in the academy. They were still going on with shinobi history and chakra introduction theories. He was still pretty advanced from his classmates. All of his teachers were very impressed with seeing his progress, though some more afraid or disgusted than others. Some of the nice ones were even calling him a genius in the shinobi arts. Today, he was in the training grounds near the forest, practicing a new taijutsu style. A month ago, the Hokage had shown him a new taijutsu style called the hummingbird, to which he perfectly adapted to because of his speed and reflexes. Naruto was quite surprised when the Hokage told him that the hummingbird taijutsu style was created and used by the fourth Hokage. While he was eager to learn his idol's taijutsu style, he was also confused, wondering why the Hokage would teach him the personal taijutsu style of the fourth Hokage. He soon just brushed it off though, saving the question for a later date as he got into learning the taijutsu style. The style suited his growing body quite well. He hadn't mastered it yet, but he was still quite talented at it. Of course, he still messed up every now and then, that was just the way of learning. Naruto stopped his training, standing straight, and observed the area around him, looking for the presence of another person. He had a feeling that someone was watching him for some time now, he just couldn't find the person. "I'm out now, I know you're there," Naruto said calmly while folding his arms. "I'm up here," came a calm, quiet voice. Naruto looked up in the direction the voice came from, only to see a boy around 12 or 13 years of age, smiling and waving down at him. "Who are you and why are you spying on me?" Naruto asked him, eyes slightly narrowed. "My name is Uchiha Itachi," said the boy, now known as Itachi. Naruto observes the boy. Itachi had onyx eyes, under which were long pronounced lines, most likely from stress. He had jet black hair that was pulled back in a ponytail, reaching mid-back, his center-parted bangs framing his face perfectly. He was wearing a black shirt, seeing an Uchiha symbol on the back when he moved. He wore grayish-black pants with a weapon pouch strapped to his thigh with bandages around his ankles, wearing black sandals. "You didn't answer my question, Itachi-san," Naruto said with a little frown on his face. Itachi smiled slightly before speaking, his voice still soft. "I am not spying on you. I come to train here sometimes." Naruto looked him over for lies before nodding, turning around to start his shuriken and kunai practice, forgetting about Itachi. Itachi watched Naruto as he threw 4 kunai with both hands at the target and hit the bullseye on all of them. "You know, it's very rude to ignore a person standing beside you, you haven't even introduced yourself yet," Itachi said from the side. He knew who the boy was, every adult knew who he was. He just decided to be a little formal as this was their first time meeting each other. Naruto paused before turning around and blinking a couple of times, confused. He then laughed a little nervously, rubbing the back of his neck before saying. Sorry, I forgot. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you Itachi-san." Itachi smiled at his reaction as it kind of reminded him of his little brother. "It's nice to meet you too, Naruto-kun, but would you mind telling me why you are here? You should be at the academy at this time of day. I am sure Hokage-sama would not be happy if he found out you were skipping your classes." Naruto got a little embarrassed at that, he was caught. He had started skipping classes about a month ago, around the same time he got the hummingbird taijutsu to focus on his training outside the academy. He knew that if the old man Hokage found out about his actions, he could get in serious trouble. He looked at Itachi, still embarrassed from being caught, and asked. "You are not going to tell him. Right?" Itachi chuckled lightly at his question. "It's alright Naruto-kun, but would you mind telling me why you're skipping your classes?" he asks again. Naruto sighs in relief, shoulders slumping slightly before answering Itachi. "Well, they don't teach anything important there. All they're teaching is chakra introduction and history lessons. Stuff I already know. It's boring. I can see that you are very talented for your age." "I understand," Itachi said, looking at all the kunai and shuriken scattered around the training field. Looking back at Naruto, Itachi asked. "Where did you learn to do this?" Naruto smiled at him, pride shining in his eyes. "Hokage helps me out from time to time." Itachi nodded, not at all surprised at his relationship with the Hokage, saying. "Would you mind if I train with you, Naruto-kun?" Naruto's eyes lit up slightly as he shook his head, happily replying back to Itachi's question. "Of course not, Itachi-san, you can train here with me anytime." Itachi nodded in appreciation and soon, they both started their training. Itachi took out 8 kunai, holding 4 in both hands. Naruto looked at Itachi, curious about what he was going to do. Itachi jumped high in the air and launched all 8 kunai at the same time, before he quickly summoned 2 more kunai in his left hand, throwing both the kunai in the direction of the other 2 kunai that were going off target. Hitting both kunai, he deflected them and changed their direction in midair. Because of this, it makes him hit all the targets, even the 2 blind spot targets. Right as the last kunai hit, he landed on the ground, barely rustling up the dirt. Naruto, on the other hand, was wittied at seeing Itachi's skills in the kunai jutsu. He had never seen anything like that. Still shocked, he quietly asked. "That was cool, how did you do that?" Itachi turned and looked at Naruto, slightly hidden amusement in his eyes as he watched Naruto's reaction. He decided to take pity on the boy and answered him. "Well, the kunai jutsu is one of my specialties. Can you teach me how to do that, Itachi-san?" asked Naruto, excitement coating his voice thickly. "I can teach you, Naruto-kun, you just have to keep practicing and improve your aiming," Itachi said as he relaxed. Standing up straight again, he gives a small smile to Naruto before his face relaxes. Naruto nodded at him, still very excited. He always did love learning new things. Itachi then showed him how to hold kunai in both of his hands, telling Naruto to give it a try, which he did moments later. Naruto tried to do what Itachi did, but it came back as a failure. He tried it a few more times, but couldn't hit the kunai in midair to change their direction. He was starting to get a little frustrated by his failure. Itachi, seeing this, shook his head and spoke up. "You will get it in time, Naruto-kun, you just have to keep practicing it. Mainly your aim, as that seems to be your main problem." Naruto sighed and nodded at Itachi. He knew that Itachi was right, but he was still a little disappointed that he couldn't do it after so many tries. He then started again, now determined to fully learn the move. After some more trying, Naruto slowly started to improve bit by bit. He was now able to hit the kunai in midair on some tries to change its direction, but was still unable to hit the targets as he wouldn't hit them the right way. Itachi, who was observing Naruto from the side, was quite impressed with Naruto's progress. It kind of reminded him of himself. Though, seeing that Naruto was starting to get tired, he interrupted him from trying to do it again. "I think that is enough for today, Naruto-kun. You should rest now." Naruto freezes before relaxing and nodding to Itachi, agreeing with him as he starts to slow down. Once he put his kunai back in his holster, he walked up to Itachi and sat down on the log next to him, resting up a bit. Itachi, too, sat down next to Naruto, quietly speaking to him. "You did well today, I didn't expect for you to improve this much." Naruto smiled at the compliment before responding. "Thank you, Itachi-san, for teaching me your kunai technique. It is quite alright, Naruto-kun. I am glad to see you getting the hang of it so quickly." Itachi was quite happy that he had finally met Naruto. He really wanted to meet the boy for a very long time now. He was first curious about him as the adults always spoke badly of him. His curiosity soon turned into warmth once he finally met him. He got the little brother feel from Naruto. Itachi also knew who Naruto's parents were. His mother, Mikoto, was best friends with Naruto's parents, Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. He himself was quite close to Naruto's parents before they passed. Kushina was his godmother. He had spent a lot of time with her, loving her company. He could still remember when Kushina told him that he was going to be a big brother. Flashback, 6 years old Itachi was walking out of the hospital, hand in hand with his mother, Mikoto, and his godmother Kushina. He was looking at Kushina, wondering why they all came here. Looking at Kushina, who was walking ahead of him, Itachi asked. "Aunt Kushina, are you sick?" Kushina laughed loudly as she turned around with a big smile on her face, looking at Itachi. "No, Itachi-kun, I'm perfectly fine." Itachi was confused as he asked innocently. "Then why are you visiting the hospital?" Kushina's eyes were bright as she answered him. "You see, I'm going to become a mother soon. Tadabane. That's why I have to come in for a checkup." Itachi's eyes widened in surprise at hearing her answer. She was going to be a mother. He looked back at Kushina and asked another question. "Does that mean I am going to be a big brother?" Kushina pauses before continuing to walk, her grin turning into a gentle, loving smile as she stares at Itachi. She stopped walking entirely and turned around, walking up to him. She tapped his forehead with 2 fingers and said. "Yes, Itachi-kun, you're going to be a big brother." Itachi rubbed his forehead but was happy that he was going to be a big brother. His mother, who was standing to the side, smiled at seeing the interaction between her son and Kushina. She knew her son was very close with Kushina and Minato, but her husband, Fugaku, was against letting Itachi interact much with Minato and Kushina. Mikoto soon noticed that it was getting late, so she looked towards Kushina and Itachi, speaking up. "We should get going, Kushina. Fugaku will not be happy if he is aware of me and Itachi coming to visit you." Kushina snorted at Fugaku's name. She was still not happy with Mikoto for getting married to that team who just wanted power but just nodded. "It's alright, Mikoto, you and Itachi can come by anytime though. My home is always welcome to you too." Then, Kushina turned in Itachi's direction with a big smile, poking his forehead with 2 fingers again. "Bye, Itachi-kun. I'll see you around." Itachi rubbed his forehead again with a small smile. "Bye, Auntie Kushina," he said before walking off with his mother, waving goodbye to Kushina. Flashback end. Itachi, coming back to reality, looked at Naruto as he was calling for his attention. "I'm sorry, were you saying something, Naruto-kun?" Naruto frowned slightly before looking at Itachi, asking a question that caught Itachi off guard. Why is there fighting in life? Itachi was indeed caught off guard by the question, he was not expecting anything like that. He was quiet for a while, not knowing what to say as he himself was asking the same question as well. Itachi shook his head at Naruto with a slight frown. Who knows, but if fighting can be stopped, I'd like to stop it. Naruto was quiet for a bit, looking down into his lap as he thought. After a bit, he looks back up at Itachi, determination burning in his eyes. I'd like to do the same thing, I don't like unnecessary fighting. Itachi looked at Naruto with unreadable eyes. Then why are you training to fight if you don't like fighting, Naruto-kun? So that I can protect our village and become the strongest Hokage, then people will have to respect me. Said Naruto, no hesitation in his voice. Itachi's eyes softened slightly as he smiled at him. Well, that is a big goal you have, good luck with accomplishing it, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled back at Itachi in thanks before speaking again. I should be going now, Itachi-san. Thank you for teaching me that kunai move of yours. He said before he got up and started to jog away, waving goodbye to Itachi. See you around, Naruto-kun, Itachi said softly, himself waving goodbye. He suddenly got very nostalgic. Itachi smiled a small happy smile, looking in Naruto's direction. He has finally met Naruto. He has been trying for so long to introduce himself in front of Naruto, but didn't know how to confront him. Nevertheless, he was glad that he finally met him. He had promised himself that he would look after Naruto. On the other hand, there was still the situation with his clan. As they slowly started to lose their patience with the village, things after the Kikbi attack were not good for the Uchiha clan, as the higher-up villagers started accusing the Uchiha clan of being behind the attack, making the clan start to isolate itself in suspension. Now, as he had joined the Anbu, his father wanted him to supply secret information to his clan for its own benefits. He knew his clan would go to any lengths to take back the power they wanted. He just hoped that his little brother and Naruto would never get involved in it. Naruto's apartment. It was soon nighttime and Naruto was in his apartment practicing calligraphy so that he could soon start practicing the sealing arts. The Hokage had told him he needed to be very good with calligraphy so that it would be easier on him for drawing up seals. Midway done, he heard a quiet knock on the front door. Already knowing who it was, he quickly got up, making sure he didn't knock over anything before he ran to open the door. Opening the door he was greeted by the smiling face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, and his Jiji. Naruto smiled at seeing Hiruzen before grinning. Jiji. I have been waiting for you to come. Hiruzen laughed lightly, an eyebrow raised as he wondered what's gotten him in such high spirits tonight. It wasn't very often you get to see this kind of expression from Naruto. Well, I wanted to talk to you about something, but first, would you mind if I come in? Hiruzen asked calmly, if not kindly. Of course Jiji. Please, come in. I just got a little excited to see you. Said Naruto, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment before quickly stepping aside for Hiruzen, allowing him to come in. Hiruzen stepped inside, pausing for a moment as he looked around. Seeing all the papers and ink around the room, he realized that Naruto was practicing calligraphy. He walked in further as he looked closer before turning to look at Naruto, who had a happy expression on his face. So, you were doing calligraphy, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen asked Naruto. Hi Jiji, Naruto said, a slight pep in his voice. His excitement was slowly calming down, but neither minded. Hiruzen nodded to him before asking him another question. So, where were you today? I got news that you didn't attend today's academy classes. What do you have to say for yourself? Naruto-kun. It's not just today either, you haven't been attending academy classes regularly for around a month. Naruto looked a little uncomfortable, he didn't expect for the Hokage to find out about him ditching his classes. He tried to play innocent as he nervously said. What are you saying Jiji? Now, don't try to hide it, Naruto-kun. Your academy teacher, Iruka, had come to my office this afternoon and informed me that you were not attending his lessons regularly. Just tell me the truth, please. Why are you not attending the academy regularly? Hiruzen asked, his voice stern. Naruto, seeing no reason to hide it anymore, decided to come clean. He folded his arms, not meeting Hiruzen's eyes and said. Fine, you got me. Jiji, I already know all the stuff they're teaching in the academy. That doesn't mean that you can skip them. Don't take the academy classes for granted, you've still got a lot to learn Naruto-kun. It seems to me that you're getting arrogant in your skills, thinking the academy is a waste of time for you. Hiruzen scolded Naruto. Naruto lowered his head down in shame, he never liked upsetting his Jiji who cared so much for him. This time though, he was the reason for getting his Jiji upset at him. He was ashamed of himself for letting his Jiji down. I'm sorry Jiji, it won't happen again, said Naruto, still not meeting Hiruzen's eyes. Hiruzen stared hard at the boy before sighing. Listen Naruto-kun, I know that you already know all the things they are teaching you in the academy, but everybody can't be like you. In the academy, they teach you according to your age. That is not all they teach though, they also teach you how to communicate and form a bond with your fellow comrades, who of which you're going to be working with in the future. Right now, you don't know anything about it or them. Naruto nodded slowly, head still bent. I understand Jiji, I promise I won't do anything to upset you. I will attend my classes regularly from now on. Hiruzen relaxes slightly and smiles at Naruto, satisfied now that Naruto understood the importance of basics. I am glad that you understood this Naruto-kun, but would you mind telling me what you were doing when you were not attending classes? Naruto was happy that his Jiji had forgiven him, so when he went to speak again, he looked up at him, meeting Hiruzen's eyes. I was training during that time, Jiji. I even met someone today at the training grounds while training, he was pretty cool and strong. At this, Hiruzen had his full attention towards what Naruto was saying. He had to know who this person was and whether he was friend or foe for Naruto. Who did you meet, Naruto-kun? He was from the Uchiha clan, I think his name was Itachi Uchiha. He was pretty strong, and he even taught me some awesome kunai moves. Naruto said, a small excited smile gracing his face. Hiruzen relaxed at hearing Itachi's name as he knew that Itachi was close to Naruto's parents, thus making him care for Naruto very much. He was nothing like the others in the village. Ah. Yes, Itachi. He is a very talented boy and is quite strong too. He even graduated from the academy at the age of 7, being considered a prodigy among our shinobi. He recently joined Anbu, the youngest to ever achieve the ranks of Anbu. Naruto's eyes were wide at the information his Jiji was giving him, he was pretty sure he wasn't supposed to know of Itachi's rank and status. Graduating from the academy at the young age of 7 and being the youngest Anbu operative. He was impressed. Faintly, he wondered if he too could graduate at the age of 7. He then quietly mutters to himself. Wow. Itachi-san is really strong. Hiruzen, upon hearing him, smiled before saying. Yes he is. You're also very talented, Naruto-kun. I'm sure you will also achieve great things if you train hard enough. You know me Jiji, one day I am going to become Hokage, Naruto said with a big grin on his face, lighting up his features. Hiruzen also grinned at Naruto, happy that he was happy. I am sure you will, but for now, you should get to bed, it's getting late and I must get going. Hi, Jiji. Said Naruto cheerfully. Good night, Naruto-kun, I hope I don't get any more complaints about you ditching classes. Hi, Jiji. I will not be doing anything like that anymore, promise. Naruto said with a small laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. Hiruzen nodded to him with another smile, saying his last goodbyes as he left. Naruto soon sighed before going to collect all his papers that were scattered everywhere, cleaning up the mess that he made before going to bed. Time skip, 4 months. It had been 4 months since Naruto had met Itachi, as well as the day when Hiruzen had scolded him for skipping his classes. On the next day, he came to class where he got scolded again by Iruka for doing something like that. He apologized to Iruka and told him that he won't do it again in the future. He had kept his promise. He also met Itachi next time when he went there for training. They soon started a training schedule. Day by day, his relationship with Itachi had grown. He even started calling him Itachi Naisan, and Itachi was more than happy in allowing Naruto to call him Naisan. Now, he was sitting in class, listening to Iruka who was teaching a history lesson. Naruto was not paying much attention to him as he already started reading history books from his Jiji's personal library. Though, when Iruka mentioned the name Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, he started paying full attention to Iruka. He wanted to know about the man. As Iruka started telling the students about the 4th Hokage, Naruto was amazed. He never knew that Minato was considered the fastest shinobi to ever live and one of the most powerful men to ever walk the elemental nations, his achievements and his role in the 3rd Great Ninja War amazing him even more. Naruto was amazed, though hiding it well as he thought about the man and his achievements, how powerful his idol must be. Soon, Iruka went on about how on the 10th of October, the Kikbi attacked the village and how no one was able to stop it until the 4th Hokage arrived on the battlefield to face the Kikbi, sacrificing his life to defeat and kill the said Biju. Naruto was confused by the story, not understanding one bit as he had read the book on the 1st Hokage's history and his fight with the Kikbi and Madara Uchiha at the Valley of the End. It was written in the book that the Biju can't be killed. He raised his hand to get Iruka's attention, curious. Iruka, upon seeing Naruto's raised his arm, motions for him to speak. Yes Naruto, do you have a question? Hi Iruka-sensei. Naruto said, standing up. What is it? Iruka asks. Iruka-sensei, you said that the 4th Hokage killed the Kikbi by sacrificing his life, but how is that possible? I have read a book on the history of the 1st Hokage, which was in the Hokage's office, and it clearly said that you can't kill a Biju. Naruto said, still confused and curious. Now with his questioning, the whole class started to pay close attention because they didn't know anything about this. One of the students asked Naruto a question. What are you saying, Uzumaki? Are you doubting our 4th Hokage's power in killing the Kikbi? Some students whispered, agreeing with the boy. What are you saying, Naruto? Iruka asked Naruto. He hadn't expected anything like this to happen. Naruto started again, now determined as he saw his sensei stutter. I'm not doubting our fourth Hokage's power. I was just asking. What I had read in the book was that during the battle between the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha at the Valley of the End, Madara Uchiha summoned the Kikbi and controlled it with his Sharingan to assist him in the battle against Hashirama-sama. However, with his power of wood release, Hashirama-sama was able to defeat the Kikbi and Madara, but he didn't kill the Biju because it was impossible. After his battle with Madara Uchiha, he started collecting all the Biju, one tail to the 9 tails, and decided to give said Biju to the other great nations to maintain the balance of power. The Sand Village has the 1 tails, the Cloud Village has the 8 tails and 2 tails, the Stone Village has the 4 tails and 5 tails, the Mist Village has the 3 tails and 6 tails, as a sign of peace and to maintain balance and power. One of the remaining 7 tails was given to the Waterfall Village as a peace treaty because of the assassination attempted on the first Hokage's life. The whole class was speechless and wittied, they didn't know any of this at all. Some were wondering how the hell Naruto got his hands on this kind of information, but that was a mystery to them. To think this kind of thing happened in the past. It wasn't only the students, as Iruka himself was speechless. He didn't expect any of this, but he listened to Naruto as he continued. What I don't understand is that there was no mention of the Kikbi in the book at all. However, if the first Hokage was giving the other tailed beasts to the other great nations for a balance of power, then why didn't it mention anything about the Hidden Leaf Village also getting one? I mean, how could there be balance if one village was without the power of a Biju while the other villages were? What happened to the Kikbi after the fight at the Valley of the End? There was no mention of the Kikbi after the fight until the 10th of October. As Naruto finished, the whole class was silent, no one knew what to say. The students were processing the information Naruto told them. Iruka, on the other hand, was sweating bullets as he didn't expect this history lesson to turn out like this. Now what was he supposed to say to Naruto? That he was used on the Kikbi's attack to seal the Biju by the 4th Hokage. That he contained the 9-tailed fox inside himself. No, the Hokage would kill him. The whole class was waiting for his answer, curious about what he had to say. Though, with the way Naruto was eyeing him, he lost his voice to speak and was slightly intimidated, thinking about what he was supposed to do now. Luckily, the school bell started ringing, ending the class. Iruka let out a near silent sigh as he started collecting the papers and books on his desk and said without meeting any of the students' eyes. Well, I think that is it for today. We will meet here again tomorrow. Please do your homework and enjoy the rest of the day, everyone. With that, he exited the classroom, lowering his eyes away from Naruto. Naruto, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes, not liking his question being ignored. He started to get annoyed by all the secrecy and was getting suspicious as everyone avoided talking about the Kikbi's attack. He decided to get his answers later and exited the classroom, not minding as the whole class was staring at his disappearing back. Hokage's office. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, signifying the time being noon. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, was sitting in his office with 3 elders, one was an old woman, while the other 2 were old-looking men. They were also his former teammates, now turned his advisors. They were discussing a few lax matters when suddenly, they heard a knock on the door. Seeing that they were almost finished with their meeting, Hiruzen spoke. Come in. The door opened and Iruka walked into the office. Upon noticing the village elders with the Hokage, he quickly bowed and said. Hokage-sama, elders, I apologize for interrupting. I will come some other time if you're still busy. Hiruzen shook his head. It's quite alright, Iruka, we were almost finished with our discussion anyway. What brings you here in my office today? I wanted to discuss with you about one of my students in the academy, Hokage-sama, Iruka stated. Hiruzen looked at Iruka with a raised eyebrow, wondering what was so important that an academy teacher had come to him regarding one of the academy students to discuss. That was unless the student was Naruto Uzumaki. Who might this student be, Iruka? Hiruzen asked, inwardly hoping that Iruka doesn't bring up Naruto's name. It's Naruto Uzumaki, Hokage-sama, Iruka responded, not seeing the hidden problem. Now that got the attention of the elders, especially Danzo Shimura, because he had tried several times for Naruto Uzumaki to be handed over to him for his training, so that he could mold him like a perfect shinobi. A weapon for the sake of the village, he was always denied by the 3rd Hokage though. Hiruzen could easily read Danzo's face, he wanted to avoid any discussion about Naruto in front of him because of his interest in Naruto, but he realized that he couldn't just tell them to leave, as it would lead to a pointless argument and a complicated situation. Hiruzen signed and looked at Iruka, asking, what about him? Did he do something now? Yes, no, I mean no, Hokage-sama. It's just that I don't know how to handle him. Iruka answered nervously, he didn't really know how to explain to the Hokage about what happened during today's class. Hiruzen looked at Iruka with narrowed eyes and questioned him again. What do you mean you can't handle him, Iruka? Say it clearly so that I can understand your situation. Hiruzen knew that Iruka doesn't have any negative views regarding Naruto, unlike some other people in the village. He himself had made it clear with Iruka before the start of the academy. That time, Iruka had assured him that he didn't hold anything against Naruto and knew how difficult his life would be without any support from family or friends. He couldn't understand now what could be the problem with Iruka. Unless it has to be something else. He looked at Iruka with narrowed eyes, telling him to explain everything. Iruka saw the Hokage's look and understood the signal immediately. He quickly started explaining, during today's lecture, I was teaching the class about the history and past of the 4th Hokage. Everything was going like normal until it came to the part about the Kikbi attack, when I finished telling the class that the 4th Hokage died killing the 9-tailed fox. Hiruzen and the elders saw where this was going. As it was, the 3rd Hokage's law was that the young generation didn't need to be told the full truth behind the Kikbi attack so that Naruto could live a normal life, making friends among his age. Hiruzen knew that Naruto himself didn't know the truth about him being the Jinchuriki of said beast. It was being kept a secret from him and the younger generation, as Hiruzen forbade the people forever mentioning about 9-tails fox being sealed inside Naruto. The 3 elders were also aware of Naruto, keeping a close look on Naruto's progress. For now, they decided to watch quietly from their sitting places. Hiruzen looked at Iruka, motioning for him to continue. After I finished, Naruto asked me on how the 4th Hokage killed the Kikbi when the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, couldn't kill the beast during his fight against the Kikbi and Madara Uchiha at the Valley of the End. That's not all, Hokage-sama. He also said that, after the fight at the Valley of the End, that 1st Hokage collected all the 9 Bijuu and gave 8 Bijuu to the other great nations in the form of friendship to maintain the balance of power. Hiruzen and the 3 elders were shocked at hearing this, even Danzo, who normally didn't show much emotion on his face, couldn't help himself this time. They never expected this from any academy student, but they listened to Iruka as he continued. That's not all, Hokage-sama. After this, he asked me why didn't the Leaf Village get any Bijuu. If the 1st Hokage was giving the Bijuu to the other nations to maintain balance and power, then Konoha must have kept one for itself. He also asked why the name of the 9-tailed fox was never mentioned anywhere until the day Bijuu suddenly attacked the village on October 10th. Iruka finished his explanation. The Hokage and the elders knew that this was a dangerous situation that they were in with Naruto. They couldn't tell Naruto that he was the Jinchuriki of the Kikbi. More importantly, the Kikbi were always in the village after the fight at the Valley of the End. As the 1st Hokage's wife, Mito Uzumaki, sealed the Kikbi in herself so it could not bring any harm to others. The whole truth was being kept a secret from the general populace of the village, only a few selected people know the full truth. The hairy Udatane, who was sitting next to Hiruzen's left, was an old woman. Her hair was pulled back in a twin bun, locked in place by senbon. Like her outfit, she wore a simple long-sleeved kimono, closed by an obi. A jacket and sash over it. She looked at Hiruzen. What are you going to do about this, Hiruzen? It's a serious matter. How did he even get his hands on this information in the first place? Hiruzen, who was deep in thought, didn't respond to her as he was thinking about everything Iruka brought up. He knew that Naruto was a very smart and mature kid for his age. One day, he would have to tell him the truth, but Naruto wasn't ready to know the truth yet. The Kage-sama, Iruka said, getting his attention. Snapping out of his thoughts, he looked at Iruka before asking. Iruka, did he tell you where he got this information? Hi Hokage-sama, he said that he read an old book on Hashirama Senju's history from your personal library, Iruka responded. He was worried about what this meant for Naruto. Hiruzen mentally cursed his luck, rubbing his forehead in slight frustration. He should have known. That brat, always curious about things. With his interest in the previous Hokage's lives, he had allowed Naruto to read the books from his personal library. It seems that was a bad decision on his part. The elders looked at him before Danzo started. You are getting careless, Hiruzen, allowing the Uzumaki boy to read from your personal library. You know that there can be some sensitive information that shouldn't be known to the others, let alone a kid. Hiruzen sighed and looked at Iruka. What did you say to him, Iruka? I didn't answer anything, Hokage-sama. Luckily, the bell rang and I left the class. Iruka answered Hiruzen. That's good, I'll talk to Naruto myself. You don't have to do anything, Iruka, just continue your classes as it is. Hiruzen informed him. Hi, Hokage-sama, Iruka said. Hiruzen nodded to Iruka, silently dismissing him. Iruka bowed to him and left the office. Now, Hiruzen was left alone with his advisors. He knew what was coming up so he mentally prepared for it. You should hand over the Jinchuriki to me, Hiruzen, I will train him to be a loyal shinobi of the Leaf Village. Then we will have the perfect weapon against the other nations, stated Danzo. I will be doing no such thing to Naruto. Don't take me for a fool, Danzo, I know you only want him because you want his power. I will make this clear, Danzo, Naruto will be a shinobi under my command, a Leaf shinobi. Not some emotionless drone that you want him to be, do you understand? Hiruzen said with narrowed eyes, his voice deadly. It would be the best option, in my opinion, to let Danzo take care of Naruto, Hiruzen. Spoke Homura, who was quiet until now. Kaharu also nodded, agreeing with him. I didn't ask for any of your opinions on the matter. You three are only here to advise me, not to command me. This conversation is over, dismissed. Hiruzen started with a commanding tone. They tried to argue with him, but Hiruzen didn't listen to them. I said dismissed, I have work to do, Hiruzen stated angrily, as he was starting to lose his patience with them. The elders left quickly after that, knowing that they couldn't argue with him now. Danzo was gritting his teeth as he was once again denied by the Hokage for taking Naruto under his command. He believed that Naruto should be trained to become a weapon for the village for their safety and power. Before he was out the door, Hiruzen stopped him. Danzo, get this through your head. If you make any kind of move on Naruto or try to make contact with him, I will execute you. Understood. He warned Danzo. Danzo tightened his fists but nodded. I understand, Hiruzen. He left, leaving Hiruzen alone in the office. Hiruzen rubbed his temples in frustration. I am getting too old for this. But Naruto was meditating, sitting under a tree, trying to calm his mind. What happened during class was still on his mind. He couldn't understand why the academy was trying to hide some of the past events, more importantly about the nine-tailed fox from the students. He was so caught up in his thoughts that he didn't feel another person entering the field. Not until the person spoke to get his attention. Naruto-kun. Naruto, recognizing the voice, opened his eyes and looked at the person. He smiled. Itachi Naisen, when did you get here? Just a moment ago Naruto-kun, Itachi responded. Just by looking at Naruto's face, Itachi knew that he was thinking something that was bothering him. Mainly, it was because Naruto was sitting still that he gave it away he was bothered. He never sat idly just to meditate. Something on your mind Naruto-kun? Naruto knew that he could trust Itachi and share anything with him as he had become like a big brother figure to him. Naruto nodded with a sigh and spoke. It was during today's lecture in the academy that Iruka-sensei said something in class that I don't understand. Why would he teach wrong information about the past? When I questioned him, he didn't answer any of my questions. Itachi was wondering what Iruka was teaching them about what got Naruto so worked up, as well as why Naruto would say that it was the wrong information. He looked at Naruto, voicing his thoughts. What were they teaching you about and why would you say that what they were telling was wrong information? Naruto huffed before he went on explaining what happened during class. They were teaching about shinobi history and some of the achievements of the 4th Hokage. Then the whole thing about Kikbi came up and that it was killed by the 4th Hokage. He then went on telling him about what he read in a book on the 1st Hokage, that Biju couldn't be killed, and about the 1st Hokage distributing the Biju to the other nations. As Itachi continued to listen to him, he started getting nervous, thinking about what he could tell him. He can't tell Naruto that the fox was sealed inside of him by the 4th. Naruto was still too young to know the truth. He also knew that Naruto was very smart, so if he was told anything about the Kikbi attack because if anything caught Naruto's attention, there was no stopping Naruto from asking questions until he was satisfied. He had to be careful from saying any unnecessary stuff from now on. The events you are speaking of are too old Naruto-kun and should remain in the past. There were some reasons for those events to be kept hidden from the general populace. Today's generation doesn't need to know about those events, Itachi stated calmly. Naruto was annoyed that the village was keeping this important information hidden from his generation. He questioned him on it. Why the hell can't we know the truth? I mean, we are the upcoming shinobi of the village, shouldn't they tell us about the events that occurred in the past? Itachi sighed lightly, looking at him. You have a good point Naruto-kun, but you have to understand that the times we live in today are far different from the times in the past. These are the times of peace, not war, where children were forced to grow up early because of the circumstances. The village is just trying for the children to live free lives like they should have before they become shinobi. Naruto nodded towards Itachi, but still didn't agree with him. Itachi, upon seeing this, continued on. Don't worry Naruto-kun, you will know the truth when the time comes. It's alright, I understand Naisen, Naruto responded quietly. Itachi, reading Naruto's face, decided to distract him from thinking too hard about it, so he instead asked, so, how's your training going? Naruto looked back up at him and answered. It's going alright I think, but I'm still having problems with the clone technique. I have completed the chakra control exercise, but still, I can't get my chakra control up to the level needed to perform a proper clone. Don't waste too much of your time on a single technique, that will be no good in a fight for you. It requires very little chakra concentration to do the technique. You, on the other hand, have too much chakra for a technique like that. Itachi stated. What do you mean, Naisen? It is one of the 3 techniques you have to know to pass the academy, isn't it? Naruto asked, not fully understanding what Itachi was trying to say. The normal clone jutsu can easily be identified by the opponent. It will be no good in a real fight, so don't waste your time on it. Itachi responded to him. Naruto wondered. but it's still one of the 3 techniques to graduate from the academy. If I don't learn the clone jutsu, how am I going to pass the academy? Itachi calmly responded back. Because I'm going to teach you a different and more advanced version of a clone jutsu. What are you going to teach me? Naruto asked eagerly, leaning in slightly. I am going to teach you the shadow clone jutsu. It's a Jounin level jutsu, the advanced version of a normal clone jutsu. Itachi answered him. What makes it so different from a normal clone, questioned Naruto. Itachi decided to show the jutsu to him instead of answering. He performed necessary hand seals to concentrate his chakra before he called the jutsu name. Shadow clone jutsu, he created 4 identical clones of himself before looking back at Naruto. He then starts explaining. You see Naruto-kun, it's called the shadow clone jutsu and it's not some kind of illusion. It's an actual replica of myself that I created by distributing my chakra equally among the others. They can even be used in combat as they can perform jutsu, which gives you an advantage in a fight. Your opponent will have a hard time identifying the real one among the clones, which will confuse them. Even with the Byakugan and Sharingan, it is impossible to identify the real one. It has many more advantages though, not just what I have listed. Naruto nodded in understanding. He was amazed by the jutsu, which seems to make a replica of you, being able to do whatever you could do. Itachi then showed Naruto the hand signs for the jutsu, explaining how it works. When you perform the jutsu, you make the necessary hand signs and concentrate your chakra in your body to split the chakra equally among your clones. The more chakra you use, the stronger your jutsu will be, but keep in mind that the clones will be dispelled by 1 or 2 solid hits in a fight, understood? Naruto nodded at this, so Itachi continued. Since I showed and explained to you how to perform the shadow clone jutsu, I want you to try to perform it. Don't try to rush into it, just keep your head calm, alright? Naruto nodded, alright. He then made the hand signs for the jutsu, calling out its name. Shadow clone jutsu. Nothing happened, so he tried a couple more times, but still couldn't make a single clone. Itachi, who was watching him from the side, spoke up. Don't worry Naruto-kun, you will get it in time. You just need to practice a little, so keep it up, alright? Naruto nodded in his direction before continuing with his training. After a couple of hours, Naruto had perfectly performed the shadow clone jutsu, as he was able to make up to 10 clones of himself because of his large chakra capacity. It did leave him tired out for trying so many times though. Right now, he was looking at his clones with a satisfied look on his face, happy for learning such a high-level technique. Itachi, who was watching him from the side still, was also very satisfied with his progress. He was quite surprised by how fast Naruto was able to master the technique, he really didn't expect him to learn it so fast. Itachi commented to Naruto with a small smile, you did well Naruto-kun, I didn't expect you to learn it so quickly. Thanks, Nyasan, Naruto responded to his compliment. You still have to keep practicing the jutsu until you can make the number of clones you want. You're still wasting your chakra unnecessarily if you're not in control of your jutsu, alright? Stated Itachi. Naruto replied with a simple hi. For now, I want one of your clones to go with my clone into the forest, then we'll see what happens. He then made a single clone of himself. Itachi's clone then took one of Naruto's clones into the forest with him. Naruto, on the other hand, was unable to understand what Itachi was trying to accomplish by doing that. He dispelled his other clones and decided to watch what happened quietly. After a couple of minutes, Itachi looked at Naruto's shocked face, still not knowing what happened in the forest, but realized a moment later of what transpired. Do you know what happened in the forest? Naruto was still in shock, but he still replied. Your clone killed my clone by stabbing him with a kunai. Itachi nodded at his answer before Naruto came to the realization. Wait a minute. How do I know what happened in the forest with the clone? It was like I was there experiencing myself being stabbed by a kunai. He asked in confusion, not understanding how it was possible. Itachi, seeing his confused face, started explaining it to him. It is one of the advantages you get from using shadow clones. When my clone stabbed your clone in the back, it was dispelled, transferring all of its memories back to the original. That is why you know what happened back there. The shadow clones are ideal for spying, since the user can simply send a clone to spy on a target before having the clone disperse itself to pass the information back to the original. Wow. Hey, does that mean whatever jutsu the clone learns, it can also be transferred back to the original? Naruto asked eagerly. He was amazed by learning about the memory transfer part of the clone. Yes, it is possible, Itachi replied to him with hidden amusement. Then can I use the clones in training to learn jutsu? He asked with an excited smile. Itachi looked at Naruto for a moment, then spoke. No, you're not going to use clones in that way. Huh? But why? Naruto asked, dropping the smile on his face. The shadow clone jutsu is a forbidden technique for a reason, not many people can perform this technique. You're only able to perform the jutsu without killing yourself because of your large chakra reserves. Stated Itachi. Naruto still couldn't understand what Itachi was trying to say, so he asked. But you said it yourself, I have a large chakra capacity, so it would be helpful for me if I used the clones for training. You have to understand, Naruto-kun, your chakra coils and body are still in the development phase. All the clones' memories can put too much stress on your mind, it can hinder your development and can affect your body in a negative way. Maybe in time you can use the clones for a training purpose when your chakra coils are fully developed, but not now. He answered Naruto calmly. Alright, I understand, Nyasan. Naruto nodded in understanding, still a little disgruntled. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, you're progressing very quickly. You are way ahead in comparison to the other kids your age. Well, it's understandable that you want to become strong, you should also be aware of your limitations. Itachi stated. Hi, you don't have to lecture me about this time, Nyasan. You are starting to make a habit of it nowadays, I think. Naruto responded with arms folded. Itachi's eyebrow twitches at hearing Naruto say that, but he composed himself quickly and spoke. Whatever, you get my point. I should get going now, I have to get ready for my mission tonight. Naruto nodded. Alright, I'm going to stay for a bit longer and continue with training. Itachi nodded before he smiled, calling Naruto over. Naruto, with a confused look, walked up to him. As he came near, Itachi poked his forehead with 2 fingers. Naruto stumbled backward a little, rubbing his forehead and glared in Itachi's direction, but he had already left in a shunshin, leaving him alone. He was fuming inwardly. Stupid Itachi. 6 months later, a lot has happened in the past 6 months with Naruto. He continued to progress at very impressive speed as he quickly mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu to the level where he can control the number of clones he wanted. He also started interrogating his clones into his fighting style using a tanto. Itachi had gifted him the tanto on his 7th birthday, later teaching him how to use it in battle. His bond with Itachi kept getting deeper in that time, leading him to meet one of Itachi's closest friends, Shisui Uchiha, when he started joining them in training. He became quite close to Shisui as well. He also had a long talk with his surrogate grandfather, the 3rd Hokage, about the whole incident that happened in the classroom with Iruka. The Hokage had told him that he was still too young to know the sensitive information, but he promised him that he would tell him the truth when the time comes. Now, we find Naruto in a sparring match against Itachi, both the fighters standing on opposite edges of the training grounds as they stare into each other's eyes. A small leaf was floating in the light wind in the middle of the field. Both sets of eyes observed its decadence towards the ground. The moment the leaf made contact with the grass, both the fighters shot forward with genin-level speeds. Naruto, once reaching Itachi, tried to deliver a punch straight in the stomach of the Uchiha as he used his left leg as a support to drive the sucker punch into the abdomen of his opponent. Itachi, seeing the punch coming, twisted his body sideways to let it pass harmlessly. He quickly spun around on his right heel and scored his own punch onto Naruto's left cheek, pushing the blonde backward a little. Naruto though was quick to regain his footing, lest he risks banging his head on the ground. Quickly running toward Naruto, Itachi never gave him a fraction of a second to regain his balance as he continued his assault on the academy student. He used his elbows, punches, slaps, and all sorts of attacks to make Naruto understand his mistakes and identify his errors in his defense. This continued on for a few minutes when suddenly, Naruto raised his right knee upwards to block a left hook from Itachi. Itachi was a little surprised at the sudden change in tactics, but decided to go with the flow to allow Naruto some leverage as the younger of the two. He smashed his forearm into Naruto's shin as Naruto used his left hand to grasp Itachi's right fist in a metal grip. Now, both of Itachi's hands were busy overpowering Naruto, while Naruto had his right hand free to attack Itachi on his exposed chest. Deciding to do just that, Naruto reared back his fist, as if charging chakra in it, before moving his fist at lightning speed towards Itachi to deal the damage. At the last moment, right before it hit, Itachi gave up the pushing contest and jumped backward while delivering a high kick to Naruto's chin, succeeding in lifting the blonde up into the air. Naruto soon crashed to the ground as Itachi landed on his feet, the look of surprise evident on his face. He contemplated how to deal with this new Naruto who could change a tactical disadvantage into a great opportunity in battle. Itachi had to admit that Naruto was progressing at a remarkable speed. Even though he was not going all out against Naruto, he was still able to stand up to him at this level for this long. It was quite impressive for an academy student, making him beyond satisfied at seeing Naruto's progress. Itachi decided to finish the spar with a final move as he continued his assault on Naruto with his taijutsu. Naruto tried to block as many as he could, but it was getting difficult for him as now Itachi was taking him seriously, increasing his speed considerably. Unknown to Naruto, Itachi was not doing it intentionally. His attacks had started to get slower faster. He then kicked Naruto hard, sending him speeding backward and forcing him to lose his balance. Itachi quickly launched a couple of shuriken in Naruto's direction, but suddenly realized his mistake. He knew that Naruto was still out of balance and wouldn't be able to move in time to block them. Itachi quickly dashed forward to save Naruto. As the shuriken came near him, Naruto realized that he wouldn't be able to block them in time, seeing as he was still unbalanced. He was helpless. Time started to slow down in front of him, making it easier for him to see the shuriken flying in slow motion towards him. Taking advantage of this, he quickly unsheathed the tanto from his back and threw it in front of him, hitting the shuriken in midair, pinning them to a nearby tree. When Itachi got to him, he got the shock of his lifetime, as instead of Naruto's normally blue eyes, they were red-colored eyes with 2 tomo in his left eye and a single tomo in his right eye. What the? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How is it possible for Naruto to awaken the eyes of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan? He thought, still in shock. He knew that Naruto was not from the Uchiha clan, and neither were Naruto's parents. Then the question that was raised was, how did he awaken the Sharingan? As Naruto started to collapse, he quickly caught him in his arms and checked for any serious injuries. Seeing no injuries, he assured himself that nothing serious had happened to Naruto. After finishing that, he places Naruto on his back and quickly starts to move in the direction where he hoped he could get his answers. As Itachi jumped across the roofs to get to his destination, he carried Naruto piggyback style. He was still trying to get his thoughts straight, but was having a hard time doing it. Those red eyes, with 2 tomo in one eye and a single tomo in the other, looking directly at him. As far as he knew, neither of Naruto's parents belonged to the Uchiha clan. Could it be that one of them was somehow connected to it? He felt Naruto starting to wake up and looked at him on his back as he sighed in relief. The boy's eyes were once again back to their normal blue. He must be pretty exhausted since it was the first time activating his Sharingan, Itachi thought as he watched Naruto rubbing his eyes. "You alright, Naruto-kun?" Itachi asked in concern. Naruto quickly replied, "I'm feeling alright now, but I don't remember clearly what happened. One moment I was feeling helpless seeing those shuriken coming towards me, and then I suddenly started feeling this burning in my eyes, then everything started slowing down in front of my eyes, and I could see the shuriken coming towards me in slow motion. I don't remember much after that. Don't think too much about Naruto-kun. Just rest for now and I promise I'll explain everything later," Itachi assured him, but he inwardly wondered what he would say. "Yeah, I'll explain everything when I myself understand what happened exactly and how you awakened the Sharingan." Naruto nodded tiredly but then asked Itachi, his face looking confused. "Where are we going, Nyasan?" "We're going to the Hokage's office. I have some important things to discuss with him." Itachi noticed Naruto's confused look. "I'll answer all your questions there, Naruto, you just rest for now." Naruto nodded and rested his head on Itachi's shoulder as he closed his eyes. Itachi smiled and picked up his pace to reach his destination. Hokage Tower. Itachi arrived at the Hokage Tower with Naruto on his back and quickly ran up the stairs towards the Hokage's office. He reached for the door to knock a couple of times. "Come in," a voice said from the other side of the door. Upon opening the door, Itachi was greeted with the sight of the Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, calmly sitting in his chair and smoking a pipe. Hiruzen looked at Itachi and when he noticed Naruto resting on his back, a serious look crossed his face. What happened to Itachi? Is Naruto alright? Itachi could tell by the look on the Hokage's face that he was concerned about the boy. The Hokage not only knew everything about Naruto and his parents, but he also saw Naruto as his own grandson. Itachi was positive Hiruzen was the only one who could give him the answers he had come for. Itachi spoke. "Naruto is a fine Hokage-sama. He's only exhausted from sparring." Naruto nodded in confirmation and released his hold on Itachi so he could stand on his own. Itachi continued. "But something happened during our spar, Hokage-sama." "What happened, Itachi?" Hiruzen asked. "I was hoping that I could speak with you in private. It's something sensitive." Itachi didn't want others to know about Naruto Sharingan, especially not the Uchiha clan. They would go to any lengths to get Naruto under their control, and that would not end well for anyone. Hiruzen signaled to the hidden Anbu Black Ops to leave the office and activated the privacy seal on the doors and windows. He then looked at Itachi seriously. "Now tell me what happened, Itachi." His voice had the tone of authority. Itachi nodded at him, then looked at Naruto, who had a confused look on face. "Naruto-kun. Would you please try to channel some chakra in your eyes?" "Huh. But why Nyasan?" "Just do what I told Naruto, you will get your answers soon," Itachi responded calmly. He wondered if Hiruzen had guessed where all this was going. Naruto nodded a moment later and closed his eyes. As he channeled some chakra into them, he could feel a little pain, but moments later he could feel something different. The pain was gone and in its place he felt power flowing there. When Naruto opened his eyes, gone was their normal blue, replaced by 2 glowing red orbs. 2 tomo showed in his left eye, and Itachi could see 2 tomo in the right one too, before a shock of Naruto's blonde hair covered it. Itachi noticed the Hokage's face, but didn't see the shocked expression he had expected. Instead, Hiruzen was staring at Naruto calmly. The look confirmed his suspicions that the Hokage already knew something about this and could give Itachi answers. Hiruzen walked up to Naruto and knelt down to his level to move the bangs from his face, getting a good look at his eyes. Well, I expected this to happen someday, but not this soon. Itachi was confused. What do you mean, Hokage-sama? I don't understand. As far as I know, neither of Naruto's parents have it. So how could Naruto awaken those eyes? No, you're wrong, Itachi. Hiruzen started but was interrupted by Naruto. Would you tell me what you're talking about? He spoke in an annoyed tone. Hiruzen took out one of his kunai, which had been polished to a mirror-like sheen, and held it before Naruto's eyes. Take a look at yourself, Naruto. Naruto looked into the reflective steel of the kunai and his face registered surprise. What is this? How is it possible? He stammered, his voice full of shock. He then looked at Itachi with narrowed eyes. You know who my parents were and that neither of them had it. I need you to give me answers. Now. Itachi felt uncomfortable but responded. Yes, I know who your parents were, and as far as you having the Sharingan, I don't have an answer myself. That is why we came here. Itachi saw Naruto clench his jaw and tighten his fist and could hear the anger in his voice as he responded. You both knew from the start about my parents and never bothered to tell me about them. Why? Tears suddenly began to fall from his eyes. Hiruzen himself looked uncomfortable, and Itachi wondered how the Hokage would break the news to Naruto. If he told Naruto about his parents, then he would also have to tell him about them, and Itachi wondered whether Hiruzen believed Naruto was ready to know the truth or not. I am sorry, Naruto-kun, it's not Itachi's fault that he didn't tell you about your parents. It's because I ordered those who know their identity to keep it hidden from everyone and also from you. I'm really sorry about Naruto-kun. I am just trying to protect you and the village. Naruto glared at him furiously and stated, trying to protect me from what? Huh. I sometimes question myself who my parents were, if they loved me or just left me on my own in this village. You don't understand how it feels to walk the streets where people glare at you with nothing but hate in their eyes and to be called names like demon or monster and kicked out of stores for just trying to buy something. Itachi tightened his fists and looked away in shame for not being there for Naruto. He didn't have the courage to face him. He could tell by Hiruzen's face that he too was cursing the villagers for disrespecting the fourth Hokage's wish for Naruto to be seen as a hero. The Hokage tried to calm Naruto down as he put a hand on his shoulder. I understand how you feel about Naruto-kun. But he was once again interrupted as Naruto swapped away his arm. Naruto's glare hardened on him and he continued. No, you don't understand anything. I always watched fathers picking up their kids from the park and how they walked with their kids holding hands, and I always wanted to experience that. I wanted to feel my father holding my hand like that, and when I walked the streets with you that first time you held my hand while walking, and I felt happy that time, because that time I realized what it felt like. You're the closest person I have who's close to a father or grandfather, and now I realize you've been lying to me my whole life. He finished as tears continued flowing from his eyes. Hiruzen did nothing other than look down in shame. He realized how much he had failed Naruto by breaking his trust in him. He was scared now, wondering what Naruto would do when he learned the whole truth about his parents and about being the container. Would Naruto hate him? More importantly, would Naruto hate his own parents for what they did that night by sealing the beast in their own child? But he didn't have any other choice but to tell him the truth, and he would try to explain as best he could. He was glad that at least Itachi was here to help him out. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I really am. Hiruzen stated with guilt in his eyes. Why don't you settle down comfortably? I promise you, I will tell you everything. Naruto composed himself a little and spoke. Alright, tell me everything and don't leave anything out. I promise, but please don't interrupt me. I will answer all your questions at the end, alright. Hiruzen then looked at Itachi, who nodded in support, then turned his attention back to Naruto and started. As you know, Naruto, on the day of your birth the Leaf Village was attacked by the Kyuubi no Kitsune and no one was able to stop the beast. Many shinobi and civilians lost their lives that day. Until, as you know, the fourth Hokage stopped the Bijuu by sacrificing his life. I arrived with a couple of shinobi on the battlefield where the fourth teleported with him. There I found the bodies of the fourth Hokage with his wife, both impaled by the Kyuubi's claws. They had put themselves in front of it trying to protect something. It was then that we noticed a baby no older than a few hours, laying in front of them. It was you, Naruto-kun. Naruto appeared shocked as he listened to the Hokage, and Hiruzen was sure that many questions were coming to his head and was glad he didn't have the voice to ask anything. He noticed Naruto's shocked look and stopped himself from continuing. He didn't want to tell him anything more, but he knew that he had to go on. He hoped that after knowing the truth, Naruto would remain the same loving and gentle person. Itachi placed a hand on the boy's shoulder to show his support, but Naruto didn't acknowledge the gesture. Oh, what are you saying, Jai-chan? How is it possible? Naruto asked in shock, and Itachi gently squeezed his shoulder. We weren't able to hear anything or go to them because of the barrier the fourth Hokage's wife put around them, preventing them from escaping, but we know what was happening in there. As you know Naruto, the Bidjuu can't be killed, so the only thing the fourth Hokage could do to stop the Bidjuu was to seal it away. He used a self-sacrificing seal to seal it in a newborn baby whose chakra coils weren't developed. That baby was Naruto-kun. After the sealing process, the barrier dissolved, allowing us to move in, and when we got there they were barely alive. The fourth Hokage's last wish was for you to be seen as a hero for protecting the village. His wife spoke your name on her dying breath. Hiruzen looked at Naruto to see his reaction. Naruto was so shocked after Hiruzen told him that he was the one used for the sealing that he couldn't say anything as his whole brain went blank. He then came to, and remembering all the hateful glares and being called monster and demon behind his back, he began to cry again. Itachi was also having a hard time controlling his emotions as memories of his time with Minato and Kushina came rushing to him, but he controlled himself as he had to show his support to Naruto. Reaching out, he hugged Naruto and tried to calm him. Naruto put a hand on his stomach where he had seen the seal many times while channeling chakra. He had always wondered what it was but never paid too much attention to it. Now he knew. He looked at the Hokage with puffy eyes. Why me? Why did they choose me? Where were my parents that time? Did they give me away to the fourth for him to use me? Did they think of me as some kind of monster like many in the village think? Hiruzen felt terrible for Naruto and at the same time cursed the villagers for what they had done to an innocent child. But he also smiled a little at Naruto and answered. Your parents didn't hate you, Naruto-kun. I had never seen your parents so happy as when they got the news of your arrival. They couldn't stop smiling and as for why the fourth and his wife chose you for the sealing. They knew the meaning of sacrifice and couldn't ask anyone else to sacrifice their child, so they used their own baby boy who was born only hours before. Naruto's eyes widened. Never had he expected to be the son of the fourth Hokage. The fourth was his own ideal, the one he wanted to surpass in order to become the strongest Hokage. He smiled a very small smile as he thought of his parents and realized he had been wanted and loved by his mother and father. Itachi and Hiruzen both felt a little relaxed seeing him smile and were thankful that Naruto was taking the news calmly. He didn't seem to show any kind of dislike or hate towards his father and mother, but for confirmation, Hiruzen asked, you don't hate them Naruto, for what they did by sealing them in you, do you? Naruto shook his head. How can I hate them? I am sure they didn't have any other solution. You once said to me that being Hokage is not a simple job that anyone can do and being shinobi means self-sacrifice. Well, my father was not just a shinobi, he was also a Hokage. If the Hokage can't sacrifice anything for his village, then how can he accept other shinobi around him to do the same? And if my Tosin had used any other kid, then I don't think he would have deserved to be called a Hokage and father. I am proud to be his son. Itachi and Hiruzen both were shocked at the level of maturity Naruto showed. Hiruzen was certain that many of the level shinobi didn't have this type of thinking, and here was a 7-year-old who was in the second year of his academy, showing the mindset of a true shinobi. They smiled at Naruto with pride in their expressions. I can't describe in words how proud I am of you, Naruto-kun. I am certain if your parents were here with us, they would also feel proud. Just remember that they gave their lives so you could live on. Don't waste it. Make them proud. Hiruzen ruffled Naruto's hair with a proud smile on his face. Jaichin, you didn't tell me Kachin's name, said Naruto, rubbing the back of his neck, realizing he didn't know his mother's name. Hiruzen blinked a couple of times, then laughed a little as he remembered Kushina. Ah, yes, your mother. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki, and she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage. She was a very kind woman, always smiling and joking, but when she got angry she used to scare the shit out of people, especially your father. Because she had long red hair, people started calling her Red Hot Habanera. He and Itachi both shivered a little at the image of Kushina with fire in her eyes and her red hair waving like the Kyuubi's tails. Naruto laughed a little, imagining his father was the strongest shinobi who ever lived with a scared face because of his mother. But he was also shocked about knowing that he was also the great-grandson of the first Hokage. Hiruzen's heart melted a little seeing Naruto laugh, thinking how much happiness suited his face. He couldn't help but see both Minato and Kushina in him. Hiruzen went over to his desk, opened a drawer, and took out a photo frame from inside. He then walked back to Naruto and showed him the photo. This is the only photo I have of them in the office right now. Naruto took the frame in his hand and looked at it. It was a picture of Kushina pregnant and smiling with Minato standing behind her with his hand on her stomach and a big grin on his face. Naruto couldn't stop a single tear from falling from his eyes as he looked for the first time at his parents. How beautiful his mother looked and how happy they both looked together in the photo. They look so happy and perfect, he said quietly. Hiruzen and Itachi both smiled at him. Then Naruto looked at Hiruzen and asked a question which had been troubling him for some time. Jaichin, if my father sealed this in me, then why are the instructors in the academy saying that the fourth killed them? Hiruzen sighed and spoke. Because I forbade anyone from ever mentioning the fact that this is sealed in you. I wanted to prevent the younger generation from knowing. Naruto spoke in confusion. But why would you do something like that? Hiruzen looked at Naruto a little longer and then responded. After the attack, the village was in a state of panic. After having so many lives lost in the attack and the death of Minato, there was total unrest in the village, and when the emergency meeting was held where I told the council about the sealing, some of the council members demanded your death. I ordered the council not to mention anything about you to the general public, but someone in the council leaked the information about you, and within the next day, half of the village was demanding your death. Seeing all this, I passed a law stating that whoever spoke of the being sealed and you would be sentenced to death without any trial. He sighed and spoke again. I only wanted you to live a normal life and make friends among your age. Naruto looked down after hearing this, feeling bad about how some of the villagers treated him. Why didn't they understand that he was just a small child, not a monster or demon? It wasn't his fault that they attacked their village. Hiruzen put a hand on his head to show his support. Don't think about it too much, Naruto-kun. Humans always fear what they don't understand. Naruto smiled a little, thankful for his support, and was glad that he had people like Hiruzen, Itachi, Iruka and Shisui who cared about him so much. Just you wait, Gigi, he said with determination. A day will come when everyone in the village will respect me and acknowledge me as someone important. This is the village my parents sacrificed everything for and died protecting. I will do the same. I will protect the village till my last breath. Hiruzen smiled at him with pride and said, I don't doubt that. Itachi was relieved that Naruto had taken the news so well and now decided it was time to get them on the topic that he had come here for. He wanted answers. Hokage-sama, all this doesn't explain how Naruto awakened the Sharingan. As you know, neither Kushina Abasan or Minato-sama belong to the Uchiha clan. How is it possible? Abasan? Naruto wondered but decided to ask him later. He wanted Hiruzen's answer as much as Itachi did. You're wrong on that, Itachi. Minato had very strong ties to the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen responded calmly. Itachi was shocked. What do you mean, Hokage-sama? How is it possible? And if he did, why keep it a secret? Only a few people know about Minato's family lineage and his full history before he came to the village. People only know him as a war orphan kid, but in reality he was the grandson of the village's greatest trader, Madara Uchiha. Itachi was shocked to the core and his eyes widened. Madara was the former head of the Uchiha clan and the co-founder of the village Konoha, the strongest Uchiha to ever live and second strongest shinobi of his time after Hashirama Senju. Who would have thought the village's most beloved Hokage, Minato Namikaze, could be the grandson of the most hated shinobi to come out of Konoha? But before Itachi could ask any questions, Naruto spoke. Naruto was also shocked. Madara Uchiha. But how? Why didn't anybody know about it? Naruto's shock made his questions come rapidly. Not many people know today, but when Madara left the village, he also had a 5-year-old son and wife who he had left behind, Hiruzen began. Because of his actions, there were many attempts on their lives from within the clan and from the village. Seeing all this, Hashirama faked their deaths with the help of his brother Tobirama to give them a normal life outside the village. Hiruzen paused, but both Itachi and Naruto were stunned into silence, and Hiruzen continued. They lived outside the village in a nearby town with their fake identities, and both the first and second Hokages kept in contact with them. As the child grew, his hate for the Uchiha clan and especially for his father also grew with him. He never became a shinobi and never awakened his Sharingan though. He was a simple farmer and in time he married a woman named Mira Namikaze and they had a son who was named Minato Namikaze. Itachi tried to process this new information. But Hokage-sama, why did Minato-sama come to the village? His parents were both killed during the Second War by some shinobi and at that time, Minato awakened his Sharingan for the first time. He was only 6 at that time and his father Izuna, noticing his eyes, told him to go to Konoha and contact Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. But weren't there people in the village who noticed his eyes? Itachi asked. No, it was a well-kept secret, Hiruzen answered. When Minato met the second Hokage and told him everything, he also said that his father wished for him to not get involved with the Uchiha clan. Then Tobirama-sensei took Minato under him and with the help of Mito Uzumaki, he prepared a seal to hide his eyes so no one would discover it. Later, though, Minato told some of his close friends and people he trusted. Wow, this is a lot to take in on one day, Jaichin, Naruto muttered. I would never have imagined that I could be related to so many strong people. First I learned that I'm the son of the 4th Hokage and then that I'm the great-grandson of Hashirama Senju and now that I'm also the great-grandson of Madara Uchiha. But you are, Naruto-kun. But if the news of your heritage becomes known, your life will be in grave danger. There are forces in and outside the village who would be after you if they knew. That is why I kept the identity of your parents hidden. Naruto nodded in understanding. Don't worry, Gigi, I won't tell anyone about it. Then he asked the question which he had wanted to know his whole life. Jaichin, is there any more of my family out there? Hiruzen smiled at the innocent look on Naruto's face and happily responded. Well, of course there is, Naruto. You already know them or at least have heard of them. They are quite famous now. Your godfather Jiraiya was once my student and your father's sensei, and your mother's cousin sister Tsunade's Senju. Naruto was relieved at hearing he still had a family, but then a fear came across his face. They didn't abandon me, did they? No, Naruto-kun, they could never hate you. They just can't be in the village. Jiraiya runs a spy network for our village and is constantly on the move. He has his duties for the village, but he does ask me about your well-being in every letter he sends me, and he even sends money every month for your expenses. Your toad wallet is a gift from him. Hiruzen's voice was reassuring. Then he sighed, thinking of his other student, and he shook his head a little and continued. As for Tsunade, truthfully I don't know where she is. She left the village after the Third Shinobi War and has only come to the village a couple of times. The last time was to meet your parents. Why? Naruto asked in confusion. She has her reasons. As for why she is not in your life, it's because she doesn't know you're alive. I have tried in the past to get in contact with her, but my attempts always end in failure. She is hard to track down, and I can't have Jiraiya go after her because he has been on an important mission for a long time. Naruto nodded in understanding but felt a new loneliness that he couldn't be with his only living family. Itachi, who had remained silent, was still letting the information sink in. He was stunned to learn about the forced connection to the Uchiha clan and was also worried for Naruto. If the information became known to the others, it would create some serious problems for Naruto. He looked at Hiruzen without emotion. What now, Hiruzen-sama? We can't let the news about Naruto's Sharingan be known to others. How will we protect the information? Hiruzen nodded in seriousness and responded. You're right about that, Itachi. We can't let that happen, but you don't have to worry about that. Just give me a couple of days to find the seal in Minato's notes. He didn't use his Sharingan much, but he kept the notes on the seal safe. After putting the seal on Naruto's eyes, we don't have to worry about anything. Itachi nodded, relieved. Hiruzen then turned to Naruto. Naruto-kun, don't ever tell anyone about what I've told you. Wait until you fully trust a person to keep your secrets hidden, alright? Ijin, don't worry, I can keep secrets. Naruto responded. Hiruzen smiled at him, then looked at Itachi. Itachi, make sure no one from the Uchiha clan knows about Naruto possessing the Sharingan. I also leave Naruto to you, so you can train him properly on how to use Sharingan. Itachi nodded and smiled. He would have done that even if the Hokage hadn't told him to. You don't have to tell me, Hokage-sama, I already planned on doing it. Naruto gives him a big grin. I am ready for anything, Nyasin. Hiruzen and Itachi both laughed at his expression and were glad that Naruto had taken the news calmly. I think that is it for today's Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said. You should rest now and give yourself time to relax. You had a very long day today. Come on, Naruto-kun, I'll drop you at your apartment, Itachi said and went to his knees, showing his back to Naruto for him to climb on. Naruto happily climbed on Itachi's back and tightened his hold on him before waving goodbye to Hiruzen. I'll see you later, Jichin. Hiruzen nodded at him with a smile on his face, and as they retreated, he muttered with a long sigh. Well, it went pretty well, thank Kami. Then he looked at the portrait of the late 4th Hokage with a faint smile as he became lost in his thoughts. You will be so proud seeing your son Minato. Both you and Kushina, I am sure of it. One day he will become a great shinobi and a man, and I will help wherever I can in his journey. Time skipped 2 years later, with Hiruzen. Hiruzen was standing near the window staring out over the village, but his mind was elsewhere, thinking about Naruto and the decision he had made earlier in the day. Naruto had grown excellently in the past 2 years and was performing much better than students his own age. The instructors in the academy considered him a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy and compared him with the likes of Minato Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha from their academy days. The news of him possessing the Sharingan had been kept a secret. Besides himself, only Itachi and Naruto, and now Kakashi and Jiraiya, who had been later informed about it, possessed the knowledge. But that wasn't what was worrying Hiruzen right now. Now, he was thinking about the meeting regarding academy results that he had attended this evening with the elders. Flashback, Hiruzen was sitting with his old teammates and some of the instructors of the academy, looking over the recent performance of the students. He was satisfied with the results of the students so far, and he looked at Danzo. Look at Naruto Uzumaki's report card, Hiruzen, Danzo said, handing him the report card and also getting the attention of the others. Hiruzen looked at his report card and to say he was impressed would be a little thing. Compared with Naruto's results, the other students didn't even stand in the same league. His teammate Kaharu asked in confusion. What's wrong, Hiruzen? Danzo was the one who answered her. Naruto Uzumaki is again ranking at the top of his class this year, top in every subject, performing well above his age, and known to use the level Shadow Clone. He beat a senior class student who tried to bully him and his classmates, and he's also known as the once-in-a-lifetime prodigy with the likes of Minato Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha. Hamura spoke. Shadow Clone is a very high level, and for him to know such a technique is pretty impressive. Yes, he is a very talented Hokage-sama, but also very kind and respectful with others and his fellow classmates. I have seen him many times helping others in class, and he never showed any arrogance in his abilities, Iruka informed them proudly. He doesn't fit in at the academy anymore, Danzo said. He has shown great maturity and is very strong. I say let's graduate him early and promote him to genin rank. The others looked at him in shock at this suggestion, but it was Iruka who voiced his thoughts. But he is too young to become a shinobi. Hiruzen also nodded in agreement. Iruka is right, he is too young at the moment and the time is different from our time. We are at peace now. We don't want children to fight at such young ages. Let him enjoy his childhood before getting involved with the shinobi world. Danzo sneered at Hiruzen and his weak ideology and spoke firmly. Don't be foolish, Hiruzen. There were many shinobi who graduated at such an early age. Just look at Itachi Uchiha and today he's an Anbu captain. If we let him continue in the academy we're just wasting such a fine talent. Iruma and Kaharu agreed with Danzo, stating that the main priority was to make their village strong and Naruto would be a fine addition in their shinobi ranks. I agree with Danzo-sama, there isn't anything left that we can teach him at the academy. It was one of the academy instructors sitting next to Iruka who spoke. Hiruzen knew that Naruto was strong and could already become a genin, but he had always hoped for him to make friends with his age group and to be promoted with older kids could destroy his career if they didn't treat him well. He spoke after thinking carefully. I agree with you, but as you also know, Naruto is a special case. If we suddenly promote him with kids he doesn't even know that could destroy his shinobi career and we can't have that. I have decided that instead of graduating him early, I will advance him to the final year class. There he will graduate in 1 year and during that time he can also get to know his fellow classmates better and form bonds with them so he can put trust in his teammates. Danzo and the others thought for a moment and finding this to be a good option, showed their agreement with his decision. That would be a good option, Danzo said. Iruka spoke in concern. Are you sure, Hikage-sama? Is it wise to let him graduate at such an early age? I understand your concerns, Iruka, but I also can't ignore his performance. He doesn't fit in the academy anymore. Flashback end. Hiruzen sighed and brought himself back to the present. Only time will tell if I've made the right decision, Hiruzen thought as he looked at the fourth Hokage's face on the mountain above the village. With Naruto walked down the street, hands in his pockets. It was a cool morning, and he wore a long-sleeved high-collared black shirt with a Uzumaki crest emblazoned on its back. His gray pants were wrapped with bandages around the ankles, and he wore his standard-issue blue shinobi sandals. Over the past 2 years he had changed a lot training under Itachi. But he showed less emotion around people and the opinions of the villagers who hated him because they hadn't changed much. They still glared and muttered names behind his back. But at least he now knew the reason for their behavior, he didn't pay them much attention to them, only hoping they would change their attitude towards him one day. He had also improved in skills. Itachi had taught him the Uchiha clan Taijutsu style, the interceptor fist that capitalized on the Sharingan's ability to predict an opponent's movements, which he later combined with his hummingbird style, creating his own personal Taijutsu style, unrecognizable from the other two. In recent times, though, he had begun to notice little change in Itachi and Shisui's natures. They both seemed restless and were always in some kind of tension. Itachi had told him that some kind of tension had been building up between the Uchiha clan and the village higher-ups, though he didn't know the reason for that, but hoped that everything would settle down soon. Today he was starting his new year in the ninja academy and was happy and a little nervous going there. Happy because the academy instructor had seen his progress and advanced him to the final year so that he could graduate and become a genin at the end of the year. Nervous because he didn't know how his new classmates would react towards him. The senior class students had always tried to bully him and it had always ended with him getting in trouble with the Hokage. Realizing he was getting late for class, he picked up his pace and started hopping through roofs to get there. He arrived at the academy minutes later and started searching for the class the Hokage had told him to go to. After some time he finally found a room with the number 207 on the class door. Finally, he muttered. He was a little late and quickly went to knock on the door when he heard a familiar voice from inside that he couldn't quite place. Yes, please come in, the voice said. Naruto opened the door and was surprised to see Iruka standing there. He had never expected to meet him here. He also noticed that all the students were looking at him, probably wondering who he was and why he was there. Oh, you finally arrived. I was waiting for you, come here, Iruka said, smiling, and motioned him to come near. Apparently, the Hokage had given Iruka the final year class to teach to ensure nothing negative happened to Naruto. Naruto went over to him and faced the whole class, which was still looking at him with confusion. He is a new student here and will be joining us from today. Iruka informed the rest of the class. Then turning towards Naruto, he said, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone? Naruto nodded to him and faced the class with a stoic look and spoke. Good morning everyone, my name is Naruto Uzumaki and I am looking forward to spending this year with you all. He bowed at the end. Iruka smiled at Naruto and was about to say something when someone shouted in the class. Hey. What do you mean he's new student? He looks younger than all of us. Iruka sighed at that before responding. Yes, he was in the junior class, but because of his performance the academy instructors with the Hokage's permission promoted him to the final year's class. But that's so unfair, sensei. We spent so many years with those boring lectures and he just skipped them. A brown-haired girl with red markings on her face whined from her seat. Iruka finally had enough of it and said frustratingly, that's enough. He is here because Hikage-sama allowed him to be, so you don't have any say in it. Settle down. He then looked at Naruto and spoke. You can go and sit with Naruto. Naruto nodded and went to sit in an empty chair at the back. As he was going there, he noticed some of the students were glaring at him and some were looking at him curiously. He didn't say anything and just went to sit quietly, waiting for Iruka-sensei to start the lecture. Okay, so before we start, I want to inform you all that as this is your last year in the academy, you will be learning some basic academy ninjutsu, Iruka informed them. When Iruka started his lecture, Naruto noticed that a couple of students were still glaring at him and he remembered that they were the ones who had tried to bully him in the past. He paid them no mind and looked at his right, noticing a boy sitting there. The boy wore a bandana which covered his head and had a bang hanging in the middle between his eyes. He realized he didn't know anyone in the class and then noticed that some of the students had clan symbols on their clothes. At lunchtime, Naruto sat on the school terrace looking at everyone from above. He already met his former classmates who had come to congratulate him for advancing in the academy and now he was here alone. When he noticed some students coming over to him, he came out of his thoughts. Hey you. What are you doing up here alone by yourself? It was the girl from the group with brown hair and red marking on both her cheeks. Naruto looked at them and he remembered them from his class earlier. I was sitting here. He responded. We're with you in the same class, your name is Naruto Uzumaki, right? It was the same girl who spoke. Hi, Naruto nodded. They all smiled at him. Well, my name is Hana Inyazuka of the Inyazuka clan, she said. My name is Heiichiko, said a boy who wore a simple outfit with a long-sleeved red-colored haori, pants with bangles around his wrist and legs, and a bandana over his head. Naruto nodded and looked at the final member of the group. My name is Yugao Yazuki. She had straight purple hair going down her shoulders and wore a white-colored shirt with brown pants. Naruto looked at her a little longer. He had never seen anyone with that hair color and she was really pretty. Yugao narrowed her eyes a little, noticing him looking at her hair, and she growled at him. What are you looking at? Naruto looked away as he was caught staring at her, but noticing that she was getting angry with him, he quickly responded. Nothing, it's just that your hair is really pretty, I've never seen anyone like that. As he said that, Yugao just looked at him and then looked away to hide her blush. Right after that, though, she looked at him again and decided to tease him a little. She leaned forward a little, raised a single eyebrow, and asked with an innocent look. Hey. Are you trying to hit on me, huh? What? Naruto spoke with wide eyes and a blush on his face. But I think you're too young and you're even shorter than me, Yugao said as she measured her height with him and then patted his head. And you even look a little girly to me. Hana and Heiichi were barely holding back their laughter at Naruto's priceless expression. Yugao herself was also barely holding back her laugh. Naruto, on the other hand, had a small blush on his face and at the same time his eyes were also twitching listening to her comments, but he composed himself a moment later and swapped her hand from his head. Why are you all here? He asked, looking at her. What? I thought you'd be interested in talking to me. Yugao said, trying to look hurt. Both Hana and Heiichi couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing. But when they both calmed down, Hana decided to save Naruto from any more embarrassment. She spoke. That's enough, Yugao, to stop teasing him. Yugao giggled in response and spoke. Fine. She then looked at Naruto, smiled genuinely, and said, but thanks for the compliment anyway, you're the first one ever to compliment me on my hair. Why are you here? Naruto asked them once again. Heiichi responded. Well, we're hanging out here and noticed you sitting here alone and we decided to introduce ourselves and get to know you a little. After all, we're in the same class, right? Naruto nodded at him. Then Hana asked, so what are you doing here alone? Don't you want to hang out with your friends? Friends, he thought, looking at them. He had never had any friends in his life. Sure, he used to hang out with his former classmates, but he couldn't call them his friends. He wasn't sure he really understood the meaning of friend. I don't think I have any friends, responded Naruto. They looked at him for a moment before Yugao spoke. You're a little weird, you know that. Hey. Then why don't you join us? It'll be fun. Hana said with a big smile on her face. Naruto thought it over a little and responded. Alright, but I don't want to go anywhere at the moment, so if you guys don't mind, can we just sit here? They all nodded then started talking. You know, Naruto, we don't know anything about you other than your name, Heiichi spoke. Well, what do you want to know about? Naruto asked. Well, just a little about yourself, what you like and your dreams for the future. Hana responded. Naruto thought it over before he said. I like ramen from Ichiraku. I hate when people judge others without knowing them, and as for my aim in life, I want to become the Hokage and surpass one particular person. Impressed looks crossed their faces, but they didn't ask him who he wanted to surpass. Man, you really have big dreams in your life, Hate said. Dreams don't really come true. They're just wishful thinking, nothing more. But what I have is a goal which I will achieve one day, Naruto responded confidently. They smiled at him. You must be strong, already in the final year this early. I bet your parents must be really proud of you, Yuga said. Suddenly a sad expression came on Naruto's face and he looked away, not wanting them to see. It was always a hard topic for him that he never had the chance to know his parents. How could he know if they would have been proud of him or not? I don't know, I think, he muttered, still not looking at any of them. Han? What do you mean? Yugao asked in confusion. I never got to know them. They both died on the day of my birth, he said. All three looked at him with wide eyes, and Yugao quickly apologized. I'm sorry Naruto, for bringing them up. Naruto shook his head and responded. You don't have to apologize, you didn't know. She nodded but her face looked troubled. Hana decided to change the subject. We should get going, the break is about to be over in a couple of minutes. They all nodded and walked towards their classroom together for the rest of the lectures. Evening time. Later, Naruto was in the training field with Itachi and Shisui, relaxing after his training session with them. Talking about them, he also had noticed that Itachi and Shisui had started spending less and less time with him, always busy with their Anbu missions, and always under some kind of stress and acting cold. He hoped everything would get normal soon enough. Shisui was one of his most trusted comrades, after the Hokage and Itachi, and he had even confided in him about his Sharingan. Just like Itachi, Shisui was shocked at first and didn't believe them, thinking they were joking with him. But later he realized that it was true and promised to keep it a secret. Naruto looked up at the sky and watched the clouds. It didn't matter whether it was sunset or a night sky full of stars and a moon. He always felt relaxed looking at the sky. He was interrupted by Itachi. So how was your day in the academy? Well, nothing much interesting. Just a normal day. But I met some students from my class and they invited me to hang out with them, Naruto responded. Itachi and Shisui both smiled at him, then Shisui said with a grin. Did you listen to Itachi? Our little Naruto-chan made some new friends in the academy. Naruto glared at him. Stop calling me Shisabaka, and besides, I wouldn't call them my friends. They're just my classmates. Itachi shook his head. You sometimes think too much. You should bond with other kids of your age. Look who's talking about friends, the ever-great stoic-looking Itachi Uchiha, Shisui muttered under his breath with a deadpan look. Itachi glared at him. But a shinobi shouldn't get himself attached with other people. Naruto responded. We are all humans, Naruto. The emotions and bonds we form don't make us weak, they make us strong, Shisui said. You want to become Hokage so that you can protect the village and get people to acknowledge you, right? But why would you protect the village when you don't hold any attachment? But when you have even one person, then you will go beyond your abilities to save them and they will do the same for you. Naruto nodded in understanding. Just remember that, true strength comes when you have something to protect, Shisui quotes. Well, I guess I could at least try to make friends, Naruto muttered. Itachi noticed it was getting late and mentioned it to both. We should get going, it's getting late. Shisui nodded and said, yeah, you guys go, I have to report back to the HQ. Itachi and Naruto nodded at him and Naruto went to stand up. Arg. He held his right leg in pain. You injured your leg in the training, Itachi said and looked at his leg. Well, Shisabaka hits really hard, Naruto responded. Would you stop calling me Baka, you squirt. Shisui growled. Naruto glared at him and said, and you stop calling me squirt. But you are a squirt. Shisui pointed towards his height and Naruto growled at him. No, I am not, I am only 9 Baka. Itachi wrapped the bandage around his leg and then picked him up bride style. Hey, put me down. I can walk on my own, Naruto said in embarrassment. Itachi smiled a little, then looked at Shisui with a serious look and nodded at him. Shisui also nodded in response and said, don't be late, Itachi. He then went off in his own direction. Itachi walked off the training field towards the streets, which were empty because of the late hour. He was laughing at Naruto, who was on his back with a pouting face. It's not funny, Naruto said. I'm sorry, Itachi apologized but still laughed a little. But I'm just happy. You're really like a kid brother to me. So being able to take you under my wing like this makes me happy. Naruto smiled at him in return and listened as Itachi continued. I know you also think of me as your older brother and depend on me for anything. Itachi was right. He really did depend on Itachi for anything and saw him as his own big brother, but in recent times he felt that Itachi was getting further away from him and he couldn't do anything about it. Itachi, he said, deciding to voice his concern. Itachi looked at him on his back. I was meaning to ask you about your behavior. You always look stressed and always come late for training now. Is everything alright with the clan? Naruto asked in concern. Itachi didn't look at him. He had already informed the Hokage about this, and he and Shisui were doing the best they could to control the situation, but it was getting really hard day by day. Tension between the Uchiha clan and village higher-ups is still very high. They suspect that the Uchiha clan was behind the attack. Meanwhile, the clan is thinking that they are losing their power in the village and are making unnecessary demands. Hikage-sama is doing as best as he could, but it's still not enough. Itachi informed him. So what are you going to do about it? Naruto asked. Truthfully, I don't know yet, but you don't have to worry about anything, we'll figure something out. Itachi assured him with a smile. I'm just worried about you and Shisui, Naruto muttered, tightening his hold on him. Itachi smiled a little in response. You must be tired from all the training we did today. Go ahead and sleep, but there's one thing that's certain. At this, Naruto's eyes started to close, but he did listen to what Itachi said at the end as he smiled and closed his eyes fully. I will never, ever betray you. 6 months later, it had been 6 months since he had started his final year class, and he had already impressed everyone in his class with his skills and was now at the top of the class. He started to hang out with Haid, Hana and Yugao, and even met a couple of the other students. He even started to consider them as his close friends, though Yugao still teased him whenever she got a chance, and Hana also joined her now, but he still enjoyed spending time with them. He even went on to train with them after the academy sometimes, and seeing him making friends, Hiruzen, Itachi and Shisui, were all happy for him. He was now sitting in the class and next to him sat Yugao, who seemed to be paying close attention to what Iruka was teaching. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts by Iruka when he heard his name. Naruto, would you tell the class which this hand sign is used for? Naruto looked at the hand sign on the board, then answered. It's for water-style water bullet. Very good Naruto, as always. Iruka complimented him with a smile. Some of the kids glared at him, and Yugao looked him in the corner of her eye and smirked. Wow, Naru, you're so smart. Naruto sighed at her teasing game. Would you stop that, Yugao? He glared at her. Yugao just giggled in response. Naruto and Yugao, don't disturb the class and pay attention closely. Iruka scolded them. They both apologized to him and went on listening to him. After some time, the class ended and Iruka called out to everyone. Well, now we have physical class and we are going out for some Inen fights. Iruka then took everyone towards the training ground and motioned them to stand in a straight line. I will be calling out names and we will pair the opponents like this, alright. He then called out the first pair and the fight went on for some minutes. After that, some more fights went on and Naruto observed from the sidelines. This was the first time he had seen any of them fight. He was impressed with Yugao, Hana and Haid. As they beat their opponents, he congratulated them on their performance. He wondered if the other students were interested in seeing him fight. Finally, it was his turn as Iruka called him forward with another student. The other students were muttering amongst themselves about how he would do against last year's topper, but he ignored them as he stepped in the circle and looked at his opponent, waiting for Iruka to start the match. They both made the confrontation seal with their hand. Both fighters ready? They both nodded. Hajime. Iruka started the fight. Naruto's opponent wasted no time in attacking him and went to punch. Naruto quickly sidestepped so the punch would miss him and continued to block and dodge the attacks. Soon, his opponent started to get frustrated and lose his concentration as the match dragged on. With every attack, Naruto would either block his punch or dodge his attacks. Naruto could read his opponent's attacks clearly. He wasn't using the Sharingan, but still could see it clearly because of regular training with Itachi and Shisui. Suddenly, taking advantage of his opponent's lack of concentration, he went under his defense and kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him staggering back. He then pushed him down and held a punch in front of his face. All the present students looked on with wide eyes. Even his friends were looking at him in shock. Iruka himself looked impressed. Winner Naruto Uzumaki. Then Naruto and his opponent offered each other the reconciliation seal in respect. Naruto went over to stand with the other students, but just as he came to a stop, Hana held him in a headlock and messed his hair as she teased him. Hey look Yugao. Our little Naru is such a prodigy. Yeah, I didn't know our Naru was so strong. Yugao spoke and looked at Naruto with an innocent look. You're not going to force us to call you Naruto-sama from now on, are you Naru? The other students were looking at their interaction with amusement and Iruka himself seemed to be holding his laugh. Naruto on the other hand was getting embarrassed by all the attention he was getting. He released himself from Hana's hold. Get off me woman, and glared at both of them. The others laughed at his embarrassment and he tried to hide his face from them. Finally, Iruka decided to stop this. Alright, that's enough everyone. Unknown to Naruto, though, was that someone else was looking at him from the terrace and was smiling happily at his interaction with his fellow classmates. Itachi smiled sadly and gave him a last glance before disappearing in the wind. Naruto looked towards the terrace, suddenly feeling that someone was watching him from up there. But seeing nothing, he assumed it was only his imagination as he followed the others towards the classroom. That night, Naruto was in his apartment lying on the bed. He was thinking over his day, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something very bad was going to happen. Even Itachi and Shisui hadn't come to the training ground today. But thinking about it, he realized he hadn't really seen Shisui for a week and he had only met Itachi a couple of times during the week. He heard a knocking sound on his window and immediately pulled a kunai, but soon relaxed when he noticed that it was a crow. He only knew two people who used crows. He went to open the window and the crow quickly came inside and circled around a bit before it was followed by more crows until they all seemed to merge and Itachi formed in his room. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Itachi was in his Anbu uniform, but it was the amount of blood covering him and his clothes that caused the shock. What happened to Itachi? What is all this about? He then noticed the tears marking Itachi's cheeks. Itachi first went toward the window and closed it, then turned towards Naruto, who was still looking at him with a shocked expression. Calm down, Naruto-kun. What's going on, Itachi? Why are you here like this? What happened? Naruto asked hurriedly. Itachi smiled at him a little. I come here to see you. Naruto noticed his smile and knew it was fake. Why? I am leaving, Naruto-kun, Itachi responded. Where are you going? And why is there so much blood on you? Naruto asked, getting a bad feeling about all this. Itachi walked up to him and kneeled down to his level. I am leaving the village. As for the blood, he stopped and looked at his clothes. I slaughtered the whole Uchiha clan, leaving my brother Sasuke the only survivor. I am now a traitor to the village. Naruto froze on the spot. He couldn't believe it. His mind went blank and he didn't know what to think. He stepped back a little and looked at Itachi in complete shock and didn't notice when tears began to flow from his eyes. He then grabbed Itachi by his collar and glared at him. What the hell are you talking about? Why would you do something like that, and where is Shisui? Itachi tried to calm him down by putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder. I had no other choice. You're talking nonsense, where the hell is Shisui? Naruto asked loudly, losing his patience. Shisui is dead, he died a week ago, Itachi answered him, and Naruto looked at him with another shocked expression. Oh? Naruto asked weakly. Itachi pulled Naruto into a hub and spoke. Me and Shisui were both double agents. The Uchiha clan was plotting a revolt against the village to gain power, and my father told me to supply the village secrets to the clan, but I told Hikage-sama and the elders. I became their spy in the clan, but the clan started to suspect me, so they ordered Shisui to keep an eye on me. They didn't know he was working with me to stop the clan from completing their plans. Now it was starting to become clear for Naruto. This is why they had both looked stressed and had been coming late for training. This explained their cold behavior sometimes. But how could you kill the whole clan? I had no other option. If I didn't, then the village would be caught up in a civil war and other nations could try to take advantage of that. I needed to prevent another shinobi war. Itachi responded. But that was your own clan, Naruto protested. The clan is not more important than the whole village of Naruto. I am Itachi Uchiha of the Leaf first. The Uchiha clan comes second. But you can't leave me, and what about your brother Sasuke? Naruto tried to reason with him. I'm sure Jaichin can do something to help you out. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. Don't you remember you once told me that being shinobi means self-sacrifice? That's what I'm doing. This is my sacrifice for the betterment of the village. But I don't want you to leave me, Naruto cried. Don't worry, Naruto, I am sure you and Sasuke both will be fine. You still have people here who care about you. Itachi then hugged him tightly as tears flowed from his eyes. I must be going now. Hikage-sama is preparing for my leave. I will be supplying information by infiltrating the enemy lines, and I'll leave the village to you. Wait, please don't go, Nyasin. Naruto tried to stop him. You're just like me, Naruto. I know you'll understand me. Just remember that the nameless individuals who maintain peace from the shadows are true shinobi. Shisui taught us both that. Then he tapped Naruto's forehead with his 2 fingers. And don't worry too much, we'll meet again one day. Then his body started dissolving into individual crows and he gave one final smile to Naruto before fully dispersing. Naruto dropped to his knees and cried. He felt the seal around his eyes disappear and his Sharingan activated as Tomo started to shift. That night, he gained a third Tomo in both his eyes as they started spinning madly before stopping to show a fully mature Sharingan. Itachi, Shisui, I promise that I will become a true shinobi just like you both and protect this village with everything I have till my last breath. This is my promise as Naruto Uzumaki of the village hidden in the leaves. A week later, Naruto was standing in the training field looking at the big stone with shinobi written on it in kanji. He had been standing there for an hour, just looking at the stone. It had been a week since Itachi left the village and was now marked as rank criminal for his crime against the village. Hiruzen had talked with him and explained everything in detail as Itachi told him. He knew the truth, but Hiruzen had asked him to keep it secret. He didn't talk to anyone properly and became more quiet, even acting cold with his friends. The whole village was cursing Itachi for what he did, and he thought bitterly that the person the whole village is cursing for killing their precious Uchiha clan was actually the one who saved them and their families. Shinobi don't fight for personal glory. Nameless individuals who maintain peace from the shadows are the true shinobi. He thought, remembering what Itachi had told him that night. Hey. Naruto. He looked to his right and noticed Yugao running towards him and waving to get his attention. He just looked at her as she came to stop in front of him and catch her breath. I was looking for you. She waited for his response but got nothing in return, so she shook her head. Well anyway, me and Hana are going to the dango shop to get something to eat. Do you want to join us? Naruto didn't respond to her and walked past her. I have to go for my training. Yugao looked sad at his refusal. Well alright then, so you want to hang out later. He just continued walking. Some other kids from their class were also watching this, but he didn't care. Hey, you think you're better than us, huh? One of them shouted. Naruto continues to walk without paying them any attention. Answer us, damn it. I hate your attitude. Always trying to show off. Another one shouted when he didn't respond. My mother told me that the Kyuubi attack was all you're doing. The same kid spoke. My father died in that attack, you monster. First, false charges, then a broad interpretation. It was precisely in these kinds of human feelings that the origin of war lay. A person wants to bury somehow the sense of loss after losing someone they love. This feeling, a feeling they don't know how to vent, snatches away their power of judgment and runs wild. And then they hurt someone. Each and every word out of the older boy's mouth made Naruto feel more and more weighed down. But still not stopping. You're not going to listen like this, huh? That's fine. We have other ways to get you talk. One said with a smirk. Hey, leave him alone, Yugao demanded. They paid her no mind and threw a rock towards his head. Naruto dodged it without even looking. They started to throw more rocks at him and he continued to dodge. The thought of fighting them crossed his mind suddenly. It wouldn't take him even 3 minutes to beat down these fools. But if he decided to fight them now, then he wouldn't be able to stop himself from killing them. These students didn't understand that the institution of school was protecting them. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it now. Yugao demanded. Don't worry, we're just playing here and he's a tough guy. He can handle it, one of them responded calmly. Naruto suddenly turned around, jumped and caught the rock in his hand, then threw it back at them, deflecting all the rocks they had hurled mid-air and hitting the final rock from the hand of the kid in front. They all looked at him with shocked expressions and didn't say anything. Naruto then turned around and walked off the field. Please. Talk to me, Naru. Yugao thought with a concerned look. Time skip graduation day. It was finally the day they were going to graduate from the academy and become genin. They were all sitting in the class talking with each other to pass the time while waiting as Iruka began calling students one by one for the ninjutsu exam. They had already finished with the written test and shuriken and kunai throwing, and now it was time for the ninjutsu part. Naruto was sitting alone at the corner bench next to the window waiting for his chance. He was looking out of the window and not paying attention and showing not the least bit of worry about the exams. He was fully confident that he could pass the exam without much effort. His friends were talking among themselves and looking at Naruto from the corners of their eyes from time to time. His behavior hadn't changed much and his friends still didn't know the reason as Naruto kept his personal life to himself and hadn't shared it with anyone. He didn't even talk to them much anymore and had started spending less and less time with them by training alone. Hey Brutokin, are you ready for the ninjutsu portion of the exam? Hana asked Naruto playfully. Naruto looked at her, not liking being called Broody, and responded. Hana, would you please stop calling me that? Yugao and Hana both giggled at his response as they still teased him whenever they got a chance. I would if you would at least try to be more open and talk with us. We're your friends, after all. Hana stated to him with a smile. I am talking to you guys. Naruto responded. Really? Yugao asked with a deadpan expression on her face. She then shook her head and asked. Anyway, are you ready for the ninjutsu part? Naruto nodded. I am ready. I'm not going to fail, that's for sure. I think you shouldn't be talking about failing the Naruto exam. As far as the results show, you were top in everything, Hei pointed out. Yugao put her head on the desk in depression. Who would have thought that a kid younger than us would show up out of nowhere and outrank us all? I hate you so much, Naru, she muttered. Naruto responded calmly. Instead of showing your hate towards me, you should have spent more time in your training. Yugao glared at him for his response and muttered. Smartus. Naruto just shook his head at her. He looked at the door as it opened and in walked one of the students with a leaf headband in his hand, showing that he had passed the exam. He looked at Naruto and said, it's your turn, Naruto. Naruto just nodded at him and stood up to go, but before he could walk, a hand grabbed his wrist to stop him. He looked at Yugao who held his wrist. She smiled at him and said. All the best, Naruto. Both Hana and Hade also nodded at him with smiles. He freed his hand from Yugao's hold and muttered thanks and walked off. He arrived in the class where Iruka sat with a couple more instructors. He came and stood in front of them. "Good you're here, Naruto." Iruka greeted him with a smile before continuing. "Now for the final part, you need to perform 3 techniques. First let's start with substitution." Naruto nodded before channeling chakra to perform the. He substituted himself with a nearby chair, then subsided back again to his standing place. The instructors nodded with satisfaction and Iruka said. "Good, now transformation." Naruto made the hand seal and muttered transform. Soon smoke covered him before it cleared and showed the third Hokage instead of him. Iruka examined him and nodded in satisfaction. Then Iruka spoke. "Very good, Naruto, as for the next, I already know you can perform this, but you still have to show me just for the formalities, so just make a clone of yourself." Naruto made a cross hand seal and called out the name Shadow Clone and made 6 perfect-looking clones of himself. The instructors all looked impressed at his performance and Iruka smiled at him proudly. "Congratulations, Naruto, you passed the exam with flying colors, here's your headband. Wear it with pride." Naruto smiled at him before accepting the headband and tied it on his forehead. He then bowed to them in respect and spoke. "Thank you, sensei." They smiled and nodded to him and Naruto exited the class happily. He arrived back in his class and went towards his seat. When his friends noticed his leaf headband, they smiled happily and congratulated him for passing the exam and started talking among themselves. After some time, Iruka walked in the class and told everyone to settle down so he could speak. "Congratulations everyone on passing the exam and becoming genin, but this is just the start of your career, so I wish you best of luck. And one more thing I would like to announce is that we had many good performances this year, but there was one student who surpassed all the other performances and came on top." They listened to him closely. "The rookie of the year is Naruto Uzumaki." The class looked at Naruto in shock. He was younger than them and had arrived just a year ago in the class and yet he outclassed them all by becoming the rookie of the year. His friends also looked at him, but Naruto just sat calmly. He knew it was just the start and that he would face far stronger tasks in the future. The graduation exams were over and Naruto was waiting for class to start for the last time. Sitting at his usual place beside the window, he looked much the same as he always had, but he now wore the sword on his back that Itachi had gifted him, along with fingerless gloves and 2 kunai holsters attached to the back of his waist. The day was the day they would be put in teams and assigned a sensei, and he hoped that whichever team he was put on wouldn't slow him down. "Good morning, Naruto." Naruto turned and saw his friend settling down beside him. He nodded to them and noticed both Yugao and Hade also wore swords on their backs. "I never knew that you both were interested in it. You never mentioned it before." "You never asked," Yugao responded straightly. "We both trained with each other because we both want to become specialists." Naruto raised an eyebrow at her, but then shrugged it off. Everybody had their own secrets. After all, he himself had kept almost everything about himself a secret from them. He also noticed Hana, but this time she was not alone. 3 dogs walked beside her. He had never seen them before, but knew the Inyazuka clan worked with ninja dogs as their partners. Hana noticed him looking at her companions and introduced them to him. "You don't know my partner, Naruto-kun, since you've never been to my house. These are the 3 Himera brothers." Naruto just nodded at her and her companions. When he didn't say anything, Yugao's eyes started to twitch and she bonked him over his head with her fist. "You idiot. Don't just sit there. Introduce yourself to them." She spoke in annoyance. Naruto rubbed his head where she had hit him and muttered under his breath. "You don't have to hit me for that." But he shut up when Yugao narrowed her eyes and began to look mad. He then quickly looked at the triplets and introduced himself, not wanting to get her more angry. "Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki and I am friends with Hana." The triplets barked at him happily and jumped at him, licking his face in response. Naruto's friends laughed seeing this. "Look, they already like you, Naruto," Hana said. Naruto smiled at them and rubbed their heads softly with his hand. Their attention turned towards the door then as Iruka walked in with some files in his hand. By this time, everyone had arrived and were sitting talking with each other. "Good morning everyone," Iruka said. "It's good to see you all once again. This is our last day together in the academy as you all are genin now and will be put in selected teams. But before announcing your teams, I would like to say something to you all." He stopped for a moment and looked at everyone. "You're only genin, so don't get big heads. Train hard from now because this is just a start. You'll face many challenges from now on in your life, so be prepared for them and don't take it easy. Listen to your superiors, trust your teammates, and I am very proud to be part of this batch. Now, coming back to your teams, listen up closely. Team 1. Iruka started announcing the teams. Naruto listened for his name, hoping to be put on a decent team. Then finally, he heard it. Team 12 will be Naruto Uzumaki, Hana Inyazuka, and Yugao Yuzuki. The 3 looked at each other. Naruto smiled, very much satisfied with his team. He knew both Hana and Yugao were strong, and he could trust them and could work with them without any problems. Now he just hoped they could get a good sensei. Suddenly, a hand came around his neck. He looked at his right and noticed Yugao with that look on her face which he had gotten so used to. She moved closer to him and spoke with a big smile. "See Naru, even destiny couldn't keep us apart." Naruto blushed at this and muttered under his breath. "Why me?" Apparently, he was still going to be tortured by both Yugao and Hana. They still didn't know when to stop. "Now you all have to wait here until your assigned squad leaders come to pick you up," Iruka said when he had finished announcing the teams. "And once again, good luck everyone. I wish you all a successful career ahead." With that, Iruka collected his things and left the class. While they were waiting, Naruto turned towards Hayate. "Which team were you put on?" "I didn't hear." Hayate just pointed towards his teammates, Izumo and Katetsu. Naruto had hung out with them before and knew they were very good friends with Hayate. "Izumo, Katetsu, it's good to see you guys again," Naruto said, greeting them. They both waved at him in response. "I guess you were too busy with your girlfriend to even notice us," Izumo then said. Naruto glared at him while the others laughed until finally some started to arrive. Hokage office. Observing Naruto through his crystal ball, Hiruzen was happy that he had made some wonderful friends, but he wished the boy would open up more with them. "It's not always good to keep everything bottled up inside yourself," Hiruzen thought. "So what do you think of him so far?" Hiruzen asked those who stood beside him. "As you said, he doesn't talk much, but he still formed a close relationship with his friends. He doesn't trust people very fast, but he is very observant and is very intelligent. I believe he's always thinking 2 steps ahead," Hiruzen said. "That has to be expected," he commented. "You don't get promoted through your academy years with an ordinary performance." Hiruzen nodded. "I expect you to take care of him. That's the least I could do for him," he said. "His father was a very dear friend of mine. I may not have been able to be there for him in his childhood, but now I'll be there as his sensei to guide him." "You'll have a difficult task ahead of you," Hiruzen then said. "Perhaps. But now at least I can get that troublesome woman off my back," they muttered. Then speaking more loudly, "But if that's all Hikage-sama, I think I should get going to meet them." Hiruzen shook his head as his best gave a casual wave and walked out of the office. Did every top shinobi have to be so weird? With that thought, he pulled out an orange-covered book and opened it to where he had left off, reading and giggling at the same time. "Where the hell is our sensei?" "We're the only ones left here," Hana said in annoyance. "They'll get here, Hana. Be patient, it's not that late," Yugao responded. A couple of minutes later, the class door opened and a shinobi wearing the Konoha standard issue uniform walked in. He had dark hair tied up into a spiky ponytail, dark eyes, and a goatee. But his most noticeable features were 2 scars on the right side of his face. The 3 genin looked at him in astonishment. "Team 12, he said. It was more of a statement than a question. They nodded. "I'm your sensei. Follow me." He then exited the room and the 3 genin quickly followed him. Training field. When they arrived on the training field, their new sensei ordered them to sit down. The newly promoted genins quickly followed the order and then looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. Now what, sensei?" Hana asked. "Why don't we start with our introduction so we can get to know each other," he said, his voice slightly annoyed. "We already know each other, sensei, why don't you go first?" Yugao suggested. He shrugged his shoulders and muttered under his breath. "Troublesome." Then he started. "My name is Shikaku Nara. I'm the head of the Nara clan. My likes are playing shogi, being with my family, and finding time to take a nap without my troublesome wife nagging me. My dislikes are traitors. My goal is to help you towards your goals." He then pointed towards Hana. She nodded and started. "The names Hana, Inuzuka and these little guys are the 3 Himeru brothers. My likes are my family, friends, and annoying my little brother. I hate perverts and people who don't treat animals kindly, and my dream is to become a great meta-kunoichi." Shikaku smiled and nodded in satisfaction at her. "Now it's your turn, Purplichin," he said, turning to Yugao. Yugao glared at him. "My name is Yugao Yazuki, not Purple. My hobbies are my friends and training. I also hate perverts, rapists, and Naruto's broody face." Naruto glared at her as she continued. "My dream is to become a specialist and a respected kunoichi. Now you go, Blondie." Shikaku said to the last member of his squad, who simply nodded in return. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I don't have any particular likes or dislikes, and my dream is to surpass all the previous Hokage and protect the Leaf Village and its will of fire and to live up to my ancestors' names." He spoke in a rush. Both Hana and Yugao looked at him in confusion at the mention of his ancestors. All they knew was that he had grown up in an orphanage. He never talked about himself with them even though they were friends, and they always felt upset that he didn't seem to trust them well enough to share anything personal. Shikaku also narrowed his eyes a little. He knows about his heritage. "Hikage-sama never told me anything about that." He then grabbed his students' attention again. "Well, it's good you all have your ambitions and are serious about your ninja careers, but before you guys call yourself ninja, you have to pass my special test. If you fail, you'll be sent back to the academy for 1 more year. But we already passed the genin exam in the academy." Why do we have to do an exam again? Yugao asked. Shikaku chuckled at her question and responded. You really believe that just by giving some answers on paper and doing a couple of low levels that you're ready to become a genius? That's just to select the candidates who have potential to be genin. It's your sensei who will decide if you will become a genin or not. So what do we have to do now to become a genin? Naruto asked with narrowed eyes. Hana and Yugao also nodded. Shikaku folded his arms and spoke in a lazy tone. Coming on to that part, as you see, I really don't want to be a sensei and babysit you guys. It's way too troublesome for me. His new students looked at him in shock. But I can't just send you back, so we will fight here, and whoever impresses me well enough will stay on as my apprentice. The other two will go back to the academy. This shocked them even more. Was he asking them to betray each other? What? You can't do that. You can't just simply play with other people's careers just because you're too lazy to handle your responsibilities. Hana said angrily. Haha. Of course I can. I can't lose my reputation because of you. So I'll just pick out the best one. Shikaku smirked. I won't do it. Yugao muttered under her breath and looked down. Shikaku raised an eyebrow. Did you say something, Purpligen? I said, I will not fight you just for your amusement. She shouted as tears fell from her eyes. I won't compete with my teammates just so that I can be your student. I will gladly go back to the academy for one more year rather than have you as my sensei. Both Hana and Naruto looked at her in surprise. Naruto had never seen her cry before. Shikaku responded with a shrug of his shoulders. Well, that means less work for me. Now I only have two to select from. Go to hell. Hana shouted, this time with a glare. I also don't want to be on your team. Then it's decided. Naruto, you'll be my apprentice and we'll be a two-man team from now on. Shikaku pointed towards both the girls. You two will be going back to the academy. Thanks for making it easier for me. They both glared at him with hate and then looked at Naruto. He was just sitting with his eyes closed, not paying them any attention. With expressions of disappointment, they gave one final glance towards Naruto before standing up to leave. I am sorry, Naruto said finally. They both stopped and looked at him. His eyes were closed and it appeared that he was talking to them. They both smiled a little sadly, but before they could say anything, Naruto opened his eyes. I'm sorry, sensei, but I can't leave them like this, he said. I never knew my family and never had any friends before I joined the academy. I was always alone, but when I joined the academy and met them, I slowly started to consider them as my friends. I don't have anything other than them in my life and for me they're my family. From the shocked expressions on the girls' faces, they probably never expected him to say something like that. Smiles slowly appeared on their faces. One thing I learned in my life is to always cherish my friends, and what you're asking me is to just leave them behind for my own benefits. I can't do that. I'm sorry, sensei, but that is against my morals. I will go back to the academy with them. He bowed at the end and turned to leave. Shikaku, who had appeared shocked, now tried to mask his happy expression behind his lazy attitude and muttered. What a drag this is turning out to be. He shook his head. So if this is your final decision, I will give you one more chance to think it over again. I don't have to think more about it, my decision is final. Naruto said, and the three friends turned to leave. Alright. Come back you three. You all pass even though it is troublesome. Shikaku spoke with a smile. The three genin turned around and looked at him in confusion, but not without a little hope in their eyes. What do you mean, sensei? Yugao asked. Why do I have to repeat myself again? He muttered quietly before answering. What I mean is that you all pass and we're officially a team now. But how did we pass? I don't understand. We didn't do anything. Hana spoke in confusion. Your decision to stand with your teammates and not abandon them for your benefit is the reason you pass. Konoha village believes in teamwork and it's because of that we are one of the strongest villages in the elemental nations. I myself belong to the team Inoshikacho, which is famous and feared for its teamwork. I know the importance of teamwork. Shikaku explained. Aren't we supposed to fight you to show you our teamwork? Naruto asked. Shikaku shrugged his shoulders before responding. It's no good, I believe that teamwork develops with time. You can't just start working with each other in one day, but I wanted to see what your thoughts are about your teammates and if you'd be able to work together in the future. Also, fighting you all will be too troublesome. This gained a sweat drop from the three genin. He's not joking about that. He really is lazy, Hana whispered to Yugao and Naruto. So we really passed then, for real? Yugao asked. Why do you guys keep asking the same thing again and again? You passed already, but if you still want to go back to the academy, I can arrange that easily. Shikaku responded tiredly. Both Yugao and Hana smiled and high-fived each other. Then Yugao turned to Naruto and put an arm around his shoulders. I never doubted that you cared about your Yugachin, Naru, so don't worry, I will never leave you, she said with a smirk. Naruto blushed a little and pushed her away. Back off, pervert, and don't come near me. Yugao's face went bright red from embarrassment as she pointed her finger at him. I'm not a pervert. Don't call me that. Then stop touching me and keep your distance. Naruto responded. But didn't you say that you care about me? She asked with an innocent face. I never said anything like that, Naruto said. You did. I heard it clearly. She then turned to Shikaku who was watching the scene with amusement. You also heard him say that in that amazing speech of his, right sensei? I don't think he said anything like that, Shikaku said. Huh. If you didn't, then you didn't listen clearly, she said with a glare. She then turned back to Naruto and said with a smile. Don't worry Naru, I heard you clearly so you don't have to be shy in front of me. Naruto didn't know how to respond to her teasing, so he just folded his hands and snorted. HNN, and looked away. As this was happening, Hana and Shikaku watched with amusement from the side. Hana turned to Shikaku and said, you should get used to this from now on sensei, because this is an everyday thing with those two. Troublesome, was his only response. Seeing they were not stopping though, he decided to step in. Alright, that's enough for you two, we are now officially a team. But we won't be getting a mission until tomorrow, so you wanna go for some BBQ to celebrate. The three genin nodded at him happily, but before they could move Shikaku called them once again. You both go ahead. I want to talk to Naruto about something, we'll be just behind you, so you don't have to wait long. Both girls nodded with curious looks on their faces, but then left, giving only one glance back towards Naruto and leaving them alone to talk. Naruto looked at his sensei in confusion. What do you want to talk about? Shikaku stared at him for a little longer. The things you said about your teammates were very admirable. It's very good to see that you made such wonderful friends, and it's very good to finally meet you Naruto. You're the spitting image of your father. Naruto narrowed his eyes, not fully trusting him. As far as he knew, only the Hokage, Itachi and Jiraiya knew about his heritage. But he remembered that the Hokage had told him one time that some of his parents' friends were also aware of him. Even so, he was still not sure if he could trust him or not. You know who my father was? He asked. Shikaku nodded. He was one of my very close friends, and I am also aware of all his secrets. What secrets are you talking about? Naruto asked in suspicion. Don't be too surprised that he was my friend. I also know about your secrets and the one you keep hidden behind the seal. He pointed toward Naruto's eyes. How do you know about that? Only 3 people were aware of that till now. Naruto asked in shock. Shikaku nodded. Hokage-sama told me about that. I just wanted you to know that you can trust me with anything. I am here for you, and I especially ask you to be placed on my team, as that's the least I could do for you, for not being there before. Naruto could see that his sensei really meant what he said and finally nodded in understanding. If my father and Hokage trusted you then so can I. I'm finally meeting one of my father's friends. I hope you tell me about him, but I also don't want you to show me favoritism. Shikaku smiled and spoke. You've grown up well. Is this all you wanted to talk about sensei? Naruto asked. Shikaku shook his head. I also wanted to know something. He stopped for a moment before speaking again. I wanted to know if your teammates know about you being a. Naruto looked down. He had known he'd have to tell people close to him about his hidden secrets eventually. If he couldn't tell them, how could he expect them to trust him, especially now that they were a team and were supposed to trust each other with their lives. I just don't know how they would react after knowing the truth. I may not show it, but I really care about them and I don't want them to leave me and think of me like some people in the village do. Shikaku put a hand on his shoulder and smiled. You think too much, brat. Give them a chance. They will understand you. I saw today that they were both ready to go back to the academy so you could pass. Your teammates genuinely care about you, so don't you think they deserve to know about you? Naruto kept silent for a minute, wondering if he could really tell them. I'll think about it. Shikaku nodded and spoke lazily. We should get going. It's not good for our health to keep ladies waiting, it can be really troublesome. Naruto laughed a little at his sensei's comment but said nothing. He had seen both Hana and Yugao beating the shit out of people and didn't want to be on the receiving end. But Yugao and Hana, they both had arrived at the BBQ restaurant a couple of minutes ago and were waiting for their teammates. What do you think they're talking about? Yugao asked. Hana closed her eyes in annoyance as she had lost count of how many times Yugao had asked the same question since they'd arrived. What's gotten into you? I already said I don't know. Just ask them when they get here. Yugao just shrugged her shoulders. I can't stop thinking why sensei had to talk to Naruto in private and not in front of us. I also don't understand that, Hana said. During our team meeting I noticed sensei kept eyeing Naruto from time to time. Yugao spoke. Hana looked at Yugao with a teasing expression. Hey. Do you think our sensei is a pervert who likes young boys? Yugao looked at her with a deadpan expression. Don't joke like that, I'm serious. Are you sure? I think you're jealous because of sensei spending alone time with Naruto. Hana giggled. Yugao's eyes twitched and she glared. Stop talking nonsense. It's nothing like that. I don't believe you, the way you flirt with him. But I can't blame you, he is very cute. Just imagine how handsome he'll be in the future. Hana got a dreamy look on her face. Yugao blushed. It's nothing like that. Then she calmed herself before saying. It's just that I don't like his emotionless attitude. We don't even know anything about him other than his name, so I just try to get him to open up with us, and I really like making him embarrassed. It's better than having a serious face all the time. What are you girls talking about? At their sensei's voice, they both looked up and noticed their teammates. Nothing much sensei, it's just girl talk. Hana responded as Shikaku sat down beside her and Naruto climbed into the booth beside Yugao. What were you guys talking about? Yugao then asked Naruto. Naruto looked at her from the corner of his eyes. It's nothing you should worry about. What kind of answer is that? Yugao looked at him with a glare. Naruto just kept quiet. We already ordered the food. It should be arriving soon. Hana quickly informed them and began asking Shikaku about the ninja missions. When the food arrived, they happily started eating, but Naruto stayed quiet, still thinking about the conversation he'd had with Shikaku and not sure if he could trust Yugao and Hana with his secrets. More than that, though, he was scared that they wouldn't understand him. Would you guys like to come to my house after this? Naruto asked suddenly. Shikaku looked at him silently, but both Hana and Yugao got shocked expressions on their faces. Yugao recovered and smiled. Of course Naru. But why so suddenly? I wanted to talk with you both about something, and I'm not comfortable speaking about it in public, Naruto responded. Well alright then, Hana said. Naruto's apartment wasn't fancy, but it was very clean and well-maintained. Wow. Your house is so clean, Naruto. I can't even keep my room clean, Hana said, looking around. Are you sure about this, Naruto? Shikaku asked. Naruto nodded. I think you're right, sensei. They deserve to know the truth. I can't keep it a secret forever. Shikaku nodded in understanding, while Hana and Yugao both looked at them. What are you guys talking about? Yugao asked as she looked at Naruto. What do you want to talk about? Naruto kept silent for a moment before closing his eyes. I know you guys think that I don't trust you enough to tell you about myself. They listened to him quietly. But you're my friends and you deserve to know some things about me, and if you guys decide to leave me after knowing the truth, I won't hold anything against you. Yugao smiled nervously and asked. Why would we leave you, Naru? Hana nodded with her. Naruto looked down. I was born on the 10th of October, on the night of the Kyuubi attack. Many in the village hate me and think of me as some kind of demon and reincarnation. How could they think of you as some monster just because you were born on that day? It doesn't make you any monster, Hana said. It's not because of that. You were told in the academy that the 4th Hokage killed them while sacrificing his life, but that's not true. What are you trying to say to Naru? Of course Lord 4th killed them. And what's any of this have to do with you? Yugao asked nervously. I am just saying that what you were told in the academy wasn't true, Naruto said as he looked at her. He didn't kill them because they can't be killed. How could you say that? Yugao asked. If he didn't kill them then why would they tell us wrong, what do you know about it? Naruto closed his eyes and spoke. You can't kill them and even if you manage to kill the beast, they will just reform again, so all he could do was to seal it away. So the 4th Hokage sealed it in me and made me a. With this, he pulled his shirt up and showed the seal on his stomach. They both looked at him with wide eyes and shocked faces. Then why would they say that the 4th killed the Hana asked, her eyes brimming with tears. This time Shikaku answered. The 4th Hokage's last wish was for Naruto to be seen as a hero for saving the village, but some people thought it was better to kill him than see him as some kind of hero. So the 3rd Hokage passed down the law to never mention the truth about Naruto to the younger generation. Breaking the law results in death. At this, Yugao walked up to Naruto and slapped him hard on the face. Glaring at him with tears in her eyes, she spoke. Bastard. You could have told us earlier. I don't care if you have some monster sealed inside of you. You are still the same Naruto to me. I was scared, Naruto muttered. But seeing her look at him as she always had made him feel happy. I thought that if I told you guys, you would leave me. Yugao looked at him with softened eyes and hugged him tightly. I will never leave you, Naru, for me you will always be my cute Naruchan. Naruto was shocked by the hug but relaxed and put his hand around her waist and returned her hug. Yugao smiled and tightened her hold on him. Anna walked up to them and put her arms around them both. Don't leave me behind, we are a team now. Shikaku smiled but didn't interrupt, looking relieved and proud. They released their hug and Naruto said. Thank you guys. They both smiled at him, but Yugao asked. But why would the 4th Hokage choose you? He didn't have any right to put such a burden on you. Naruto didn't say anything, but only looked away. Yugao narrowed her eyes on this. You already know something about this, don't you, Naru? Naruto just kept quiet until Yugao grabbed his collar and glared as she pulled him closer. I've had enough of your attitude and your secrets, brat, tell me now. Naruto looked at Shikaku for some help, but Shikaku's look told him do what you want, I am not dealing with her. Hey. Calm down a little, Yugao, Hana said. I want my answers, Yugao said, ignoring Hana. He can't just go and ask anybody to sacrifice their child, Naruto responded. He chose me because I am his son. Both Hana and Yugao looked at him in shock. Yugao released his collar and stuttered. Yeah, I refer Hokage's-san. Naruto smiled and rubbed the back of his head. Well, of course I'm his son. They both looked at his face closely. Well, you really look a lot like him, Hana said. Then she turned toward Shikaku and asked. Seeing your reaction to this, does that mean that you're already aware of this, sensei? He nodded with a long sigh. I was aware of it from the start. His father was a very good friend of mine. Wow. Yugao said, inspecting his face closely. You really do look like the fourth, but I am not going to call you Naruto-sama. Naruto chuckled. I don't want you to address me like that just because of my father. Yugao smiled at him. That smile really looks good on you, Naru. Please smile a lot. Naruto looked away with a blush, not knowing if she was teasing him again or saying genuinely. It's good to see that you've taken the news so well, but keep in mind that you can't talk about it with other people. Those were all village secrets, and I should say everything related to Naruto is a matter of village security, so be careful. Shikaku's words got their attention. And I was going to tell my mother that I'm on the same team with the fourth Hokage's son, Hana muttered. Shikaku looked at her. I don't think you have to tell her anything, she's already aware of his heritage. How does she know? Hana asked in shock. Most of the clan heads are aware of his parents' identities. We were all friends coming from the same class, and his mother was on the same team with your mother and a very good friend. Shikaku informed them. Really? Hana spoke in excitement. So that's why she's always telling me to invite Naruto to our home. Well, that's enough for today, Shikaku said. I'm going now. I expect you guys to be ready tomorrow for your first team assignment. He waved goodbye as he walked out the door. I should also get going. I have picked up my little brother from the academy. Hana said, leaving Naruto and Yugao. Yugao looked at Naruto. Sue. I don't have anything to do, you want to go out for a walk? I don't see anything wrong with that, Naruto responded with a shrug. With Team 12, it was another beautiful morning in Konohagakure, and the newly formed Team 12 members waited at the training ground for their lazy sensei to arrive. Today would be their first mission as genin. Hana and Yugao were talking excitedly with each other and speculating about what kind of mission they would get, but Naruto stood quietly, his eyes closed, enjoying the morning sun on his face. After relieving such a heavy burden the day before when he had revealed one of his secrets to his teammates, he felt relaxed and lucky to have met people like them. Even after they had learned that he held the no Kitsune within himself and was the son of the fourth Hokage, they still treated him like they always had. He hadn't told them everything about himself, but that would come in time. The important thing was that he now felt that he could trust them with anything. Naruto-kun, Hana said. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at her as she spoke. So what kind of mission do you think we'll be getting today? I don't think they'll give us anything important or dangerous on our first day, he responded calmly. Don't be silly, Naru, you'll see, we'll be doing a dangerous mission, Yugao said with a small smirk. We're shinobi now, not academy students, and we can handle some serious stuff. But don't worry, I'll be there to protect you if anything happens. Naruto shook his head but didn't respond to her. Then Hana continued. You know, Naruto-kun, I had a talk last night with my mother. What does that have to do with me? Naruto asked her. Hana narrowed her eyes at him playfully. You still kept a lot of things hidden from us yesterday. Yugao looked at her with a confused expression. What things are you talking about? Naruto asked. I talked about what you told us yesterday and asked a bit about your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, and my mother told me that she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, Hana said. That makes you his great-grandson. What? Yugao said in shock and looked at Naruto. I were also related to the first Hokage. I don't think that's anything important, so I didn't mention it, Naruto responded calmly. Hana looked at him with a smile. I know that you have a lot more secrets. But I just wanted to tell you that we understand and will wait for you to tell us more about you whenever you're ready. Naruto leaned his back against the training post and closed his eyes. So that's what you meant when you said yesterday that you want to live up to your ancestors' names, Yugao muttered. You're so hard to figure, Naru. Naruto didn't respond and a few minutes later, Shikaku arrived in a shunshin and greeted them lazily. Good morning, brats, you're pretty early. At least you could show some sensei, Yugao muttered in annoyance. We're going on our first ever mission today. Troublesome, he said in reply with a shrug of his shoulders. Anyway, let's get going. We have a long day ahead of us. Mission office, Team 12 reporting for duty, sir. Shikaku spoke, coming to stand with his team in front of the Hokage, who was sitting with his advisors. He was really looking forward to this and couldn't wait to see the reaction of his geniuses, as during the whole walk Hana and Yugao had only talked about how they were going to fight some enemy shinobi or guard some important person. Oh, how he was going to love those shocked faces when they came to reality. Team 12, so you guys are here for your first mission today. The Hokage looked at each one in turn and settled on Naruto with a smile. But before that, I would like to have a talk with you both. The Hokage looked at the girls seriously, getting their full attention. Your sensei told me that Naruto shared some of his secrets with you, and I am very proud of you both for how you handled the news. I also hope that you will not mistreat his trust in you and will keep it a secret from others. We understand Hokage-sama, Naruto is very dear friend, and we are happy that he trusted us with such a big thing, and we will never do anything which puts him or our village in any danger, Yuga responded, and Hana nodded in agreement, getting a gentle smile from the elderly Hokage. I am happy that Naruto was able to make such wonderful friends, he continued. Anyway, coming back to your mission, let's see what we have. We have a request to babysit one of the council members' grandchildren, or walking dogs, or cleaning the river. As he went through the mission requests, the genin stared at him with wide eyes, as if he had grown a second head. Shikaku could tell by their faces exactly what they were thinking. They were ninjas now. Surely the Hokage must be jockeying with them. They weren't going to do that kind of work. I think there must be some kind of mistake, Hokage-sama, Yugao interrupted. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow with an amused expression, and Shikaku smirked. I mean, we are shinobi now. Surely we're not going to do those kinds of missions, right? I don't see anything wrong with Yugachin. These are all missions that will be assigned to the genin teams, the Hokage responded calmly. But how can they be called missions? Yugao stuttered. Anybody can do those. Don't question people who are superior to you, genin. You will do whatever mission you're ordered to do, without any questions. Kaheru, who was sitting next to the Hokage, scolded Yugao. Yugao looked down and apologized. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. Don't be too hard on them, Kaheru, it's their first day here, Hiruzen said in their defense as he looked at the young genins in front of him. These drank missions are assigned to every new genin team to build up their teamwork, and they also help increase village economy, so you see that they are very important. A mission is a mission, Hokage-sama, it doesn't matter what it is, Naruto stated with a stoic look, addressing the Hokage formally. Shikaku was glad for that, as it would not have looked good for Naruto to call the Hokage Jaichin while he was on duty. But the Hokage sighed at Naruto's response and inwardly cursed Itachi for having so much influence on him. We will take a river cleaning mission, Hokage-sama, Shikaku said, wanting to get out of there as it was beginning to get too troublesome for him. I can't take this anymore. Hana shouted in frustration as she stood in the middle of the river with a stick in her hand and a bucket on her back. You're not the only one, Yuga said. She then turned towards her sensei, who was lying under the shade of a tree with Hana's puppies. Come on, sensei, at least help us out here. Shikaku opened his eyes. This mission is for you guys to improve your teamwork. So stop complaining and finish up your work fast. We have other things to do after this. But sensei, this is wrong, don't you see you're doing a crime by forcing child labor? I mean, look at him. Yugao pointed towards Naruto, who was working quietly. He looked up at the mention of his name. Don't you feel his pain? He's so small and just a child and you're forcing him to do this cruel work. Naruto's eyes gleamed at her comment. If she wanted to tease him, he'd give it right back. Talk about yourself. I'm perfectly fine and I'm not some small child. I'm a shinobi. Oh right, you're a shinobi now. But you're still a small child. She pointed towards his height and grinned. Naruto glared at her. Until then, he had been working quietly and having a great time listening to all the complaining his two teammates were doing. But Yugao's teasing was too annoying to ignore. Why did people always mention his height? He was only 10. As I remember, you guys were talking about how you were going to fight an enemy shinobi or guard some important person, Naruto mocked. But you should be happy with this work. Standing in the middle of a river is about as dangerous as you two can handle. But don't worry. I'm here to save your sorry asses. Yugao and Hana in return glared at him and Yugao smirked. Don't try to act smart in front of me, Uzumaki. Besides, you should worry about yourself. I've heard there are ghosts around here who kidnap squirts like you, so be careful. Naruto felt a little shocked at her comment. She couldn't know he was scared of ghosts. Shisui used to tell him stories about them and how dangerous they are, but he had never told the girls of his fear. Don't joke like that and let me do my work, Naruto responded, no longer wanting to continue the conversation. Then Hana smirked. Are you scared of ghosts, Naruto-kun? No, he replied quickly. Then why are you sweating, standing in the river? Yugao asked with a teasing smile. Both girls laughed out loud and Naruto felt embarrassed that his attempt to mock them had backfired. What a drag, Shikaku muttered, looking at their interaction. Stop fooling around and finish up the mission. After doing a few more drank missions over the following days, Team 12 stood together at the training grounds. This is the worst possible start of our career, Yugao stated tiredly. This is really child labor, sensei. Quit complaining, Purplichin, Shikaku responded. You will be doing these types of missions until you're ready for something more advanced. From now on, we'll do some missions in the morning and later we will do some training here to keep your skills up. The three genins nodded at him and he continued. I want to know, have you guys completed the tree climbing and water walking exercises? Yup. My mother already taught that to me, Hana responded. Yugao also nodded. I've also completed that. Shikaku then looked at Naruto. He knew Naruto had the most chakra out of them all, so it could be difficult for him to control it, but the Hokage had told him that Naruto had spent some time training with Itachi and Shisui, and he wondered what they had taught him. I also know that, sensei, Naruto responded. Shikaku nodded, pleased. That meant less work for him, not having to explain all the chakra and chakra control things. He could now move on to some advanced training. That's good, it means you have decent chakra control to start training in your chakra element nature. He took out 3 papers from his pocket and held them in front of his students. Take these chakra papers and channel chakra into them. This will show us what element you have an affinity for. What does the chakra element and affinity mean in sensei? Hana asked in confusion as she looked at the paper in her hand. There are 5 basic types of chakra elemental natures. They are fire, wind, water, lightning and earth. Most people's chakra naturally lean toward a certain element. Shikaku explained. These slips of paper will help us find yours. It'll tear in half for wind, burn for fire, get soggy for water, crumble if you have earth, and if you're lightning natural, the paper will wrinkle. He then told them to channel chakra one by one, and it was Hana who was first. She channeled some of her chakra into the paper, and as a result, the paper crumbled. You have an affinity for earth, Shikaku said. He then told Yugao to do the same, and her paper got soggy. So I got affinity for water, Yugao muttered. Then it was Naruto's turn, who quickly channeled his chakra into the paper, already guessing that the paper would burn because of his ability to use fire style. So he was surprised when the paper split in half and then both parts wrinkled. His teammates were also looking at him in surprise. That's quite interesting. It's quite a rare combination you got there, Naruto, Shikaku said with a raised eyebrow. Wait. What does that mean? Yugao questioned. It means he has an affinity for both wind and lighting, Shikaku responded. I can see that, sensei. But how can he have an affinity for 2 elements? Yugao asked. You said that people's chakra nature leans towards a central element and yet here he has 2 chakra natures. Well, that is true, but some people are gifted naturally with 2 elements. You can also develop your second affinity by training in it and you can also do other elements, but that will take too much chakra out of you at your stage. Most have 2 chakra natures, as it is one of the requirements for becoming a Shikaku explained. But you also should be aware that all 5 chakra elemental natures balance each other out equally, Shikaku said. How? Hana asked. To put it simply, fire, water, lightning, wind and earth each have an elemental advantage and disadvantage connecting them to the other elements, Shikaku explained. For example, fire is stronger than wind, but at the same time, it's weak against water. Each element has an advantage over another and is weak to another. Ah. This is so complicated, Hana said, rubbing her forehead. You guys wanted something interesting today, so I decided to give you something, so don't bother me with it. Shikaku shrugged. I shouldn't be even teaching you about this. Many shinobi don't even start their elemental training until their level. But you guys have enough chakra, so I decided to go with it. So, what are we going to do now, sensei? Naruto asked. Shikaku just shrugged his shoulders. Unfortunately for you guys, I am not an ninjutsu specialist, so I will have to arrange something for you all. But don't worry. I will get to a low level tomorrow for you to start with. Also I am going to apply some weight seals on you 3, so you will do your daily missions and training with the seals on, Shikaku added. It will help to increase your speed and improve your chakra control. He then applied the seals on them and activated them. At their activation, the genins suddenly struggled to stand straight. I think you're trying to kill us, sensei, at least show some mercy on us, Hana muttered. You'll get used to it in time, Shikaku said. Don't you want to get stronger? Now come on, give me 20 laps of the field. You're crazy, Yugao and Hana muttered at the same time. Naruto was also having a little difficulty, but not as much as the other 2. Itachi and Shisui had used some weights before for him to train. But these were much heavier, he realized, as he joined his teammates in the run. Some hours later, the 3 genins were sitting and relaxing quietly after their hard workout session. After running, they had done some practice, some taijutsu training, and then decided on their team formation. Ah. I am so tired, Hana muttered. You all did well today. Get used to this from now on. This will be our daily schedule, Shikaku told them and got a glare from Hana and Yugao in return. Naruto looked up at the sky and realized that it was already evening and the sun was going to go down soon. He stood to leave. Where are you going, Naru? Yugao asked. The sun is going to set soon, he answered. So I'm going to enjoy the view as I have nothing else important to do right now. His teammates and sensei looked at him in surprise. Well then can I come with you, Hana said. I also don't have anything to do now. Naruto thought for a moment and then nodded. Hana grinned at him, then looked at Yugao. What about you, Yugao? Yugao nodded and looked at their lazy sensei. Come on sensei, come with us. Troublesome, Shikaku muttered before accepting their offer. It would be good bonding time. Hokage Monument, whoa. Both Hana and Yugao said in awe at the view before them. They were standing on the fourth Hokage's head looking out at the sunset as it ignited their whole village into a fiery work of art. This is so beautiful. I have never seen anything like this in my life, Yugao whispered. I always used to come here with the Hokage to enjoy the view. It's always peaceful here and it's the only place I can talk to him, Naruto said, looking at the great stone face of his father. Shikaku and his teammate smiled in response. Shikaku was enjoying the time as well. Just leaving every troublesome thing behind while relaxing was exactly the kind of thing he liked to do. "Can I ask you something about Naruto?" Yugao said, breaking the silence. Naruto looked at her and nodded. "Why didn't you ever talk much in the class?" she asked. Naruto thought about his academy days. He'd had his priorities clear from the start even before the academy, and he had not been there to have fun or to make friends, and nobody had really interested him there. To him, all the other students had seemed to have it so easy and knew nothing of the outside world. He looked at her. There was nothing to talk about and nobody understood me there. They were all living in their fantasy worlds, thinking nothing was wrong in this world. They were not doing anything wrong with that, Shikaku said. That's what they were supposed to do and that's what you were supposed to do. That's why we have an academy to let students make friends before becoming ninja. Then why did you start to talk and hang out with us? Hana asked. Naruto chuckled a little before saying. You guys were the first ones who came to me to talk without crumbling or just telling me how strong I was or how cute I was or asking me out on a date. Which girl in her right mind would like to go on a date with you? Yugao muttered, earning a glare from him. Are you serious? Hana said with a surprised look. Naruto nodded. Why did you want to become Kunoichi? I am not from any clan and even in my family not many people became shinobi, Yugao answered. Only my father and grandfather were shinobi. I'm actually the first ever Kunoichi from my family. So I wanted to become as strong as possible so I can make my parents proud of me. I also wanted to become a Kunoichi to make my mother and my clan proud of me, Hana said. Naruto nodded, not really surprised by their responses. He had already heard that kind of thing from others as well. But at least they were serious with their training and careers. You know, you always say that you want to become Hokage. But you never mentioned any particular reason. Yugao said. Is it because of who your ancestors were and wanting to live up to them? Naruto hesitated to tell them his real reasons. The last time he had told his dreams to his former classmates, they had laughed at him. He wondered if his teammates would understand him. That's not totally wrong. I want to live up to my predecessors' names. But my main reason is that I want to stop all the fighting in this world. His answer seemed to surprise his teammates. What do you mean by Naruto? Shikaku asked. Naruto looked ahead towards the setting sun and thought for a moment before he spoke. I may not have seen any war or anyone dying in front of me. But I know war brings meaningless deaths and suffering. Shinobi kill each other in the name of the village. But to stop it I need power, and the people only listen to those who have power. So I want to be the greatest ninja ever, great enough that I can erase all meaningless fighting from this world. And being Hokage will give me the power to do that. I'm surprised to hear you talk so maturely, Shikaku said. You're only 10 and yet you talk of the shinobi world as if you've experienced it. Yeah, you sometimes talk really weird, Yugao said. It's very hard to figure you out. The moment I think I understand you, you go and say something like this. Naruto chuckled a little, but there was some bitterness in it. I can totally agree with you on that Yugao, he said. I don't even know myself up till now. I am still trying to figure myself out. Am I just a village weapon to be used in war, or am I Naruto Uzumaki on whom some people trusted what they had left behind? He spoke bitterly. So many people expected great things from him and it felt like a burden. Stop talking nonsense, Yugao said, glaring at him. I told you before it doesn't matter if you have a fucking sealed in your gut or if you're the son or great-grandson of the Hokage. You're still your own person, you have your own life in front of you to do what you want, nothing is written in stone, and everyone carves their own path. And stop putting so much pressure on yourself because of your family name. The Naru I know will never crack under any pressure. He can overcome anything. Naruto looked at her in surprise and then smiled a moment later. When did you become this smart purplichin? Hana and Shikaku smiled at them. Alright, that's enough, it's getting late, Shikaku said. Go and rest, you will have a busy day again tomorrow. He wanted to leave as soon as possible because he had some very important topics to discuss with the Hokage. Don't be late tomorrow, he added before vanishing in the leaves. The Genins looked at each other and then bid each other good night before going their separate ways. Hokage office. I'm concerned and alarmed by Naruto's thinking, Shikaku said to the Hokage a few minutes later. These should not be the thoughts of any 10-year-old child. It's not good for Naruto to have these kinds of thoughts. Hokage was troubled by his words. This is indeed troubling Shikaku. Yeah. He is feeling too much pressure because of so many expectations, Shikaku said. Keep an eye on Shikaku and don't let him do anything unnecessary. Hiruzen said. I am worried that Danzo might make a move on him. He always kept a close eye on his progress. I have already informed Naruto about him and told him to be careful. But on the other hand, it's also good that Naruto opened up with his teammates. After the death of Shisui and Itachi going rogue, he has started to act cold and has been closing himself off from people around him. It is good to see that he is overcoming that. Also his teammates are very understanding, Shikaku said. They tease him, but underneath it all, they always support him. I think they are good for him. Yes indeed, I am certain now that my decision to put him on a team with those two was the right one. Hiruzen commented with a satisfied smile on his face. Well, that's all I wanted to discuss with you, Shikaku said with a bow. I would be taking my leave now. Hiruzen nodded. Please look after him, Shikaku. Don't worry, I will. Shikaku responded before exiting the office and leaving the elderly Hokage alone. It's been 2 months since Naruto graduated from the academy and started doing missions as a genin. His relationship with his teammates has also grown deeper over the time. Of course Hana and Yugao hadn't stopped making fun of him whenever they got the chance, but Naruto still felt that his team was perfect for him. They always managed to execute their missions without any fuss, and he was glad because he had no intention of failing. Although he was a little irritated that his team hadn't been sent out on any particularly difficult missions yet. In fact, thinking back on his time as a genin so far, the only difficult mission he could think of was when his team had been assigned to guard a businessman and they ended up facing a group low-rank missing ninja from the Mist Village. Naruto knew that if he was going to become strong and rise up in the ranks as soon as possible, he would need more challenging missions. Because of that he spent all his free time pouring his heart into polishing his skills under the supervision of his sensei. At the present moment, he was walking with his teammates and sensei back towards their village. They were coming from yet another successfully completed mission. At least the mission had been important, if not difficult. They had been assigned to guard the daimyo of the Land of Fire back towards the capital. The village of Konohagakure was within the territory of the Land of Fire, and the ruler of the Land of Fire was the daimyo. But although the village was located in the Land of Fire, it functioned semi-autonomously, with an independent government structure that had the Hokage at the top. On paper, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was ranked above the Hokage, but currently the land's military power rested with the ninja of Konoha, so the relationship between the two was more like an alliance of equals, rather than master and servant. The Land of Fire's daimyo visited Konohagakure annually. This regular event was important for both sides and had been faithfully held even during the Great War. This mission was a waste of time, Hana was muttering. I was expecting some kind of action in this. Shikaku sighed. The lands have all relaxed now that this is not the wartime, so travel between nations is much safer than before, which is why the village can assign this sort of mission to a genin-cantered team. It was still boring, we just wasted our time, she replied with a pout. Guarding the daimyo was a very important job for us, Shikaku said. This time Yugao looked at their sensei with a deadpan stare. How was that mission important to us, sensei? There was still an Anbu squad keeping their eye on things from the shadows. And the daimyo even had his own 12 guardian ninja to protect him. We were just a formality in that mission, nothing more, Naruto stated. Well, if you guys want to put it like that, then yes, Shikaku said with a shrug of his shoulders. The roads are quite safe since the end of the Great War, so a team that has distinguished themselves as the most promising genin team is assigned to guard the daimyo each year. So you guys see, you should all feel proud that the village higher-ups acknowledge our team as the best. Well, if you put it like that, then I don't see anything wrong with it, Naruto responded. Shikaku rolled his eyes. It might be best if we pick up our pace. Otherwise we won't be able to reach the village before nightfall. The three genin nodded at him and proceeded toward the Leaf Village at a fast pace. Some hours later, Team 12 arrived back at Konoha Village. It was still early evening, and after they reported at the main gates of their arrival, they went straight towards the Hokage office to file their mission report. Hokage office. So the trip went without any incident, Hokage said. Yes, nothing major happened, other than some bandits, Shikaku said. But nothing my team couldn't handle. The daimyo was also very pleased with the service he got. Hiruzen nodded and smiled at the genins. You all did well. Guarding the daimyo is a very important task to be assigned to, and your payments will be transferred to your accounts. Now go and rest a little. But come to my office early tomorrow because I have a very important mission for you. The team nodded and bowed before him in respect before exiting the office. What a tiring day it was, Yugao muttered as they walked toward their usual BBQ shop to get something to eat. Their sensei was following behind them with his hands in his pockets. Just then, someone blocked their path by standing in front of Naruto, and Shikaku was immediately on guard. It was a man Naruto had seen with the Hokage many times, but something about him gave off an ominous feeling of darkness that put Naruto on guard too. So are you the Naruto Uzumaki that I've heard so much about? The man asked, looking down on him. The right side of his face was covered by bandages. He was clad in black, but his arm from his left shoulder was exposed, revealing the white robe he wore underneath. His left eye alone glared down at Naruto. Unflinchingly, Naruto met the man's sinister gaze. Behind him, his sensei eyes were narrowed, and his other two team members were bristling with tension. "You are a bearer of bad luck, boy," the man stated without any emotion. "Bad luck?" Naruto asked, his face equally unreadable. "Your birth led to the village's destruction and even led to your parents' deaths." The man then pointed toward Naruto's stomach. "Chaos will follow you throughout your life. That is your destiny and you can't change it. Chaos will follow you throughout your life." Who exactly was this man? Naruto thought. "What do you want, Danzo?" Shikaku said, glaring at him. "I just wanted to meet young Naruto here since I've heard so much about him." As Danzo spoke, his eyes didn't leave Naruto. "They say you're the most talented and gifted shinobi, one who only comes once in a generation. I have a question for you, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto looked at him silently and waited for the man to continue. "10 of our brethren have been shipwrecked," Danzo said. "One of them has caught a nasty, infectious disease. If he is allowed to live, the other 9 will also get sick and die. If you were the captain of that ship, what judgment would you hand down?" Without hesitation, Naruto offered a response. "No matter what happens, the one who is sick is destined to die. If I were the captain, I would think that my first priority would be to save the lives of the other 9. I would choose to kill the one and save the 9. The bold smile crossed Danzo's face. A very unambiguous response. He moved toward Naruto and whispered as he passed. "I look forward to the day we meet again, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto felt the malicious echo of the man's voice sully his heart with darkness. "Naruto," Shikaku said, bringing Naruto out his thoughts. "I don't like that man," Yugao muttered, looking at Naruto in concern. "His chakra made me feel sick." "Who was he, sensei?" Hana asked. "I had seen that man in Hokage's office and he gave me the shivers." "Danzo Shimura," Shikaku said, his voice dark as he looked at the man's departure. "He's a close aide of the 3rd. Danzo's words lingered in the air and Naruto felt a sharp pain in his chest. Placing a hand where it ached, Naruto stared at the man's back as he walked away until the pain disappeared. He turned to his sensei. "Sensei. What does he mean by chaos will follow me throughout my life?" Shikaku looked at Naruto and put a hand on his shoulder. "Don't pay too much attention to what he said to Naruto. Just keep your distance from that man. Hokage-sama had already warned you about him, I think." Naruto nodded but long after, still couldn't get Danzo's words out of his mind. This must be the Danzo that Itachi had once mentioned. Naruto suddenly became sure that this man had something to do with the Uchiha clan massacre. He continued his walk with his teammates toward the restaurant, but his mind couldn't shake the meeting. He had to find out more about that man. Hokage office. The next morning, Team 12 was standing in front of the Hokage building, waiting for Shikaku. Finally, minutes later, their lazy sensei arrived and they all went inside to the Hokage's office to complete their mission. Hiruzen smiled and greeted them. "Good, you're all here. As I said, I have a mission for you. Probably it will be something boring again," Yugao muttered in a low voice to her teammates. Hiruzen chuckled and spoke. "No, Yugachin, it's an important mission about village security, a rank and bordering on a rank." Then he got serious and handed a file to Shikaku. Shikaku read the name of the person on the file. Mizuki, an academy instructor and a rank shinobi. What about him? "A few months back, his 2 teammates died on a simple rank mission," Hiruzen explained. "Upon inspecting their bodies we found there was no major injury which could result in their deaths and we found that they both died by suffocating. This left us to suspect Mizuki was behind it, so without his knowing, we monitored his activities and found that he was providing secret information to the village enemy. This doesn't sound like a mission that Genin should be involved with," Shikaku said. Hiruzen nodded. "That is true, but all the Anbu and Jounin I can spare are out of the village. As you know, with the loss of the Uchiha clan, our forces have been left weakened. Your team is the only other one that can handle this type of mission. So what do we have to do?" Naruto asked, satisfied that they finally had what sounded like a challenging mission, even if it was only a prank. Hiruzen looked at him. "Investigate what kind of information he is supplying to the enemy and arrest him for his crime against the village. But make sure that he is captured alive for interrogation." "So how are we going to go with this mission?" Hana asked as they all stood at the top of the administrative building after the meeting. "It's morning now, which means that Mizuki will be at the academy," Shikaku said. "It gives us an opportunity to search his house. But we also have to keep an eye on him. Hana and I will go to his house. Naruto and Yugao will keep monitoring his movements from the shadows." The Genins nodded in agreement. "But don't make any move on him until I get back," Shikaku then said. A moment later, Shikaku gave the command and then vanished with Hana. A moment later, Naruto and Yugao moved towards the academy to do their part of the mission. Ninja Academy. Naruto and Yugao arrived near the academy and hid themselves in the trees so they could look inside the class through its windows. Iruka stood at the front of a group of 7-year-olds. Their target had white shoulder-length hair with a slight blue to it and green eyes. He wore the standard uniform of Konohinen, which included a flak jacket and a forehead protector that he wore like a bandana. Why are there two instructors in the same class? Naruto asked his partner in confusion. I heard the academy system is changed this year, Yugao said. It's a lot easier now and the early graduation is banned because of what happened with the Uchiha clan. Naruto nodded. He knew that a lot of things had changed in the village after Itachi massacred the Uchiha clan. You were quite lucky that they let you graduate early, Naru, Yugao commented as she looked at him. The village was in need of more shinobi because of the threat of war, with all the things happening at that time. You know there was the attempted kidnapping of the Hyuga heiress by Cloud Shinobi, and also an Iva spy was found in the village, Naruto said. Yugao nodded. Naruto knew she had also been offered a chance to graduate a year early, but her parents didn't approve. She then smirked. Naru, what if somebody tried to kidnap me? What would you do? Naruto looked at her, but just shrugged his shoulders and took a thinking pose. He didn't want to give her the answer she was looking for, so he said with a smirk of his own. I think I would be very thankful, and I'd even help whoever was trying to kidnap you. I mean, if you're gone, then I would have one less thing to worry about. Yugao glared at him and turned her head away. Seeing her expression, Naruto chuckled. It was always him at the receiving end. But he had learned one or two things by being around her and Hana. They continued their mission seriously after that, and if they hadn't already known, they would never suspect him of being a spy. He was polite with every student in the class. And just by looking, they both could see that Iruka and Mizuki were good friends who had known each other for a long time. Half of the day went by just like that, both genin following Mizuki from the shadows, but they saw nothing that could highlight him as a danger for the village. But Naruto knew never to judge a person on appearance with the kind of world they lived in. Some moments later, the other two members of the team joined them, and Yugao asked, did you guys find anything valuable? Not just anything. That guy has full information on our Anbu and regular forces. That guy is a rat, Hana responded seriously. Did anything happen here? Shikaku asked. Yugao shook her head. Everything's normal. Shikaku nodded. We have all the evidence we need. But we should also look into if he was working with someone from inside the village or if he was alone in all this. Now together, all four watched Iruka and Mizuki coming out to the academy grounds with all the students behind them. Hey sensei, that black-haired half-sleepy kid standing with my brother looks a lot like you, Hana pointed out. Troublesome. He is my son, Shikamaru, Shikaku informed them. They heard Iruka speaking to the kids and informing them of the rules of sparring. Iruka then started calling out pairs for the spar one by one. Alright. Now Shikamaru vs Choji, please come forward. The genins up in the tree saw their sensei's son and a chubby-looking kid come forward to stand in the circle. As Iruka was going through the rules, the chubby kid raised his hand and said. So. Sensei. Yes, what is Choji? Iruka asked. The thing is, I really don't want to fight against my friends, you know, the kid said. Iruka smiled. Well, look Choji, this isn't like a fight. This is traditional shinobi hand-to-hand combat. Even our Hokage and those before him participated and became strong through sparring. As Iruka was giving his lecture, Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders and started walking off the field. Yeah. Look sensei, just go ahead and put that I won by being out of bounds, okay. Then you can move on to the next pair. Shikamaru said. Hey. Wait. Iruka tried to stop him. You might be calling this fight training or whatever. But if there is gonna be a winner, then it's actually a match, and since that's the case, wouldn't it save you some trouble to decide who wins from the start? Shikamaru spoke. The genins in the trees looked at their sensei. Yugao spoke. He is your son sensei. He really doesn't have any motivation, Hana commented with a chuckle. Troublesome. Was the only response from Shikaku they got. Later, after nightfall, the team followed Mizuki as he walked toward the forest. They had already informed the Hokage of their findings and had been ordered to arrest Mizuki as soon as possible. Their plan was to ambush him in the forest, away from the village. Shikaku had told them they would be doing the arrest on their own and he would be keeping watch on them from behind. As they moved deeper into the forest and came to stop at the clearing, they noticed another person was already there practicing. It was Iruka, and they realized that they couldn't make a move in front of Iruka. So they remained hidden, waiting for the right moment to strike. Iruka. What are you doing here at this time? Mizuki questioned. Iruka turned around to look at him in surprise. Oh, it's you Mizuki. I came to train here, but I'm just finishing now. He then went to sit on the nearby log. Mizuki sat beside him. So how's the academy so far? Iruka asked. Are you enjoying your time there? The academy is alright, but teaching those brats in the class is really annoying sometimes, Mizuki responded. Iruka laughed at that. They are not that bad, and some of them are quite talented. They are still annoying to me. Mizuki responded. Don't worry, it'll improve with time, Iruka said. Mizuki shrugged his shoulders. You must be pretty high in Hikage-sama's opinion to let you teach a class full of clan heirs. So who would you pick up as the strongest out of all of them? I can't compare my students with each other like that. But if I had to pick one, I guess I'd go with one of the students from my last batch. I have never seen a student like him in my entire career. I can't even compare him with anyone else. He was in a league of his own. Who was he? Mizuki asked in surprise. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. He graduated from the academy this year, Iruka responded, and even from their vantage point, the genin could see the hate radiating from Mizuki. But Iruka appeared not to sense it. The boy, Mizuki said, his voice dark. Iruka's face registered surprise. This was also the first time Team 12 had heard him say something different than his normal polite way. Don't joke like that, Iruka. He doesn't even deserve to be a shinobi. I don't understand why Hokage allowed such a thing like that to be won. Iruka stood up and looked at Mizuki in anger. He is not a thing, Mizuki. He is a very kind-hearted boy who had things hard while growing up and he didn't even let other people's opinions affect him. Mizuki just waved him off. You don't have to put up an act in front of me, Iruka, I understand, you just pretended that in front of the Hokage to get on his good side. You had to be the one who hated him the most. After all, isn't he the one who killed your parents in the attack? But one day I am going to kill that demon, Iruka. As this was going on, Naruto continued to observe his target carefully. What Mizuki thought about him didn't matter to him. Mizuki was a traitor and Naruto was going to make him pay for it. Iruka tightened his fist and punched Mizuki hard in the face. I can never see you as my friend from now on. I never could have thought that you would be this kind of person. And you will never touch Naruto. Mizuki chuckled darkly and touched his jaw. Are you seriously fighting me over that monster? The fourth Hokage gave us the chance to kill the demon by sealing it away, and that demon is just waiting for a chance to strike. That's what monsters do. Naruto is the most talented shinobi I have ever seen. But he is also a very hard-working kid. He knows the pain of others. He is not a monster, he is Naruto Uzumaki of Konohagakure, Iruka declared. Haha. Ha, Mizuki laughed madly. You're so pathetic, Iruka, siding with a monster. You're useless to me now. I needed power, so I told you to request a Hokage on my behalf to let me serve in the academy. But now that I have the information I need, I should just kill you here. And with sudden speed, he launched some kunai at Iruka. Iruka's reaction looked surprised and slow with fatigue, and before he could do more than dodge, Mizuki summoned a large windmill shuriken and threw it towards him. Iruka knew he wouldn't be able to dodge this one in time and expected the killing blow any second. But the pain never came because in a flicker of speed, the boy with blonde hair was suddenly standing in front of him, his back facing him. It was Naruto. You are under arrest for your crimes against the village, Mizuki. Give up. You have nowhere to go, you're surrounded now. Naruto's voice held no emotion. Mizuki appeared shocked from the sudden appearance. At Naruto's words, his teammates appeared beside him and behind Mizuki, 3 ninja dogs stood growling at him ready for attack. Look who we have here, Naruto Uzumaki, what a lucky day I have. Mizuki laughed loudly. Naruto, would you like me to tell you one of the secrets about yourself? The reason why so many grown-ups in the village hate you? Naruto only looked at him. He understood what Mizuki was trying to do. He was trying to shake him up emotionally so that he could have a chance against him and his team. But Naruto wasn't that weak. You were told that the fourth killed them. But that's not true. Instead he sealed it in a baby, and that was you, Naruto. You're the Kyuubi that attacked the village 10 years ago. Mizuki shouted the words but seemed surprised by the lack of emotion on Naruto's face. Hum quietly, or we'll have to use force against you, Naruto said very calmly. Haha. Mizuki chuckled. You really are a demon. You can't even show emotions on your face. But don't worry, I will kill you and the others here. You're all no match for me. After all, I am and you're all genin. I will be held as a hero for killing the demon. Surprising everyone, Mizuki suddenly launched shuriken after shuriken towards Naruto, who was surprised by the sudden attack and couldn't block in time. As countless shurikens stabbed him in every part of his body without pausing, Mizuki raced towards Naruto and drove a kunai into his belly, laughing loudly. Blood jetted out of Naruto's mouth and the others could only watch in horror. Mizuki yanked his kunai out and took a half step back before immediately plunging it through the crown of Naruto's head. I killed the demon, he shouted with crazed laughter. But his laughter turned to shock when Naruto burst open in black feathers. Each and every one of the black feathers then transformed into crows and started to peck the head of Mizuki. Naruto had performed the substitution at the last moment. Countless crows assaulted his enemy. Mizuki cried out, surrounded by a crowd of beaks so dense that there was no opening for him to flee. The enemy has been caught neatly in Naruto's clone technique. Now. Naruto shouted from the tree above. Far from the flock of crows, looking down, he could see Mizuki shrieking. He also noticed Yugao and Hana standing stunned in their places not moving. Tears were falling from Yugao's eyes. Realizing the situation, Shikaku quickly jumped down and performed hand seals for shadow binding that then clocked Mizuki into unconsciousness. Naruto then quickly leapt down from his branch. "Very well done, Naruto," Shikaku complimented him and patted his head, then went towards Iruka to check on him. Hana came out of shock and sent a glare at Naruto. Yugao, on the other hand, kept looking at him and walked up to him and punched him hard in his gut, knocking the wind out him. "Idiot. I thought that he had killed you." Naruto composed himself, then looked at her with a smile and spoke. "I am alright, Yugao. That was just a clone of me." "Jerk, don't ever do something like that ever again," she muttered as she passed him. Then he also walked up to Iruka. Iruka smiled. "You have gotten stronger from before, Naruto. Thanks for saving my life." "It was no problem, sensei, I am happy that you're safe," Naruto responded with a small smile. "Come on, let's get going. We have to report our mission to Hokage-sama," Shikaku said and supported Iruka to stand up. Time skipped 3 months. The man had been waving his kunai up at the sky for a while before Naruto finally placed a gentle hand on his back. "Are you done yet?" Naruto asked the man. The man's shoulders shot up as though Naruto's voice had awakened him from a dream and he whirled around. "The thing you've been trying so desperately to cut in half is my," Naruto said. "What?" The man looked at Naruto in confusion. "Do you want to have a dream again?" Naruto asked, his blue eyes icy. Yeah. The man moaned as he dropped his kunai and cowered at the sight of Naruto's eyes. "Have mercy," he begged, tears streaming down his face. Naruto kept looking at him. "Naruto," a voice called from behind. Naruto looked back and saw Shikaku coming towards him with Yugao and Hana trailing beside him. "Did you catch him?" Shikaku asked. Naruto nodded and turned his gaze back to the man quailing on the ground. Shikaku came over to stand in front of the man with a heavy sigh, Hana and Yugao behind him. "You can't sneak into the village and misrepresent your history just because you want to be a ninja, you know. That's not how people became ninjas." "I'm sorry," the man apologized. "By the way, this kid's only 10, Shikaku said. "We got kids like this all over the place, that's the world of ninja." The man's eyes widened. The resident of the Land of Fire had slipped into the village with the intention of beaming a ninja. They were to secure the man and put the fear of the ninja in him. That was their current mission. It was another Drank mission, the lowest of all the ranks. Supposedly, according to Shikaku, Drank missions whittled a genin team into shape, but Naruto couldn't get completely on board with this. It had been 3 months since they had done any decent mission above crank. The mission to capture Mizuki was the last one, which had been a brank. Now they were back with their boring D and crank missions. The routine gave Naruto a growing sense of urgency. Did he really have the time to be doing this sort of thing? There was no way he was actually training himself to master and improve his skills through these sorts of missions. "Way to go, Naru," Yugao called out, cheerfully patting his back. She was back to her normal behavior now after she and Hana hadn't talked to him properly and had given him a cold shoulder for a month after his stunt during the Mizuki incident. "Alright, let's head back to the village," Shikaku called out. The 3 genin nodded and followed him back towards their village. Hokage office. "Excellent work, Team 12, as usual. Another successfully completed mission," Hiruzen said with a smile. "After all your continuous missions, I think I'll give you all a 1-week break. Enjoy your time off." They looked at him in surprise, but nodded. Maybe now he'd have time to concentrate on improving his skills, Naruto thought, without having to worry about any missions. Just as they were about to leave the office, the Hokage called to them once again. "One more thing, Naruto, there's someone here to meet you." He gave Naruto a slip of paper. Naruto was surprised. Who would be here to meet him? It's not like he knew many people or had outside friends. But he took the paper in his hand and read, and then looked at the Hokage with a raised eyebrow. "Why are you giving me an address for a hot spring, Jaichin?" Hiruzen chuckled and shrugged his shoulders before responding. "You'll soon figure out when you'll get there." Naruto didn't understand, so he just nodded and turned towards his teammates. "I'll see you guys later." With that he exited the office. Naruto walked towards the location indicated on the paper, still wondering who would come to meet him and why they had to meet at a female hot spring. As he got closer to the hot spring, he heard a strange noise coming from somewhere. He looked around to find the source of it before realizing that the strange noise was coming from behind the hot spring walls. Once there, Naruto saw a tall man sitting on a big toad and looking through the walls into the hot spring while giggling perversely and writing down notes. Who was this guy who was peeping at bathing women? He had never seen him in the village before. Naruto walked up to the man and said, "Excuse me, sir. But it is not appropriate to peep on women while they are bathing." The man waved him away without looking. "Go away. Don't you see I'm doing research?" Naruto tried a couple more times, but the man didn't listen to him. Finally having enough, Naruto said, if you don't listen to me, then I'll have to arrest you for your inappropriate behavior. This time the man turned to look at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. You're a really funny brat. Tell me your name. Naruto stared at him. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking? The man grinned and fully turned to face Naruto. Then he started doing some weird kabuki dance in a very dramatic way. People know me as the Mountain Toad Spirit Sage who acquires immortality, also commonly called the Toad Mountain Sage. He jumped from the toad head and landed in front of Naruto. Naruto looked at him like he was crazy. I didn't even get his name, Naruto muttered to himself. The man was a tall and well-built adult with fair skin. He had a wart on the left side of his nose and waist-length, spiky white hair that he had tied back into a ponytail, with two shoulder-length bangs framing his face. There were red lines under his eyes which extended further down his face. His attire consisted of a green short kimono with matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that was visible at his wrists and ankles. He also wore hand guards, a black belt, wooden sandals and a red haori. He was carrying a large scroll on his back and he also wore a horned forehead protector with a kanji for oil. So what is your name, brat? You look a little familiar to me. Naruto looked at him in confusion but introduced himself. I am Naruto Uzumaki. The man grinned and said, you're finally here, brat, I've been waiting for you. He walked up to Naruto and looked at him closely. Look at you, I couldn't even recognize you now. Naruto realized that this was the person he was supposed to meet here. But how did this man know him? He had never seen him before. It seems you don't know me. Hasn't Sarutobi-sensei told you about me? I am Jiraiya. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. This was Jiraiya of the legendary. This man was supposedly his godfather. Naruto had always wanted to meet his relatives and now, when he was finally face to face with one, he didn't know what to say or feel. Jiraiya had never forgotten about him in his time away from the village. He was still looking after him in his own way and making sure of his needs and sending money for his expenses. And the Hokage had told him that Jiraiya would come back to him when his mission was completed. Seeing Naruto's expressions, Jiraiya shook his head. He had expected this. He put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and spoke calmly. Come on, we have a lot to talk about. Naruto and Jiraiya sat on a cliff near a waterfall and during their conversation, Jiraiya couldn't get a clear read on Naruto. The Hokage had informed him of some of the things about Naruto. And he could see that Naruto had a very sharp mind for his age and a very deep understanding of the things around him. But that was to be expected. After all, you didn't graduate from the academy this early if you were ordinary and already on par with Shunnis and some. Jiraiya could clearly see his former student Minato in him and a little bit of Kushina in looks. So you have a pretty girl in your life. Haha. Jiraiya asked with a perverted grin. Naruto shook his head. I don't have time to waste on such things like that and besides, I'm still too young for that, Naruto stated with a shake of his head. You really need to open up a bit. Naruto changed the topic. Is your mission complete, Jiraiya-sama, that you're back in the village? Jiraiya sighed before he responded. Well, not really. Then he grinned. But I wanted to meet my godson and see what he's been up to. I've heard many things about you. You're making a quiet name for yourself. I'm happy that you came to meet me. I always wanted to meet you after Jaichen told me about you and thank you for looking after me even if you're not able to be with me. But is that the only reason you're here? Jiraiya shook his head and stood. No. Now come with me and I'll explain everything in the Hokage office. Naruto stood too and Jiraiya put a hand on his shoulder and Shunshin with him, disappearing in the wind. Hokage office. Hiruzen was sitting calmly doing paperwork when Jiraiya jumped in the office through the window and Naruto followed behind looking embarrassed at their entry. It's not even a day since you arrived in the village, Jiraiya, and you're already corrupting Naruto with your habits, Hiruzen said with a sigh. Jiraiya grinned and said, I haven't even started yet. Hiruzen just shook his head at Jiraiya's comment. You'll never change. Then he looked at them and asked. So what are you both doing here? Jiraiya got serious. I want to take Naruto out of the village. Naruto looked at him in surprise and Hiruzen sighed. Jiraiya, I told you before, you can't take Naruto with you. It will be dangerous and can attract a lot of unwanted attention, which we don't want at the moment. Also, what about your mission? At least let me finish, sensei, Jiraiya said. I found Tsunade's location and I thought it would be good for both Naruto and Tsunade to meet. That woman is drowning in sorrow at the loss of her family and not even aware that her nephew is still alive. I thought it would be good to take the brat to meet her. It won't take too long, so you don't have to worry about anything. Also it'll give me the chance to teach some wonderful things on the road. Jiraiya said the last part with a grin. Hiruzen's expression remained serious. Are you sure that you can find her? I am 100% sure. That's why I'm here in the first place, Jiraiya stated. Hiruzen nodded after thinking for a moment. Alright. You have my permission to take Naruto. I will inform his squad leader. On the road, Jiraiya and Naruto walk silently side by side down the road. It was quite some time since they had left the village. So how's the life of a shinobi treating you? Jiraiya asked. Naruto turned his face to look at him. Not much interesting if you ask me. My team hasn't done many high-ranking missions. Still chasing after cats and helping people with their housework. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Well, that's what genin teams are supposed to do. You sound like you're in some kind of hurry. I know that. But I want to rise up the ranks as quickly as possible. I don't even get enough time for my personal training because of all the missions. Even in the academy they didn't teach anything important other than theories. Naruto looked disappointed. Jiraiya started to laugh loudly and Naruto looked at him in confusion, wondering what was so funny about it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. That's exactly what Minato used to complain about. Always wanting to improve. He even graduated from the academy at the same age as you. You really remind me of Minato. At this, a small smile appeared on Naruto's face. Jiraiya-sama. Can I ask you something? Jiraiya nodded at him. I was wondering why Tsunade would think that I'm dead. Jiraiya gave a long sigh and said, it's not really her fault. She lost everything she holds dear to the village. He shook his head before continuing. After the attack, Tsunade and I were informed by an Anbu that the fourth and his wife died in the attack with their unborn child and Tsunade left, swearing to never return to the village. After that, Sensei and I tried multiple times to locate her, but it always ended in failure. I understand. Naruto said with a nod. Jiraiya looked at him for a moment. You have to understand that there are people in the village who will do anything just to get you under their control. Naruto looked at him. Someone like Danzo. Jiraiya stopped in his tracks and looked Naruto dead in the eyes. How do you know about him? Naruto also stopped and turned fully to face him. Oh. We just crossed paths with each other and he said hello. This is serious, Naruto? Jiraiya asked, looking serious. Naruto turned on his heels and continued his walk. Don't worry, Shikaku-sensei was there that time. He didn't want to talk about his meeting with that man. He could never forget that moment and the man's words were still stuck in his head. Jiraiya joined him but kept quiet. They kept walking quietly for some time before Naruto spoke again. Jiraiya-sama. Can you tell me more about Tsunade? Jiraiya laughed loudly. You're showing quite an interest in Tsunade. I am going to meet her for the first time. So I should be aware of what kind of person she is. I see. So you want to have a good first impression on her. Huh? Jiraiya spoke in a thinking voice. Well, let's see. In a word, she is unpleasant. Also, she likes to gamble a lot and she's well known in various countries as the legendary sucker. She's liked to gamble ever since she was young, but her luck and skills just plain suck. She's known by that name since she's been duped out of her money by everyone and borrows money and runs. Naruto looked at him not believing him one bit, wondering if he was really serious. Then he just shrugged and shook his head and muttered under his breath. What's up with these? One is a hopeless pervert and one is a gambler. Who knows what kind of person the last is? It gave him the creeps just thinking about it. We don't even know how long it'll take to find her. Jiraiya nodded. We have to travel a ways. But we won't waste time. Naruto looked at him in confusion. I'll use the time on you as we travel. I am going to train you. Naruto felt shocked. You're really going to teach me? This man was a legendary, one of the strongest shinobi in the world, the one who taught the legendary fraud Hokage, and said he is going to teach him. Of course, Jiraiya said, hitting him lightly on his back. Your father was once my student and I am your godfather. So it's my duty to help make you strong. So what are you going to teach me? He asked happily. I'll tell you later. But right now we are going to the next town. I heard there's a festival going on today. So we'll stop there and gather some information on Tsunade and enjoy ourselves a little bit. Some hours later, when the sky was dark and full of stars, they both arrived in the town. The streets were full of life with people enjoying themselves with family, friends, and lovers. All the shops were also busy and kids were running around playing games. Naruto looked around in awe. He had never seen anything like this before. I've never been to a place like this. Jiraiya smiled at him. Playing is important too. Get plenty of rest. Then we can move on to training. The festival is going to last a while, so we're going to stay here while it goes on. We're going to do our training here. You can go and look around while I take care of some of my business. Naruto nodded and checked his pocket for money before turning to leave. But before he could, Jiraiya stopped him and spoke. Show me your wallet, Naruto. Naruto turned to look at him in confusion, but nonetheless grabbed the frog wallet from his pocket and handed it to Jiraiya, who took it without hesitation and opened it to look inside. After a moment, he took out some money from the wallet and handed it to Naruto, while keeping the wallet with himself. Naruto counted the money and looked at Jiraiya. It's only 300. Don't question me like that, Jiraiya scolded him. You know the 3 prohibitions of a ninja, right? But that's my money, Naruto argued. That's not the point here, Jiraiya stated. Those 3 desires make a ninja go bad. The 3 desires are alcohol, women, and money. But that doesn't have much to do with me, Naruto said. I'm not old enough to drink alcohol, I'm too young to get in trouble with women, and I'm not the kind of person who spends unnecessary money. Jiraiya shook his head. Don't take the desire for money lightly. Once you start using it, you'll begin to use more. The power of money is quite scary. Your Aunt Tsunade has nearly ruined her life because of it. So I don't want you to end up like her. You're really comparing me with my aunt? Naruto said, looking at him in deadpan. Besides, as far as I know, you're the one who's easily tempted with a desire for women, Jiraiya-sama. I'm going to finish up my business. Take my pack for me. My toad summon will come to help you if you can't find me. So don't worry about getting lost. Naruto nodded before making his way. Jiraiya smiled and muttered, he is a nice kid. Naruto, meanwhile, looked around and had no idea what he should do. He'd never been to any place like this. Even in Konoha, he hadn't gone to any festival, always preferring his alone time or training. He looked at a shop where some kids around his age were playing ring throwing and balloon targeting games seemingly without any care in the world. He smiled a little and decided to go join them. But then he stopped in his tracks. He couldn't think like that. He is a shinobi now and should be spending his time in training and improving his skills, not playing around and wasting his time on useless things. He of course knew there is a life outside of training and missions. But he also knew he shouldn't waste his time on it. He looked again at the kids and wondered how different he really was from them. They could play because they didn't have any responsibilities. But he was a shinobi who had to serve his village without any question. They have their family to enjoy with while he is alone. He wished Yugao was here so she could drag him around with her. Then he promptly shook his head at that thought. How stupid could he be? She was nothing but trouble. He hesitated a little before finally deciding to play and enjoy himself at least before Jiraiya started his training. At one of the shops, there was a kunai throwing game and the shopkeeper spoke. You want to give it a try, kiddo? Naruto thought for a moment before taking out some money from his pocket and handing it to the man. The man gave Naruto a bunch of wooden kunai. A moment later, he launched all 4 kunai at the same time, hitting the target with each one. The people who were watching cheered for him and the owner of the shop handed Naruto a teddy bear as a prize. Naruto took the prize in his hand, wondering what use he had for such a thing. Looking around, he noticed a small girl standing with her parents. With a little smile, he handed the teddy to the girl. Here. This is for you. The girl gave a big smile and happily accepted the gift. Thank you, she said and Naruto smiled back at her. The girl's parents nodded with gratitude. Naruto nodded at them before making his way. A couple of hours later, Naruto was laying in a grassy field with his hands behind his head for support. Away from all the noise, he enjoyed the alone time and peace. Looking at the night sky always took away his worries. His day had started normally. He would never have thought this morning that he would be on the road with his godfather Jiraiya in the search for his aunt by the end of the day. Wonder what those 2 troublesome women are doing back in the village. He thought about his teammates. They would be pissed at him, especially Yugao. He hadn't informed them before leaving the village. He shook his head and wondered what was going on with him. He was thinking about Yugao a lot nowadays. He supposed it was because he liked spending his time with her. She can be annoying sometimes, but he still liked her the way she is. She always managed to bring a smile to his face. Getting out of his thoughts he realized that it was getting late and that he should search for Jiraiya. On the way back, he bought ice cream for himself and Jiraiya and followed the toad, which he guessed was following Jiraiya's scent. He realized he was close when he heard Jiraiya's booming laughter. When he came to the front of a shop where the sound of laughter was coming from, the toad pointed towards it and vanished in a cloud of smoke. Naruto went inside and saw Jiraiya sitting in the middle of 2 women. Naruto just looked at him with a blank stare. Upon noticing Naruto, Jiraiya said, "Oh, Naruto. Did you enjoy all of the festivals already?" Naruto didn't respond. Then he noticed his wallet on the table, empty lying flat. He went and picked it up. It was completely empty. This man was now getting on his nerves. It didn't matter who he was. He had crossed the line this time. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with a death glare, breaking the seal on his eyes to show his 3 Tomo Sharingan. Jiraiya laughed nervously. Calm down, Naruto. We can talk this out like men. You broke all 3 prohibitions of shinobi in one go, you pervert, Naruto said angrily. He didn't normally lose his emotions, but this man had spent Naruto's whole savings. He started performing hand seals, which scared the ladies. They ran out screaming when he summoned a bunch of crows to start pecking on Jiraiya's head. Wait, Naruto. Naruto. I'll pay you back, I promise. Naruto only threw the ice cream at him in anger. You used all the money I worked hard to save. You idiot. What kind of person are you? He was about to throw the second ice cream, but it slipped from his hand and hit the man standing at his back. What the hell? What are you doing, fool? A man standing next to the one he'd hit with the ice cream shouted at Naruto, who looked back at him in confusion. You brat, you ruined the boss's brand new suit. That'll cost you 100,000. That stupid looking thing costs 100,000. Jiraiya said. That's a little on the high side. Do you really think we believe that? What? Are you trying to pick a fight? You shouldn't for your own sake. The boss is a farmer from the hidden village of the rock. He was feared as a legendary Yamanin. Jiraiya folded his arms and said in a mocking tone. Legendary what? The man yelled at them. It looks like you want to get hurt. Jiraiya stood. Naruto, this is a good opportunity to show you a technique. Watch carefully. Blue chakra started to gather in Jiraiya's palm and started spinning in circles. Naruto looked at the technique in amazement. Then Jiraiya launched his palm forward, hitting the man in the stomach with force and sending him flying backwards into his partner. Wow. Naruto covered his face from the force of the attack and followed Jiraiya outside. I went easy on you, but you guys sure are weak, Jiraiya said. You're the legendary Jiraiya that the man said, lying in pain on the ground, noticing the headband on Jiraiya's forehead. He then took out some money from his jacket. Take this for repairs. Jiraiya took the money and handed it to the shopkeeper. I am also going to take all the balloons too, if that's okay with you. I don't mind. Naruto was still looking at the man and the place where Jiraiya's attack hit him. What was that he had never seen anywhere someone channeled chakra outside their body and controlled it. It had been a powerful attack. That was not ordinary. Come on Naruto, Jiraiya said. We'll rest for the night and start your training tomorrow. Next morning, Naruto and Jiraiya stood in the clearing facing each other. Naruto was quite excited to start his training today. Here, take this balloon Naruto, Jiraiya said, handing Naruto a single water balloon. What is this for? Naruto asked, looking at the balloon in his hand in confusion. You watched that yesterday that I performed, right? What did it look like? Naruto thinks for a moment before answering. It looked like you were rotating your chakra on your palm. Jiraiya nodded before taking a water balloon in hand. Yes, you're right. I was rotating chakra. He showed me the water balloon. Naruto noticed that the water inside the balloon was bubbling. Then he activated his Sharingan to look carefully. You're rotating the water in multiple directions, and the balloon is having difficulty maintaining all the water inside it. The next moment the balloon burst and Jiraiya grinned at Naruto. You pick up fast. He nodded. With a tree climbing exercise, you accumulated and maintained a certain amount of chakra in a needed area. With the water walk exercise, you released a certain amount of chakra. This time you're going to create a flow of chakra. These are just the basics for this exercise. Naruto thought for a moment then looked at Jiraiya. All I have to do is to create a fast rotation inside the water balloon to pop it. Jiraiya nodded. Yes, you got that right. He said and turned around. You continue the training while I go and get some supplies for us before we move from here. You can also train on the road. It was almost evening. Naruto and Jiraiya were walking on the road and Naruto still had the balloon in his hand, trying to pop it. It was more difficult than it looked. Rotating the chakra in multiple directions with his hand was not an easy job. He tried again, this time channeling even more chakra in the balloon and rotating it multiple directions. As a result, the balloon finally burst open and Jiraiya looked at him with a big smile. Oh. You finally completed it, he said. Then he handed Naruto more balloons. Here, do the exercise some more times to get a good hang of it. Naruto nodded and continued the training. After an hour, they rested. Naruto looked at Jiraiya. So what do I have to do next? He asked. Jiraiya smirked at him and spoke. You look excited, but the next step won't be easy. He took out a rubber ball. For the next step, you have to pop the ball. Just like you did with the water balloon. To demonstrate, he popped the ball in his hand. It's far tougher than the water balloon. But for now, rest a bit and we'll continue this training tomorrow. Overusing your chakra must be hurting your chakra circulatory system. Naruto was about to protest, but he could feel his body was hurting a bit. So he just nodded. He then looked at Jiraiya. You haven't told me anything about this, you know. Jiraiya laughed. I was waiting for you to ask this. He spoke. It's called. Your father was the one who created this technique. It took him 3 whole years to complete it and it's a higher rank. My father created this, Naruto said quietly, thinking over what Jiraiya had told him. His father was considered a genius with no equal. It was no wonder he had created a jutsu such as this. Don't think too much, Jiraiya said. Let your body and mind rest for a bit, we still have a long journey up ahead. A week later, they started their journey in search of Tsunade. But they hadn't had any luck yet. The last information they got on her was a dead end. Naruto also hadn't had any luck completing the second step in mastering the. Jiraiya had spoken truth when he'd said it was a lot harder than popping the water balloon. With no water inside, it was near impossible to imagine the rotation of chakra and even harder to actually rotate the chakra. Jiraiya was no help either, as he left Naruto alone every day, telling him that if he didn't master it on his own, he'd never grow and would start to depend on others to make it easy for him. On this day, Naruto was again practicing in the forest. His hand was covered in bandages because of the continuous training. How many days have I been repeating the same thing over and over, damn it. He spoke out loud in frustration. Boy. Naruto. He heard Jiraiya and turned to face him. Don't overdo it. Rest for now. We'll leave here tomorrow morning. Did you find anything on her? Naruto asked. Jiraiya grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Of course. I'm the best at information gathering in the world. I got her location this time. She's in a small town in Lightning Country. We'll rest for the night and we'll move out early. We don't want to miss her. After 2 days of travel from the last village, Jiraiya and Naruto stood on a mountain overlooking a small town. According to their information, this was where they'd find Tsunade. Yesterday, Naruto completed the second step toward mastering the. But in doing so he had injured his right hand, which was now completely bandaged below the elbow. After that, Jiraiya had strictly forbidden him to do any more training and told him to take it easy until he recovered from the injury. He was disappointed, but Jiraiya had assured him that he would get it in time. After all, the technique was not easy to master. It had taken Naruto's father, who was considered a genius among geniuses, a total of 3 years to complete and Jiraiya had only mastered the same technique after 8 months. But Naruto was determined to master it soon. He didn't have that much time to waste on a single technique, and he was hoping they would find Tsunade soon. After learning that she was the best Medicnan in the world, he was hoping she would heal his arm so he could start his training again. He looked up at Jiraiya. Are you sure we'll find her here? Of course, my intel is never wrong. And most importantly, we're in the country that makes the finest sake in the world. So knowing her, I am very positive that we will find her here. Well, if you say so. Naruto said. Come on, let's go, Jiraiya said cheerfully. We have to start somewhere. The following day, after hours of searching, they still hadn't been able to locate Tsunade and it was already dark. Naruto knew it would be hard to find her. But he never had thought it would be this hard. It was nearly 2 weeks since they had left the Leaf Village and soon they'd have to return. He couldn't waste his time like this. His team was waiting for him. Now, standing in front of a local bar, Naruto looked at Jiraiya. Are we really going in there, sensei? In their time together, Naruto had finally started addressing Jiraiya as his sensei, since the older ninja had insisted on not being called Sama. Jiraiya nodded. You can gather valuable information from these kinds of places. And we also have a very high chance of finding Tsunade in a place like this. Naruto shook his head and muttered, I can't even count how many bars I've gone to in a single day. Jiraiya started walking towards the bar. Well come on, don't just stand there. With that, Naruto followed him in. After walking inside, he almost crashed into the back of Jiraiya, who had stopped and was standing there with a blank look on his face as he stared at a woman in the bar. A moment later his sensei yelled and pointed his index finger at the woman. Tsunade. Naruto looked at her in surprise. Her wide eyes mirrored the shocked expression in his. Was this woman Tsunade? Wasn't she supposed to be in her late 40s? This woman was definitely not that old, she couldn't be older than her mid or late 20s. The woman had brown eyes and straight blonde hair that was tied up in 2 loose ponytails. A violet diamond marking was clearly visible on her forehead. She wore a gray kimono-style blouse with no sleeves, held closed by a broad dark bluish-gray obi that matched her pants. As Naruto observed her, he suddenly blushed as he noticed her large breasts. He also noticed a nervous-looking woman sitting beside her and a small pig sitting between them. The woman at Tsunade's side had onyx eyes and straight shoulder-length jet black hair with bangs covering her ears and framing her face. Jiraiya regained his composure and walked over to sit down at their table, and Naruto followed suit and sat beside him, still confused. Long time no see Tsunade, Jiraiya said with a grin. It's good to see you after so long. And you too, Shizune. You have grown quite beautiful. By the look on both women's faces, Naruto could see that their pleasure in this unexpected meeting wasn't mutual. What are you doing here, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked in a voice that clearly showed her annoyance. And I simply come to meet my old teammate. Jiraiya said, sounding hurt. Tsunade didn't look impressed. Get to the point already. Jiraiya sighed. I got a message from Sensei for you. She only stared back at him with a blank face. He continued. Sensei has decided to step down from his position and he wants you to be the next Hokage of the village. Naruto coughed and the water he was drinking choked him as he snapped his head towards Jiraiya in shock. The same could be said for the 2 women, who both appeared completely stunned at Jiraiya's declaration. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and spoke in a dangerously low tone. Jiraiya, how dare. Before she could continue, Jiraiya started waving his hand in front of him and interrupted her. Okay, calm down. I was just joking, there is nothing like that. We were just passing by when I saw you. Tsunade calmed a little, but still looked at him with suspicion and anger. Then her eyes finally moved toward Naruto, who was sitting quietly and nervously. He tried not to look at her. You. What is your name, kid, and why do you wear a leaf headband? Are you trying to play ninja? Naruto finally looked up at her and saw an expression of sadness pass across her face. He tried not to show his nervousness. She didn't know that he was her nephew, and he wondered how she would react after learning the truth. My name is Naruto Uz. Jiraiya quickly interrupted. His name is Naruto and he is a genin. Also my apprentice. We're just on a small training trip. Naruto looked at his sensei in confusion, wondering why he had stopped him from giving his full name. He decided to stay quiet for now and let Jiraiya handle this on his own. Tsunade also appeared confused for a moment but let it pass. She looked at Naruto. Genin, seriously. He looks like a 10 or 11-year-old kid. Jiraiya smirked. Well he is. He graduated from the academy at the age of 10. Even our sensei spoke very highly of him. Tsunade snorted at that. Then Jiraiya spoke again. But it's good that we came across you too. Shizune, can you please heal Naruto's hand? I got injured while training. Shizune nodded. Of course, Jiraiya-sama. She stood and came to sit next to Naruto, who extended his hand forward. Shizune unwrapped his bandages and started healing his arm. Her hand was glowing green and the pain in Naruto's arm was quickly subsiding. While healing him, Shizune murmured, "What did you get yourself into? This isn't a normal injury. These are chakra burns. These can be dangerous." But when her hand stopped glowing, she said with a smile on her face, "All done. But don't put too much strain on it, alright." Naruto looked at his hand in awe. He waved it carefully before he looked at her and said, "It feels much better now. Thank you miss. My name's Shizune, nice to meet you Naruto." Shizune smiled and Naruto nodded in return, grateful for her help. "It's getting late Naruto, you must be tired by now." Jiraiya suddenly said. "Shizune, can you please take him with you to the hotel? Tsunade and I will stay a little longer to catch up on the old times, you know." Shizune looked at Tsunade for a moment, who signed but nodded. Shizune then looked at Jiraiya. "Alright Jiraiya-sama. Come on Naruto-kun." Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, not sure what he was trying to do. They were supposed to find Tsunade, then tell her about him, then head back to the village. What was Jiraiya playing at? Jiraiya noticed his look and said calmly, "Just go Naruto, we'll talk later. Just rest for now. We had a long day today." Naruto said nothing and only nodded before he got up to follow Shizune out of the bar. Jiraiya could handle things on his own. Jiraiya and Tsunade sat together and enjoyed some sake as they talked, just like old friends again. "You haven't changed a bit," he said, looking her up and down, his face red. "Still the most beautiful woman I have seen in my life." Tsunade peered at him from the corner of her eyes while sipping her drink. "And I see you still haven't changed either, still the same old pervert." Haha. Jiraiya laughed. "You know me so well Tsunade." Tsunade shook her head and her expression became serious. "Now tell me the real reason you're here, Jiraiya. I know what you said earlier was a lie. I guess I can't fool you." He muttered under his breath with a long sigh. He was wondering what he should tell her or, more importantly, how he should tell her. "I wanted to introduce Naruto. That's why we came all the way here in search of you." Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "Why go through all this trouble just for that kid to meet me? What are you getting at?" Jiraiya knew he had to tell her. He couldn't back down now. After all, this was the reason they had come here. He took a long breath. "His name is Naruto Uzumaki." "Uzumaki?" Tsunade looked at him in confusion. "Don't talk nonsense Jiraiya, you know that's not possible." As far as she remembered, her cousin Kushina was the last to use that name. Jiraiya shook his head before answering. "I know how it sounds. But that kid is the child of Minato and Kushina and your nephew." Tsunade's eyes went wide. She suddenly grabbed his collar and spoke in a firm tone. "Don't fuck with me Jiraiya. I was told their child died on the same night as them." Jiraiya freed himself from her grip, not affected by her outburst. He was used to her moods. He spoke softly. "I'm telling the truth, Tsunade. He is really their son. But..." Her voice was trembling. She clearly hadn't expected this. She had been living her life alone, fearing the people she held dear would keep dying one after another. After losing her little brother and fiancé Dan in the war, Kushina had been the only family she had left. Tsunade had given her blessings to Kushina when she had married Minato. And when Kushina had become pregnant and asked Tsunade to be by her side at the birth, she had been overjoyed. But halfway into her journey towards the village, Tsunade had received terrible news. She remembered that day as if it were yesterday. An Anbu had come and informed her that the fourth Hokage and his wife had died in the attack with their unborn child. She had cursed the heavens that day for taking everyone she loved away from her. She had cursed the village and the position of Hokage for her loss. She had sworn that she would never again return to the village. But now here was Jiraiya saying that she had a nephew. She remembered Naruto's face and she knew he was speaking the truth. How could she have missed it? The boy was the exact replica of Minato and Kushina. Why haven't I been told about this before? Why would Anbu lie to me? Sensei tried multiple times to locate you. But you're a hard one to find. Also, I was told the same thing, but I decided to confirm it with Sensei. He told me that their child was still alive. Tsunade cursed herself. She should have done the same thing instead of running away. I'm such a fool, she muttered under her breath. His heritage is fully kept secret in the village. Only people close to Minato and Kushina know about him, Jiraiya said. Tsunade looked at him in confusion. Why? Jiraiya hesitated for a moment. He is also the Jinchuriki of the. Minato sealed the beast into his own son to save the village. Because of that, people in the village don't trust Naruto. What? Tsunade was shocked. She knew how difficult life could be for Jinchuriki. She cursed Minato for doing that to his own son. He's a nice kid. I just met him recently. Not arrogant and always ready to help others. He reminds me of Minato. He even graduated as the Rookie of the Year at the age of 10. They've already started calling him a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Jiraiya smiled. Looks like the world is going to see another powerhouse blonde running around the elemental nations, Tsunade muttered. Naruto had lived his life alone without any family love. She should have been there with him. After all, she was the only family member he had left. Next day, Rasengan. Naruto shouted and thrust his arm forward into the rock in front of him. Since his arm was fully healed thanks to Shizune, he was practicing again, but he was having difficulty maintaining its shape. It was a lot harder than he thought it would be, and he was already starting to feel burn marks on his palm again. After waking up that morning, he had waited for Jiraiya for a long time in the hotel room. Finally realizing that his sensei wasn't going to come anytime soon, he decided to go and train on his own. But he hoped they could talk soon. He wanted to go back to the village. Getting out of his thoughts, he tried again and once more he couldn't get the proper result. Despite the pain in his hand, he was determined to fully master it because it was his father's original. Unknown to Naruto, someone else was in the field and had been watching him for a long time. Sitting on the branch of a tree, hidden from his eyes, Tsunade was watching him train. She had been shocked when she saw him practicing and had thought of going there to stop him. In her thoughts, this was a very high level, and someone as young as Naruto should not be doing the technique. But she decided against it and just observed him. And one thing she could tell was that Jiraiya was right. This kid was different from others and was very talented in the shinobi arts. She wanted to talk to him. Since she had learned about Naruto being her nephew, he hadn't left her thoughts. But she didn't know what she could say to him. Her eyes widened when she saw Naruto thrown back from the force of the. She was by his side in a moment. You fool, what are you thinking doing something so reckless? Looking at his palm, she saw that it was once again covered in burn marks. His chakra is unbelievable, she thought. I have never seen chakra as dense as this, other than in my grandfather. Didn't Shizune tell you to take it easy for the time being? She started healing his injury as she scolded him, her palms glowing with green chakra. Naruto looked at her in confusion, then watched her work on his hand. I'm alright now, he said. Tsunade stopped her and considered him, not saying anything for a while. Finally, she stood and held out her hand, helping him to get up. Can we talk? Naruto nodded and they both went to sit in the shade of the tree. But once there, Tsunade's mind went blank and she was at a loss for what to say. Naruto finally broke the silence. So. What do you want to talk about? After a moment of silence, Tsunade spoke. That you were practicing earlier was the fourth Hokages, the. Naruto nodded. That's quite a high-ranking technique you're trying to master. Are you sure you can perfect it? Of course I will master it. Naruto said without any hesitation in his voice. I just need some time. Tsunade smiled at his confidence. Yesterday. Jiraiya told me everything. Naruto looked at her. So. You know about me. Tsunade nodded. Look Naruto. I can't take back what I've done. But I'm really sorry. I should have been with you. Please forgive me. I was too much of a coward. Naruto was silent for a time before he responded. I know what it feels like to lose someone close to you. I also lost a person who was like my big brother. So I guess I understand what you felt that time. And it's not like I was completely alone in my life. There was Hokage Jiji always looking after me, even now. And I have wonderful teammates and sensei, though they can be idiots sometimes. Tsunade smiled softly. I see you're very mature for your age. I don't know what you've been through in your life. But I do regret my actions back then. Naruto shook his head. You can't regret your past. People should move on with their lives. If they don't, they're not developing. It's not that easy Naruto. Tsunade said, amused that such a young boy was giving her life advice. Naruto nodded. I know it's not easy. But at least we can try. Tsunade grinned. I'm being lectured by a squirt. Naruto's eyes twitched. Why does everyone keep mentioning my height? I'm only 10, damn it. At this, Tsunade laughed and Naruto frowned. But soon after, he spoke seriously. Can I ask you something? Tsunade nodded. I always wondered after I got to know about my mother. Why was she called Uzumaki instead of Senju? Our grandmother Mito Uzumaki was from the Uzumaki clan from the land of Eddies, which specialized in sealing arts, Tsunade answered. My uncle wanted to learn that art. So he moved to that village and later he got married to an Uzumaki woman and settled there with her and they had Kushina. Kushina was brought up in that village among the Uzumakis before the village was destroyed at the start of the Second Shinobi War. So Kushina always preferred being called Uzumaki out of respect to her mother's clan. I never knew Uzumaki was a clan. Naruto said in wonder. I always thought it was just a name. Of course it was a clan. The Uzumaki clan was the cousin clan of the Senju clan and one of the strongest clans in the world. The world knows that the Senju and Uchiha clans formed the Hidden Leaf village. But there was also the Uzumaki clan, which helped stabilize the village. Even today, the shinobi of Konoha wear the symbol of the Uzumaki clan on their backs in honor of friendship and respect. Seriously? Naruto said in surprise. He hadn't known any of this. He had been wearing his clan symbol on his back throughout his life and didn't even know it. Just like that, they both talked more and slowly got to know each other better. Naruto told her about his childhood and also about his teammates and about some of the missions he had done in his short ninja career. Tsunade told him about Kushina and Minato and about herself. Finally, after such a long time, Tsunade felt happy. She had found her family. Time skip. Over the next 4 days, Naruto and Tsunade became quite close. They talked about their lives as he trained, and she had even given him advice on how to improve his chakra control after learning that he was not able to control it properly. In their short time together, he had even become good friends with Shizune. But today, Naruto and Jiraiya had to go back to the village. They'd been gone too long. You sure you don't want to come back to Konoha, Tsunade? Jiraiya asked. I need some time, she responded, then smiled at Naruto. But I'm sure I'll come to meet you with Shizune from time to time. Naruto nodded and smiled as Jiraiya said, well then. We must leave. It's almost a month since we left the village. I'm sure sensei is worried. Tsunade bent to Naruto's level. She hugged him and whispered, I will come real soon to meet you, alright. Naruto hugged her back. Tsunade then stood and kissed him on his forehead, which made him blush. Goodbye you two. Have a safe journey. Goodbye Naruto-kun. See you soon. Shizune waved with a smile while holding her pig, Tuntun, in her other arm. Naruto and Jiraiya said their goodbyes and started making their way back towards Konoha. After a while, Jiraiya noticed Naruto was smiling. You seem happy, brat. Well, of course I'm happy, I got to meet Abasan. He looked down at the green necklace in his hand, which Tsunade had given him. Wrapping his fingers around it, he held it in his pocket and continued his journey towards the village. When they'd arrived home and Naruto had reunited with his teammates, he'd had to listen to Yugao's nagging for not telling her and Hana before he'd left the village. But he'd explained to them that he'd gone with Jiraiya to find his Abasan Tsunade, and they had quickly forgotten their scolding in their interest to know everything. Jiraiya had soon after left the village to continue his mission, and things had quickly settled back into a routine for Naruto and his team. Because of the training and tips he'd received from Jiraiya and Swand, his chakra control improved daily, and he had finally completely mastered them. Now, a month after his return to the village, Naruto was standing with his teammates at their usual training ground, waiting for their lazy sensei. Shikaku had told them he had something important to discuss with them, and they were impatient to find out what it was. Finally, in a cloud of smoke, Shikaku arrived holding 3 papers in his hand. What are these, sensei? Naruto asked as their sensei handed the forms to them. Shikaku cleared his throat. I have some news for you. Exams are going to start and I nominated you all to participate. Really? Hana said with wide eyes. But are you sure we're ready for it? I mean, it's not that long since we became genin. Shikaku shrugged. In my opinion, you're all ready for it. But I'm not forcing any of you. It's completely up to you if you want to participate or not. Even if you don't participate, you can try again in 6 months. I'm not going to wait that long, Naruto responded quickly. This is a good opportunity for me to test my abilities and rise up the ranks so I can take on more challenging missions. Naru is right, this is a good opportunity for us. Count me in, Yuga said. Hana sighed. Well, I guess I could at least give it a try. I don't want to be left behind by these two. Alright. If you've decided, just fill out the form. You have to be at the academy tomorrow morning at 8:00 o'clock for the first round. Tomorrow, Hana asked. You can take today off for rest, Shikaku said and ignored their stunned glances as he left. Naruto turned towards them. Well, see you tomorrow. And don't be late. With that he disappeared with his crow shunshin. Next day, the following morning, Naruto arrived at the academy where he saw his teammates waiting for him. Upon noticing him, Yugao folded her arms. You're finally here. Weren't you the one saying yesterday that we shouldn't be late? I'm not late. It's just that you're early, Naruto responded innocently. Yugao's eyes twitched at his response. Come on, let's move inside, Hana said. We have to find room 307. Alright. Let's go, Naruto said. When they got inside the academy, they saw teams from different villages talking amongst each other. Hey. Yugao, Hana, Height called as he came towards them with his Omo and Katetsu beside him. So you guys are also participating in the exams, Katetsu said. Are you sure you can handle them? I heard it's quite difficult and not just anyone can pass. You don't have to worry about us. We can take care of ourselves, Hana said with narrowed eyes. Hey. We don't have to fight. We're all friends here, Hate said. Naruto looked at the girls. We should get going. Hate ignored Naruto. So how have you been, Yugao? I'm fine, Yugao said, lifting an eyebrow. What about you? Fine. Hate said. I was just wondering if you would like to hang out after the exams are finished. I don't see anything wrong with that, she said, glancing at her teammates. But for now I want to focus on the exams. Naruto, who was walking ahead of them, heard their conversation and felt inexplicably annoyed when he heard Yugao accepting Hate's offer. But banishing those feelings, he told himself that it shouldn't matter what Yugao did on her own time. He too had to concentrate on the exams. But still, he wondered if there was something more between her and Hate. And then he wondered where that thought had come from. Exam hall. When they arrived inside the exam hall, they noticed it was full with genin from all over the world. Some were much older than them. In fact, Naruto was the youngest of them all and soon began to get a lot of attention from all the present genins. Some were looking at him curiously and some were glaring at him. Paying them no mind, Naruto stood at the corner with his teammates. Finally, a cloud of smoke appeared in the class and some stepped out of it. Alright. Settle down brats, the in the middle shouted. A long scar ran down his face and his head was covered by a bandana which he was wearing as a leaf protector. He was wearing a darker version of the standard uniform of the intelligence division along with a black trench coat and gloves. My name is Ibiki Marino and I will be the proctor of the first round of the exams. Naruto listened to him closely. The first round will be a written test to gauge your intelligence. You will have 1 hour to finish your paper. If any of you are caught cheating 5 times, you will be disqualified along with your entire team. He then provided the question paper and with that, the first round of the exams had started. For Naruto, the written exam was easy. He had seen when it started that the point of it was to make use of ninja techniques and cheat without getting caught by the examiner. But Naruto had all kinds of knowledge tucked in his brain. The history of ninja wars. Alliances, treaties, laws of uniformity among the different lands. Fundamentals, advanced techniques, practical strategies in fighting. Theory on physical ninja arts, introduction to chakra. And many other topics. There was no need for him to cheat. The balance of brain and brawn was the most important element of Naruto's ideal ninja. When there was first a clear mind, superior physical abilities could be amply shown off. But no matter how skilled in the ninja arts the body was, if a ninja was unable to make appropriate decisions, failure was almost inevitable. And in the world of ninja, failure was directly linked to death. He put his pencil down. After finishing his own test, he observed the other examinees as one after another they were ordered to leave, suspected of cheating. Some were slipping into the minds of their targets, others were watching the movement of hands. Still others traced out the answers from the sound of pencils rubbing against paper. They were all cheating with the techniques they were best at. Everyone there was his rival. Even his teammates would compete against him at some point. If he could study their skills, he would be able to choose the most advantageous circumstances when they fought. Time, the examiner for the first test called out. Put your pencils down. Everyone is still here, going to the second exam. The result of the first exam will be announced once the second exam is complete. Question. One of the genin raised a hand. The supervisor nodded in permission to speak. Does that mean that even if we pass the second exam, we won't be able to proceed to the third exam, depending on our score on the first exam? That is what it means, yes. At the examiner's response, the examinees all started to talk at once. Quite. The examiner shouted. You are on the road to becoming. And once you are, you will be in the position of leading a team. Not all missions yield immediate results. There will sometimes be cases where you will turn all your mental energies towards the job at hand while you are waiting on another result. During this exam, you should have expended every effort. Trust in your abilities and fight in the second exam with all your might. Naruto stood and went towards his teammates, the words of the in his ears. How did you do? The questions were difficult for genin level. But I was still able to answer most of them, Hana responded calmly. Come on, let's go, Yuga said. We still have the second round to complete. Training Ground 44. All the genin teams arrived at Training Ground 44, where the second part of the exams were going to be held. Naruto was standing with his teammates observing everything around him. There were a total of around 25 to 30 teams that were going to be taking part in this round. He was also waiting for further information on what they were going to do in this round. He could see summon-level shinobi standing there. But what got his attention were the Anbu officers that were present. One thing he realized was that this round was not going to be easy like the last one. He had heard quite a lot about this particular training ground. It was very dangerous and only an above-level shinobi had the permission to enter the field. But he didn't know what made this training ground so dangerous. A red from sunglasses wearing woman called out, gathering everybody's attention. When everyone had given him their full attention, he started. Welcome to Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. My name is Aoba Yamashiro, and I will be your proctor for the second round. Before we begin this test, I have something to hand out to you all. He took out forms from his jacket and continued, these are just standard consent forms. Before the test, you all have to read over this form and sign it. One random genin asked in confusion, but why do we have to sign it? The proctor adjusted his sunglasses before speaking. There's a very high chance of death involved in this. Some of you may not come back, and by signing it you agree that you will be taking part in this round at your own risk. Neither me nor the Leaf Village will take responsibility if anything happens to any of you in the forest. All the genins gulped after hearing him say that, and some of them were hesitating to continue the exams. Well, if you please hurry so that I can explain what you're going to do in the forest, the proctor spoke once again. Naruto had no hesitation on his face. He was not going to back down from it. He was fully confident in himself. He also had full confidence in both his teammates that they were capable of handling anything. He looked at them and asked, are you guys ready? Yeah. They both said to him with grins. They took their forms and signed them without reading them. After all the genins had signed their forms, the proctor started again. Alright, listen carefully everyone. I'll explain what you'll be doing in this test. This will test everyone's survival skills. Each team will be assigned a different entrance gate to enter the forest. In the center of the forest there's a lock tower located 10 kilometers from each gate. It will be a race to reach the tower. But to enter the tower your team needs to have both these heaven and earth scrolls. He showed them the scrolls in his hand. Half of you will receive the heaven scrolls and the rest will receive the earth scrolls. So you have to fight to get both the scrolls. That means half of us will fail this test, a genin mentioned. I said it will be a race. We can't allow a large number of squads to pass this test for the next round. So only a number of teams will be allowed to qualify for the next round. Also the team has to pass the first round. If not, they will be disqualified and the team behind them will take their place for the next round, the mentioned, shocking the genins. What? Were the cries of many genins present there. You can't do that. That's totally unfair. Rules are rules. One more thing, the test has a time limit. You will get 5 days to finish this test and if a team loses a member or is injured heavily, then you cannot continue the test. And the most important thing you should know is that you must not open the scroll before reaching the tower. If you open it, then your team will be disqualified immediately from the exams, the proctor informed the genins. Alright, please take your form over there. He pointed behind him. And exchange it for the scroll, and after that each team will be assigned a gate to be led inside. After finishing the whole process and getting a debrief, all the genin teams were standing at their assigned gates and waiting for the signal to enter the forest. Naruto was also behind the gates with his teammates. He was deep in his thoughts. This test was very tricky and had a very high chance of failure. Only a number of teams would be allowed to move to the next round. This exam was very important for him, not only because it was the selection exam. It was important for him because he wanted to test out his limits and there was no other platform better than this. He wanted to dominate these exams. So how are we going to do this? Yugao spoke, clearly seeing what Naruto was thinking. A moment later, all the gates opened and they got a green signal to enter the forest. Wasting no time, Naruto and his teammates flew into the forest at high speed. They were jumping through the trees when Naruto spoke. We're not going to waste our time and searching for the teams to fight. We are going straight to the tower. But Naruto-kun, we need the earth scroll. Without that we can't enter the tower, Hana pointed out, not understanding what Naruto was trying to do with that. Naruto stopped and Hana and Yugao both came to stop beside him. Naruto took out the scroll from his pouch and dropped his eyes on it. Those who would become were all scattered around in this forest known as the Forest of Death. The scroll in his hand had the character for heaven written on it in bold black calligraphy. They had to take the earth scroll from another team. But the big problem was how they should know which team had what scroll. And what if they attacked a team and still couldn't get a scroll they wanted? Then it would be a complete waste of time, which they couldn't afford. We can't afford to spend too much time in this forest. So we'll move directly towards the tower and I will hold the scroll in my hand for others to see which scroll our team has. If the other team is carrying the same scroll as us, they will likely avoid fighting us to save their time. By this we can attract the team holding the scroll opposite of ours. Naruto said. It's a good plan. But it's very risky at the same time. Yugao said. This is the only option we have if we want to finish in the top 4. Naruto stated and looked at Yugao. Also you're a very good sensor, so you can sense any approaching team. Hana and Yugao both agreed with his plan after realizing it was the best option they had. They started moving towards the tower at normal speed while Naruto was holding the scroll, clearly showing which type of scroll it was. After running for hours, Team 12 still hadn't encountered any other team yet. But they knew that it was just a matter of time before another team came towards them. Just like their team was in search of the Earth Scroll, there were other teams that required the Heaven Scroll as well, which Naruto was holding openly. While in the forest, they learned why this training field was forbidden and known as the Forest of Death. They not only had to look out for the other teams, but they also had to keep their eyes open around their surroundings. The whole forest was filled with giant man-eating beasts, poisonous plants and insects, and all kinds of dangerous creatures. And if that wasn't enough, there were numerous traps set up throughout the forest. One thing clear to Naruto was that they couldn't afford to spend too much time in this forest. Even if the time limit was 5 days, if they spent that much time here, they were not going to pass. So they had to complete this task as soon as possible. He was aiming to pass this test in a single day. As they were walking towards the tower, Yugao spoke, getting their attention. "I sense there's a team approaching us." "How far?" Hana asked, wondering why she hasn't smelled them yet. "Not too far, they will catch on to us in 4 or 5 minutes, judging by their pace," Yugao stated. Naruto spoke after thinking for a moment. "I have a plan. I will be bait to lure them. You two hide your presence and wait for my signal." "What's the plan?" Yugao asked, looking at him carefully. "I already told you to go hide and wait for my signal, you will know when the time comes." Naruto responded. "Come on Yugao, we don't have time to argue. Let's go with whatever his plan is." Hana spoke in between them and got a nod from Yugao a moment later. They both quickly separated from Naruto, hiding themselves by masking their presence with as Naruto started to jump through the trees at a slow pace, waiting for the approaching team to catch up to him. He was jumping through the trees when he quickly had to dodge a kunai which was thrown at him from behind. He jumped and landed on the ground. Just as he landed, 3 genin surrounded him in a triangle formation. "Running alone in a forest like this is suicide, kid," a boy said with a grin from behind him. As the 3 ninja were spread out in a triangle formation around Naruto, he looked at each one of them and noticed that they wore the protectors of village Takigakure on their foreheads. "How can they even allow a kid like you to enter the exams?" This time a girl spoke in a mocking way. Naruto looked at the boy standing in front of him, the most assertive of the group, maybe 15 or 16. He seemed to be the leader. "If you hand over the scroll like a good boy, we won't kill you. But if you're gonna fight back, then I can't promise anything," the boy in front said, as he was holding the scroll that clearly paired with the one in Naruto's hand, showing Earth written on it. It was just as he had planned. Just as Naruto wanted the Earth Scroll, his opponent wanted the Heaven Scroll from him. They had fallen right into Naruto's trap. So? 3 against 1. Be good and there's a requirement in the examinee qualification for this test, Naruto cut off the boy in front of him, that you have to participate in a 3-person cell. "So why am I here alone like this?" "Poor kid, your teammates ditched you," the girl said from his left, like she was making fun of him. Turning his head a bit towards the girl, Naruto noted, "The other 2 are waiting in the ambush. Can't you anticipate that much, at least?" The careless smile slipped from her lips, and the girl's face grew pale. "What's the point of forcing us to hide if that idiot was just going to tell them?" Yugao muttered to Hana as they were hiding in the trees waiting for his signal. "Calm down. Will ya?" Hana responded. "Relax. I'm alone here, my teammates went in search for a team with a scroll," Naruto said and turned his eyes back to the leader. "The only conclusion you can come to from this 3 against 1 situation is that it's to your advantage. As a leader and you're a failure. I watch your move. You're even using my childish appearance as fuel for your carelessness," Naruto spoke, interrupting him. Naruto liked to play with his opponent's minds to make them lose their confidence even before the fight could start. "Come on, let's just finish him already," the boy in the rear called out, sounding uneasy by how calm Naruto looked facing them. The leader swallowed with a gulp, the saliva building up in his mouth, sweat running down his forehead. Naruto could clearly see how uneasy he was making them feel. This had always been his game plan. When a person stops believing in himself, that's the moment they lose their fight. "Why doesn't it make you uncomfortable that I'm here alone? Don't you think there's some meaning behind the fact that my team is doing this exam separately? Do you want to know the difference between my team and the rest? The difference is that my team is far superior to the other teams." Naruto spoke without showing any doubt on his face. He knew that he was sounding a bit arrogant, but it was necessary to put doubt in his opponent's mind. The opposing team was starting to lose themselves in an unfavorable fear. "At him!" The leader half-shrieked, half-shouted, and shuriken were launched at Naruto from 3 different directions. In the next instant, the leader before Naruto and the boy at his rear both started running. The girl leapt up, aiming at him from the top. He was caught in an attack from both sides, and if he fled upwards, the girl would catch him. At the last moment, before the shuriken could dig into him, he jumped in the air, avoiding the shuriken. The Taki genin, seeing him jump in the air, thought that Naruto had fallen into their trap. The female member of the team grinned, seeing she got a chance to finish him off. She brought her sword down, and sliced at Naruto. Naruto wasn't able to block the sword as the blade went right through him. But in an instant, he completely dissolved in a murder of crows, shocking the three genin. He appeared again at a different side and a little away from them. Not understanding what had happened, the three ninjas stood dumbfounded, looking at Naruto. I will say it again. Naruto spoke calmly, not showing any kind of worry as he held out his hand towards the leader. Be good and hand over the scroll. If you do, I'll let you go. Don't underestimate us. The leader stated, coming out of his shock. Then he started going through the hand signs. The boy and girl to his left and right also wove the same signs. Got it. Right, his teammates responded. Water style. The leader shouted, and that's as far as they got. Naruto signaled his hidden teammates as he got his opponents where he wanted them to be. Before they could even finish their jutsu, they heard Fang over Fang. Then Hana came to them spinning with her ninja dog, knocking them off the ground before the three genin could recover from the sudden surprise attack. Yugao landed beside Naruto and started waving quick hand signs, and coming to a stop, she looked at Naruto from the corner of her eyes. Naruto nodded at her. He knew what he had to do. With that, Yugao called out water-style water missile jutsu and shot out a large missile made of water from her mouth towards the target. While she launched her jutsu, Naruto himself wove through the fast hand signs and called out his jutsu. Lightning release lightning bolt. He thrust his palm forward as a bolt of lightning current flew from his palm into the water missile. It was a combination of lighting and water that he and Yugao had come up with during their training sessions. As both nature elements complemented each other very well, it made their jutsu more powerful. As the electricity flowed through the water missile, it sped towards the fallen genins, who could do nothing other than watch in horror. The jutsu hit them, forcing them to cry out in pain because of the lighting current that went through their bodies. The jutsu died down, and the three genin were left heavily breathing on the ground. The jutsu was not dangerous or life-threatening. They hadn't put too much chakra into it because their goal was to just injure their opponents, not to kill them. This was a test. There was no need to kill or injure anyone. All they needed was to show their opponents their difference in power and make them lose heart. There were numerous cuts and bruises on the three Taki genins. But as they were still breathing heavier than normal, they slowly got to their feet. Fear could easily be seen on their faces. Their legs were trembling, almost giving out from under them from fear, but the three still managed to stay on their feet somehow. You're outclassed from the start, you cannot continue to fight us in your state. But if you still want to go, I don't mind. Naruto closed the distance between them. But if you do, then this time, me and my teammates will not go easy on you. Bastard, you had us cornered from the start. Your two teammates were waiting for your signal to attack. The leader spoke, gritting his teeth. You made a mistake, jumping right into battle without thinking that it might be a trap, and you paid for it, Naruto stated, looking at them with his cold blue eyes. So what will you choose now? Will you hand over the scroll or do you want to continue fighting? The female member of the group moved her pointed jaw up and down several times wanting to say something, but couldn't speak because of the fear. The three of them were completely ruled by fear of death. Please let us go. The leader dropped to his knees and then reached a trembling hand into his bag and dug around for something. Naruto and his teammate stared at him for a moment until the boy thrust the earth scroll at them. Naruto took the scroll. As long as you all understand. He sent a little chakra down his legs. Then he quickly went around behind their leader and brought the edge of his flat hand down on his neck. I can't have you attacking my team from behind. Take a little nap here. The genin collapsed on the ground as if prostrating himself, while Hana and Yugao both moved swiftly around behind their respective targets to deliver similar blows to each of them and knocking them out as well. We finally got the scroll. Yugao cheered happily and high-fived Hana. We still have to reach the tower and hope we don't encounter another team on our way, Naruto called out. They both nodded at him in agreement and Yugao spoke. Your mind games can really be scary sometimes. She and Hana were both aware of his habit of playing with opponents' minds, as this was not the first time he had done something like this. During those times, he had a habit of saying something that he shouldn't say and could also sound arrogant, saying how superior he is from them and things like that. But they understood that he was not arrogant. He only acted like that to demoralize the opponent as part of his strategy. It was necessary to get them off guard. Naruto responded calmly. Come on. We got the scroll and I don't want to spend any more time in this forest, Hana called out to get their attention. They nodded, now that they didn't have any reason to stick around there any longer. The two heaven and earth scrolls were together. Now they just had to head for the tower in the center of the training ground. With that, they started their journey towards the tower. They had no plans of stopping until they reached it so they could get there as fast as possible. Following day, after running non-stop for hours, Team 12 arrived at the tower located in the center of the forest. After taking the scroll from the opposition team, their journey to the tower was quite easy. They hadn't encountered any other teams. Once they arrived at the tower, they noticed it was empty and that no other teams could be seen. They looked around to find someone to guide them from there, not knowing what they had to do. They finally just stood in the entrance room looking around. What else do we have to do now? Hana asked in confusion. What does this mean? Yugao spoke when she noticed writing on the wall. She walked forward and read out loud for the other two. If you do not possess heaven, gain knowledge and be prepared. If you do not possess earth, run through the fields and seek strength. If you open both heaven and earth scrolls, dangerous paths turn into safe ones. This is the secret. It shall lead you on your way. It's clearly referring to the scroll, Naruto mentioned, looking at the scrolls in his hand. It's telling us to open both the heaven and earth scroll. Hana and Yugao looked at him. You sure about it? We just have to find out by opening the scrolls, Naruto stated, and Hana took one scroll from his hand. As they both opened the scrolls at the same time, they looked in confusion at the weird pattern drawn in each scroll. Suddenly Naruto's eyes widened and he spoke. This is a summoning seal. He threw the scroll forward from his hand, and Hana followed him doing the same. And suddenly a puff of smoke appeared in front of them. When it disappeared, a Tigermask Anbu appeared from it. Members of Team 12 looked at him in confusion and asked. Who are you? The person in the mask responded. I am here to welcome you on completing the second round of the exam. Also I was given the duty to pass the three of you a message. The masked Anbu then took out a watch from his pocket and looked at, and his eyes widened, and a shocked look appeared on his face, but luckily his face was hidden by the mask, so the genin team in front of him could not see his reaction. Time elapsed in the second round. 5 hours, 25 minutes. This is the new record for the exam held in the Fortifer training ground. This is most impressive, taking into consideration the fact that your team is one of the youngest in this exam. So congratulations on your achievement, the Anbu said. A little smirk appeared on Naruto's face, and Hana and Yugao both grinned happily and gave high fives to each other while shouting. We did it. We're the best. Naruto then looked at the Anbu in front of him and asked, what are we doing from here? Since we passed this exam? The Anbu nodded. Yes, your team completed both the first and second exam. So your team is allowed to enter the third round, which you will be notified about later when this round ends. Since your team completed this round in a single day, you will have to wait for the next 5 days, here in this tower. Also your sensei will be notified about you, so he will be here soon. You can go and rest now. And you aren't allowed to leave this tower. I will take my leave now. Then the Anbu vanished from his spot. Next morning Hokage office. It was late in the morning, and the second round of the exam was still in progress. A lot of foreign shinobi and people could be seen in the village. The village's Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood near the window in his office. He was alone in the office at the moment because of the ongoing exam. He had a lot of work in his hand, but was quite concerned about Naruto, the youngest contestant in the exam. His team was not very experienced, and Hiruzen was wondering if it was right to allow him to participate in the exam. He got out of his thoughts when he heard the door opening and wondered who would come at this time of the day. Then he saw Danzo coming into the office with his usual emotionless face. Hiruzen, Danzo addressed him, coming to a stop at the front of the desk. Danzo? What can I do for you? Hiruzen asked him and sat on his chair. Danzo looked at him and spoke. I got news that Naruto Uzumaki has successfully completed the second exam and had already reached the tower yesterday. Hiruzen's eyes looked at him straight. Where did you get that news about Naruto? I got that information from the exam proctor. I'm keeping a close eye on Uzumaki's progress in these exams, Danzo stated. I would have never thought that you would waste your time on the exam, Hiruzen said, but was relieved to know that Naruto had successfully completed the second stage. Apparently this year's exam got quite interesting because of Naruto Uzumaki. He has broken all the previous records this year. He completed the second exam in 5 hours, 25 minutes, breaking the last record of Minato Namikaze. Also he scored the second highest score in the written exam of all time, only behind Minato, who holds the highest score of all time, Danzo informed him, sounding more excited than the number of years he had. But he soon composed himself. I know he is very strong and talented. But to achieve this feat is quite impressive. Hiruzen spoke with pride in his voice and a little smile on his face hearing about Naruto. His worry washed up after learning this. Naruto is a shinobi of this village and he can take care of himself, Hiruzen thought. He had proved this time and time again. It's also very good for the village's reputation that he is competing in this exam. Danzo spoke as a matter of fact. Hiruzen looked at him in confusion. You know that the exam is a place where the officials from all the countries come together in the same room, Danzo spoke and continued. Which is to say, it's an opportunity to display the future fighting potential of each land. When Naruto fights in the third round and demonstrates his abilities there, it will enhance the threat our village poses to other countries. Naruto is indeed a gifted ninja, but he is still inexperienced. There are a lot of other older and more experienced participants in these exams. Hiruzen knew all about the true motives of the exams. Also you know Danzo that there is still stress between the nations. It's not that long since the Third Shinobi War ended. So this year, there will be no other cage attending the exam other than some of their officials and maybe daimyos. Danzo nodded. Indeed, that's true, and that's more reason to show that Konohagakure is still producing prodigies like Naruto Uzumaki. His performance will be really good for the village reputation. There's a lot of talk about him already among the villages, seeing as he is the youngest contestant in this exam. Hiruzen nodded and was wondering if it was good for Naruto to get too much attention on him. If he continued to gain attention, there would be a possibility that the secret about his heritage would come out and he would have forces after his life because of it. He got interrupted in his thoughts by Danzo, who asked. So when is the third round taking place? I am looking forward to seeing Naruto Uzumaki in action this time. Hiruzen looked at him and said, you are showing quite an interest in Naruto. This was also a matter of concern for him because Danzo was showing so much interest in Naruto. He had no idea of Danzo's true intentions. But he was aware that Danzo had ulterior motives. On the other hand, even the astute Hiruzen would not realize just what those motives were. But he would not let Danzo use Naruto as he wanted, that was for certain. Well, as I told you before, we're not having any cage of other villages, only officials, and the daimyos will arrive in a couple of days. So we will start the third round in 3 days, after the end of the second exam. Hiruzen informed him and got a nod from him in return. Time skip. After 5 days when the second round of the exams had ended, the teams that had passed both first and second rounds were standing in a huge arena with a platform on either side, and in front of the platform, the Hokage was standing at his sides. Not many teams were able to pass the exams. Only 12 teams had reached the tower successfully with both scrolls in their possession. But unfortunately, only 4 teams were given the permission to continue the exams, and the rest were sent back because they had not been able to pass the first round. Naruto was standing in front of the line with his teammates beside him. The arena in which they were standing was filled with a lot of Jounin and Anbu. The Jounin senseis of all the participating teams were standing in front of them with the Hokage in the middle. There were only 2 teams from Konoha. One of them was Team 12 and the other one was Hade, Izumo and Katetsu. Of the other 2 teams, one was from Kumo and last was from Taki. While standing there, the one thing Naruto noticed was that he and his teammates were getting a lot of attention from other teams, and not only from them, but also from the present Jounin and Chunin, who were all paying close attention to his team, and especially him. The news that Minato Namikaze's old record of being the fastest to complete this round in the Forest of Death had been broken by Team 12 had been spread around very quickly among the others after they had reached the tower. That Naruto was the youngest of the contestants was not helping them, though they could clearly see pride in their sensei's eyes when they looked at him standing there on the Hokage's right. The proctor from earlier stepped forward and spoke. Congratulations on passing the second round, everyone. But before we can move on to the third round of the exams, Hokage-sama would like to say something to you all. Listen well. After speaking, he stepped back to his place. Hiruzen stepped forward and cleared his throat before addressing the genin teams present there. You all have my congratulations on passing the Forest of Death. But before the explanation of the third round, there's one thing I want to make clear to all of you. It's about the true purpose of this exam, he continued. We do joint exams with other shinobi nations to maintain good relations with the other nations and heighten the level of ninja. Do not let those reasons deceive you. This exam, so to speak, is the epitome of a war between the shinobi nations. The genin looked a little uncomfortably at him. If what he was saying was true, then what did it mean for them? What do you mean, Hokage-sama? Katetsu asked, looking at him nervously. If we go back through history, all the neighboring countries have fought each other over and over again. To avoid wasting military power, all the nations decided to choose a place to fight. That is the beginning of the Chunin selection exam. This exam does examine those who are worthy of rank. But, on the other hand, it's also a place where ninja fight and carry their country's dignity. In this third exam, feudal lords and famous people from various countries who may be potential clients are involved here as guests. And feudal lords from countries with hidden villages and village high officials will see your battles. If there's a significant difference in power, the strong country will be flooded with jobs, and weak countries' jobs will decrease. Why do we have to fight the risk of losing our lives? Akumo Genin spoke. Naruto spoke suddenly before the Hokage could speak. A country's power is the village's power. A village's power is the ninja's power, and a ninja's true power is only born in a life or death battle. This platform is a place to show off the ninja's power of one's country. Right, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen closed his eyes and nodded in agreement. Yes. This is a life or death battle for your dreams and village's dignity, Hiruzen stated. I wish you all the very best and hope you all will perform to the best of your abilities. Hiruzen then signaled to the proctor to inform them about the third round. The Jounin stepped forward and spoke. The third round will take place in 2 days from now in the main arena of the village. You all will proceed as individuals from here. The third round will be Inin fights. So if any of you want to forfeit from the exam, it will not affect your team. Do hands raise from the same team from Taki? We got injured in the forest and will not be able to fight. So we both would like to step down from this exam. The proctor nodded at them and looked around the genin for anyone else, then spoke. Alright, the remaining 10 of you will proceed and the third round will be in 2 days from now. Get as much rest you want in these 2 days. We will see each other in the stadium. The lineup for your fights will be decided there. That's all. The village hidden in the leaves buzzed with activity. Even though it was early in the morning, a lot of people could be seen walking the streets and chatting with each other. And they weren't only locals. Quite a few from other villages could be seen among them. Today was the day for the finals of the exam, where young genins would showcase their talent and skills in hopes of getting promoted to the rank. Because of that, a lot of people, such as clients, daimyos of the various nations, and village officials, were in the village to see the performances, either for their future business or, in some cases, future threats. A single figure looked over the buzzing activities from the top of the Hokage monument. Naruto stood there, fully geared up in a high-collar black long-sleeved shirt with a Uzumaki symbol on his back, gray pants, and his black shinobi sandals. It was a very important day, one he knew he'd remember all his life. It was the opportunity for him to rise in the ranks and finally face more challenging situations. He was really starting to get impatient doing all those chores that they called missions. He knew that for him to get promoted, he would need to show the higher-ups that he had the abilities and mindset to reach rank. But he wasn't worried. He had full confidence in himself that he would be promoted. But that was not the only goal he had in mind. He wanted to dominate this tournament and win it. He wanted people to remember his name. He wanted to leave a mark at the end of this exam. But he knew it wouldn't be easy. Because of his age, a lot of people didn't think he should be allowed to continue in the exam. But he knew it wasn't the first time a genin around his age was participating in the exam. He didn't pay much attention to those kinds of matters, though. He knew his Jaichin would handle those things. The only thing that mattered to him was his village, and he wanted to see his village on top of these exams. That's one of the reasons he wanted himself to be the one dominating. He had been training alone with his sensei and had done everything he could to be 100% ready for the finals. He hadn't even seen his other 2 teammates who were busy in their own training with their families. Though he wondered if he should call them his teammates, since they were both going to be his opponents in the finals. He turned his head to look back and saw his sensei walking towards him. A small smile came to Naruto's face as he turned fully to face him. Sensei. What are you doing here? I thought you'd be busy with the other clan heads. Shikaku smiled a little, but still maintained the lazy look on his face and shrugged. There's still some time left for the finals to start. So I decided to check on my students. So you already met Hana and Yugao? Naruto asked. I haven't made any contact with any of them in the last 3 days. Both troublesome women looked quite eager to fight in the finals. Shikaku added, and Naruto chuckled at his sensei at the mention of the word troublesome. So are you ready for the finals? Naruto nodded. Hi. I am ready, I have full confidence in myself. Though the only opponents I'm worried about are Hana and Yugao. Shikaku nodded in understanding. That's understandable, they're the only ones who know about you using your Sharingan and fooling your opponent with. But Naruto, don't get too overconfident and underestimate other genins. Also, I advise you not to rely on your Sharingan too much. You have to show off your other skills for the judges to promote you. I know that sensei, and I am not overestimating anyone. I've worked on my other skills besides the Sharingan, Naruto insisted with a smile. I'm only using it as a last resort. So don't worry about me getting overconfident. Good to hear that. Shikaku muttered and patted Naruto on the head, which resulted in an annoyed look from him. Naruto hated when people treated him like a kid and he knew Shikaku knew that. Shikaku only laughed at the look on Naruto's face. Well, good luck for the finals, brat. I should get going now. I have to be with the other clan heads. Naruto nodded. Thank you for training me, sensei. I will make you proud of me. Ah. Troublesome, Shikaku muttered in response. Don't mention it, brat, it's my job. Well anyway, I'll be taking my leave. See you at the stadium. Shikaku walked off, waving goodbye, and left Naruto alone. Naruto turned around and looked over the village once again. He had first thought of going to meet up with Hana and Yugao, but decided against it in the end in favor of being alone. Stadium. Some time later, all the genuine contestants had gathered in the middle of the stadium and were talking among themselves and waiting for the finals to start. Naruto knew each one of them had trained hard for this moment and they were all here to represent their respective villages and wanted to make their village stand out from the others. Naruto stood with his arms folded and an impassive look on his face. Hana and Yugao stood at his side. As he looked around the stadium, he was impressed with the amount of people who were present in the stadium. The curving wall swept in and around the circular grounds, while the ceiling was rounded and open. The grounds were covered in dirt and trees grew here and there. Scaffolding stretched out horizontally, protruding from the top of the walls where a large number of spectators were waiting for the matches to start. There were daimyos and people from the ruling classes in all lands, officials from the villages in the ninja world. There were no empty seats. Some were making bets on participating genins, and a buzz of excitement hung in the air. Which village would stand with the responsibility for the future of the ninja world on its shoulders? This place, where capable genin from every village risked their lives in battle, was a microcosm of the battlefield. Not infrequently, the fights here were directly connected with the power structures among the villages. Which was exactly why Naruto had to show off his true power. Naruto wanted to demonstrate such overwhelming strength that the adults gathered there wouldn't so much as think of laying a hand on Konoha. He had absolutely no intention of going easy on anyone, even if he had to fight against his own teammates. He was going to give this everything he had. "You better be ready, Naruto-kun," Yugao said, getting his attention. Naruto looked at her and raised a single eyebrow in confusion. "What do you mean?" Yugao faced him with a serious look. "I have trained hard for this, and I don't plan on losing to anyone, especially not you. Your cheap dirty tricks will not work on me. So you better be ready for me." Naruto smiled at her. He was not surprised by her attitude. He knew how serious and determined she was with her training, and that was the thing he liked about her. She wasn't like the other girls he had seen in the academy. Naruto had always secretly admired her, and he was kind of jealous of her. Her sword abilities were far better than his, and he knew he couldn't match her in that department. Also, battling against Hana and Yugao would not be easy because they knew his secrets and how to counter them. "I'm not here just to fight, I'm here to win," Naruto responded with a smirk. "So don't expect me to go easy on anyone. I don't expect you to go easy on me," Yugao replied with her own smirk. "DCHH. Hope you two idiots didn't forget about me. I'm also waiting to fight both of you." As Hana spoke, her companion barked in agreement. "I'll kick your ass anytime, Hana," Yugao responded smugly. "And who knows? Maybe I'll end up winning this whole tournament." Naruto yawned as he listened to Yugao. This got an annoyed expression from her, and a tick mark appeared on her forehead. "Keep dreaming, you idiot," he said. "What's taking them so long? Why haven't the matches started yet?" Hana wondered, confusedly looking around. "The Hokage has yet to arrive. Everyone's waiting for him, I guess," Naruto pointed out with a shrug as he looked at the balcony where the Hokage were going to be sitting. He saw some of the clan heads were already sitting there, and among them he could see Shikaku, who nodded at him upon noticing his gaze. "Oh. Your observation skills always amaze me, Naruto-kun," Yugao started with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Naruto sighed a little. He had gotten used to her by now, and he knew she would never miss an opportunity to pull his leg. So he just responded with his own sarcasm. "Why thank you, Yugao-san, I didn't know you thought so highly of me." Hana chuckled at his answer, while Yugao looked annoyed and glared at Naruto while muttering curses under her breath. "Stupid Naru. Stupid blonde." Before they could continue their talk, they were interrupted by the arriving. It was Aoba, the same player who had beaten Proctor in the second round. He came to a stop before the group of genin. "Welcome to the finals of the exam. I think you already know me from before, so there is no need for an introduction. I'll be the proctor for the finals. The Kage-sama is going to start the proceedings, so please be quiet." Just as he finished, all the spectators started cheering, and Naruto noticed the third Hokage standing in the balcony. The Hokage raised a hand up, commanding the crowd to settle down. Immediately the crowd went silent and he cleared his throat a bit before speaking. "Welcome everyone to the finals of the exams." Loud cheers went throughout the stadium. "We will now begin the main matches with the 12 genin that have come this far. Please enjoy the matches and I wish all the contestants the very best." The crowd continued cheering loudly after the Hokage's welcome speech, and Naruto could feel the anticipation in the air. Meanwhile, Aoba looked at the contestants in front of him and spoke. "Before we start, you need to check out who you're going up against. You're each going to participate as an individual." He pointed toward the display screen. "The pair-ups will be shown on the screens in a moment for the first round." All the contestants looked at the screens closely as they turned on, and then looked at their opponents. The first match was going to be between Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha against a genin from Kumo. Naruto looked at the boy. He was from the Kumagakure village and looked 45 years older than himself. If Naruto remembered correctly, this boy was one of the favorites in this tournament. But to Naruto, the boy looked average. But he also knew he should never underestimate any opponent. Aoba again called out to get their attention. "Alright. The first match will be Naruto Uzumaki vs Yushiro of the Hidden Cloud Village. The rest of you need to go back to the waiting room." Both the genins stepped forward and looked at each other, while the rest of the genins nodded and started to move. Hana and Yugao both wished Naruto luck before they left to wait for their turn. Now only the referee, Naruto, and his opponent Yushiro stood on the battlefield looking at each other. Yushiro was standing lazily and didn't look interested at all. Naruto stared at him in confusion. Before starting the fight, Aoba spoke again. "There are absolutely no rules for how to fight. The contest continues until one will admit defeat. However, when I judge that continuation is impossible, the match will be stopped there. You both understand. Stands. The Hokage sat in the stands and waited for the fight to start. He was showing his professional expression, but on the inside, he was very excited to see Naruto show off some of his skills. To his side, his advisors were also sitting with his former teammates and some of the clan heads, such as Hyuga, Inuzuka, Nara, Akimichi, Aburame and Yamanaka. Everyone was here to see the potential of the young shinobi. I am very excited to see what your student can do, Shikaku. I have heard quite a bit about him, Inoichi Yamanaka said. Before Shikaku could respond, Danzo spoke. I'm also looking forward to seeing what he can do. He has been excellent throughout the tournament so far. Everyone is looking forward to seeing him in action, Hiruzen said. Since the news of him and his team breaking the record of Minato Namikaze, they've been the center of attention, especially Naruto. He looked down on the battlefield to see Aoba explaining the rules to the two genins. It'll not be easy from here for him. Homura stated. His opponent Yushiro is considered quite strong in his village. Also the boy is much more experienced than Naruto. Some of the others in the room nodded. I can assure you all that my student can handle himself very well, Shikaku said confidently. Some often underestimate him for his age, and he just takes advantage of that. Well then it'll be good to see what the prodigy of the hidden leaf can do against the prodigy of the hidden cloud. Danzo spoke with a barely visible smirk on his face. This match was what he had come to see. Show me what you can do, Naruto Uzumaki, he thought. But he failed to notice the narrowed look from Shikaku Nara, who was keeping a close look on him. Back on the field, the opponents stood facing each other. The whole crowd watched in anticipation for the fight to start. By this time, Yushiro had yawned a number of times, to the point where Naruto wondered if he might actually fall asleep on the spot and whether he would be able to fight like that. Maybe we should have them push our turn back so you can get a proper sleep. Naruto asked his opponent. Yushiro looked at Naruto, his eyelids hanging halfway over his perfectly round eyes. No need to worry, he said to Naruto, smiling, but even his smile looked sleepy. Naruto couldn't do anything other than nod at him. He wondered if his opponent was doing it on purpose. If he wasn't, it was apparent the boy was not taking him seriously. First round, third exam, Konohagakure Ninja Naruto Uzumaki against Kumagakure Ninja Yushiro. Start. The proctor shouted. Yushiro opened his mouth in a great yawn as the start signal was given. There was a smattering of whispered laughter in the venue. Naruto frowned. Yushiro was insulting him with his behavior. Getting into position, Naruto leaned forward slightly and braced his feet. He had no weapons in either hand. He relaxed his entire body and set his awareness adrift, not concentrating on any particular spot. He was ready to react immediately, no matter what his opponent did. I'm so sleepy. Yushiro stood up straight, arms dangling loosely at his sides, looking as though he was not in any kind of ready position, and then started to wobble from side to side. If you're not going to fight, then maybe you should give up, Naruto said, annoyed. But before Naruto's response had even been completed, Yushiro's eyes closed and his stiff body pitched forward, like a stick falling to the earth. And suddenly, before he slammed into the ground, he was gone. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, and he took a sharp breath. Where did he go? There had been no hint of movement in his opponent. His action was too sudden. He hadn't seemed to be shifting his weight to either side. A snore then came from behind. Thunder. Naruto immediately tumbled forward in a somersault only a split second before Yushiro's right arm flew past the front of his face with incredible force, white electricity turning into countless bolts of lightning all the way up to the shoulder. So he has lightning affinity. Though it's to be expected since he's from Kumo, Naruto thought as he landed, getting some distance from his opponent. He was cursing himself for losing his concentration. He could have been defeated in a single move if he had been hit by that lightning-covered arm. But when Naruto spun to face Yushiro, he was astounded to see that the Kumo genin remained asleep. Was it an act? Or was he really sleeping? There's no way he can fight while sleeping, Naruto thought. But he was. The only way to find out was to attack him directly. Naruto pulled a kunai from his kunai pouch and in the flash of a movement, threw it straight toward the face of the sleeping Yushiro. His body, rocking from side to side, shook violently and just barely dodged the kunai. He has to be awake, Naruto thought. But the boy's eyes remained closed, making Naruto's Sharingan useless. Even if Yushiro's eyes were open, though, Naruto wasn't sure he wanted to show too much in his first fight. He also didn't want to waste too much of his chakra. Yushiro stood upright, still sleeping, as though the attack of the previous moment hadn't happened. Just when Naruto noticed him swaying violently once more, Yushiro disappeared from his field of view again. Faster than the eye could follow, Naruto shot up into the sky, just before Yushiro's lightning-covered arm swept through the spot where Naruto had been standing. Landing near the wall to put some space between them, Naruto caught his enemy in his field of view. His thoughts were racing at a dizzying speed. In the formula for an overwhelming victory, the Sharingan was essential. but he needed to keep it aside until that time came. But he was also confident he could unravel the phenomenon of Yashiro sleeping without it. Think. He stared at Yashiro, wobbling off in the distance. He had to assume that his enemy was using a type of technique that brought out the full potential of his physical abilities through the selfless state of mind that was sleep. By sleeping, he kept his ego in check and he could carry out specialized movements through pure instinct and animal intuition alone. His opponent's somnolence had surprised him, so he had lost sight of the fact that this fight was basically about physical abilities. If he simply concentrated on his physical abilities, he could easily stand in the same arena as this boy. He focused all his attention on the enemy before his eyes. Wobbly Yashiro twitched. He was coming. Vision, hearing, scent, all his senses went into full gear. He felt Yashiro with everything he had. He caught his aura tracing the walls to his right. Lightning. He dodged. So I'm physically superior, after all, Naruto realized. Once he knew that, it was possible to deal with this. With flowing movements, he evaded the attacks launched from Yashiro's selfless dream state. He then had a flash of insight. Why did his enemy specialize in a technique that relies on sleeping? Naruto imagined what his enemy thought about while he was asleep. If he was sealing away himself to increase his physical abilities, then there was the real possibility that he lost his memory, as well. If that were true, then Yashiro didn't remember the self who fought. If I can wake him up, I can win, Naruto thought. But why did Yashiro need a technique like that? He wondered if Yashiro was a coward. If the boy was escaping into sleep because he was afraid of being hurt. If Yashiro was a coward, maybe he was afraid of the endless sleep, the one he never woke up from. You had to have your eyes open to carefully examine a situation. That moment would clinch his victory, Naruto knew. The back and forth of Yashiro attacking and Naruto dodging lasted about 10 minutes, and just when people in the arena were starting to fuss about the lack of any real developments, it happened. Yashiro stopped abruptly, shook faintly, and lifted his closed eyelids the tiniest bit. Their eyes met. This was the moment Naruto had been waiting for. He poured his chakra into his eyes. The Sharingan was activated but still hidden from the world. It took less than 1/100th of a second to activate, and Naruto was betting on that moment. He hammered into Yashiro's pupils the detailed image he had drawn in his mind while dodging attacks. "Eee!" Yashiro shrieked. Awake for a mere instant, he fell asleep once more. "I did it." He slipped around from the rear and slit Yashiro's throat with his kunai. It was the image Naruto had imagined so faithfully, down to the very last details. And it became reality in his enemy's mind. He was dead, his throat slashed. He opened his eyes again. He apparently couldn't sleep as soundly anymore. Yashiro tried to fight, and Naruto dodged the ineffective attacks for a few minutes before his opponent closed his eyes again. He was probably trying to activate his sleeping state again. But Naruto knew that as soon as Yashiro closed his eyes, his field of view would be dyed red. This time, the image was of Naruto gouging into his stomach. Each time he was killed, Yashiro's sleep grew lighter. Stabbed, strangled, beaten, poisoned. Naruto killed the boy any and every way possible. Finally, Yashiro stopped trying to sleep at all. If he closed his eyes, he would die again. Naruto was sure that after being subjected to brutal deaths over and over and over, his opponent was now completely ruled by his fear of the final sleep. Ia. Chest heaving, almost hyperventilating, Yashiro trembled and shook. Naruto continued to evade his attacks, while Yashiro's movements gradually grew sluggish. Sweat streamed down his face. He started to cry. And Naruto hadn't once used a physical attack on him. "Help me," Yashiro groaned in supplication. He fell to his knees and began weeping loudly. "Two don't want to die anymore. Please, help me. Please. We have a winner." The examiner stepped in between the two of them. Naruto Uzumaki of Konohagakure. The arena fell silent. Everyone seemed to be confused by the situation. Yashiro wailed and wept until he was carried out in the examiner's arms. "I don't want to die," he cried over and over, the terror in his voice reaching into every nook and cranny of the stadium, sending shivers up spines. He would probably give up on being a ninja now, Naruto thought. That was the level of fear that had been put into him. The venue felt the same. Naruto had, all by himself, produced the aura of death that wafted through the entire arena. He wasn't sure how many people there had realized he had been using on his opponent. It didn't matter. Naruto had demonstrated incomprehensible power, and the ninja from all lands now knew his unfathomable strength. We mustn't make an enemy of this boy. Naruto felt bad for Yashiro. After it was over, he knew he had gone too far. But he had to win without showing much of his other abilities. And that had been the only way he could think of. Naruto looked at the balcony where the Hokage and some of the Konoha higher officials were sitting. He then turned his back on the arena and walked towards the waiting area where the rest of the contestants were present. In the silence, he could hear someone clapping. He lifted his head and looked in the direction of the sound. A face, covered on the right side with bandages. Danzo Shimura, Naruto murmured, not attaching any of the honorifics he should have to the name. Stance, I must say, I'm impressed with your student Shikaku, Hiyashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan stated. Troublesome. Shikaku muttered lazily. That brat went overboard. Hiruzen nodded, but his face was troubled. He fought well. But he shouldn't have done what he did to that boy. Don't be foolish Hiruzen, Danzo said a little loudly. He performed extraordinarily and put fear in the enemy's mind. Even on the defense, he was far ahead of the enemy. He has my vote for the promotion. I agree with Danzo-sama. He used great tactics against his opponent, Inoichi Yamanaka said. But how was he able to cast on his opponent? Hamura asked. I didn't even see him use any hand seals for this. They looked at Shikaku for an explanation, who shrugged. I don't think I should tell my students' tricks to anyone else, he responded. We'll have more chances to see him fight again. But for now we should look forward to the next match. Hiruzen spoke, not wanting any of them to find out about Naruto. Waiting area. When Naruto walked into the contestant booth, all the present genin except his teammates were looking at him uncomfortably. He quietly came to stand beside his teammates, not minding the looks. Hana and Yugao looked at him before shaking their heads. Don't you think you went overboard there? Hana asked with her arms folded. Naruto leaned towards the railing before responding. I know. But I couldn't think of any other way to fight him without showing too much. You should learn when to hold back Naruto, Yugao said with a shake of her head. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. He knew what he had done was not right. But he had to win and shinobi use whatever method they can to gain the upper hand in battle. Also, it wasn't his fault that his opponent was weak-minded. He should have come prepared for anything. Stopping their conversation for a while, they looked towards the battlefield where the next fight was about to start. It was between Izumo of Konohagakure and someone from Takigakure. As the fight started, both genin attacked each other and the whole crowd cheered loudly. The dark and unsettling atmosphere was gone and the expectant and cheerful atmosphere was back. The fight went on for some more minutes before Izumo was too exhausted and was unable to continue. The genin from Takigakure was declared the winner. Next fight, Yugao Yuzuki vs Inari of Kumagakure. The examiner shouted. Naruto smirked at her when her name was called out. He was looking forward to how she'd fight. She was strong in Naruto's opinion and he knew it would not be easy to defeat her. Also, her sword skills were far better than his and maybe better than all the contestants. Good luck Yugao, Naruto said with a smile. She smiled in return. Don't forget, I want to fight you in the finals. So be prepared. First you have to win this fight. So go away Purplichin. Naruto responded with a smirk and made a motion with his hand for her to go away. Yugao just shook her head with a little smile and turned around to walk off confidentially, but not before thanking Hana, who wished her luck. Naruto and Hana looked closely as they watched Yugao's match about to start. Naruto had full confidence that Yugao would win. As the examiner signaled start, they watched Yugao standing in a battle-ready stance as she waited for her opponent to make the move first. Naruto was confused by this tactic. Hana must have noticed his look because she then spoke. Is something wrong? Naruto pointed towards Yugao. I thought she would use her sword to finish this fight early. But she hasn't even taken it out. Who knows, maybe she doesn't want to show that in the early stages, Hana responded with a shrug. They continued to watch her fight as she dodged her opponent's strikes gracefully. Her movement looked so perfect that Naruto thought she looked like she was dancing on the field. This went on for several more minutes. She's trying to make her opponent tired by being on defense and allowing him to think that he's the one who's forcing her back. Hana pointed out. Naruto nodded in agreement and smirked. She always tries to think one step ahead of her enemy. She's saving her energy for her next match. Yugao continued to block and dodge her opponent's attacks. By now, her opponent was breathing a little heavier than before and capitalizing on it. Yugao then suddenly attacked him head-on. Her movements were faster than before and her opponent had a hard time blocking her, which resulted in him receiving some hard strikes. At the end, Yugao was comfortably able to defeat her opponent, who by that time was lying flat, beat down. The examiner announced her the winner, while the medic took the injured genin off the field. Then the examiner called out for the next match. Naruto and Hana both congratulated Yugao happily when she joined them again. You did well. Naruto complimented her. The next match was between Hayate and another genin from Kumo. The fight was interesting while it lasted. Hayate was immersive in the fight and far superior in terms of strength and planning, and because of that he was able to defeat his opponent comfortably in the end. Next, Hana Inuzuka vs Katetsu. The examiner shouted. The match between Hana and Katetsu was evenly balanced. Both matched each other strike for strike, and the fight went on for some time until eventually both contestants were exhausted and injured. But because of Hana's advantage in Taijutsu, she was able to finally corner Katetsu. The referee saw that Katetsu was unable to continue and ended the match in Hana's favor. But Naruto could see how badly Hana was injured and wasn't surprised when she then announced she would withdraw from the tournament because of her injuries. Junin Exam Finals Round 2, Naruto Uzumaki vs Hero of Takigakure. The examiner announced. Naruto glanced over at his opponent standing at the side and saw him looking back nervously. "Well, all the best," Yugao said. Naruto nodded in response, but just as he was about to walk off, he heard his opponent shout to the proctor. "I want to withdraw." Naruto Uzumaki has won by default and will advance into the final, proctor announced, and the crowd shouted in disappointment. Next contestant, Yugao Yuzuki vs H Echo. "Well, you got a free pass to the finals, huh?" Yugao commented and Naruto chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. She shook her head. "I guess I should get going now. I can't wait to kick your ass in the finals." He snorted at her comment and watched her walk off. "Yugao," he shouted to get her attention. "I really do want to fight you in the finals. So you better not lose now. As I promised you, Naruto, I will be the one fighting you in the finals." She then looked at Hate with a hard glare and left. Naruto also looked at Hate, who was not standing too far from him and could tell that the other genin was not happy with him for some reason. Naruto nodded at him, but Hate simply left without a response. As far as Naruto could remember, he hadn't done anything to offend him. He came out of his thoughts as Hana joined him. "Oh, it's those two, this is definitely going to be interesting." She had some bandages wrapped on her injuries. "Did something happen between them?" Naruto asked. "I think he said something about you to Yugao after the second exam which she didn't like and got into an argument with him." Hana responded with a shrug. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. He couldn't think why Hate would say anything about him. But he just shrugged it off. "They're about to start." Hana stated. "Thank you so much for watching this video. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others' videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video. Till that, take care."